I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Whatever happened to the showstopper? Wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Gonna come for a minute, it's not a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic. Hey, from above, that bit of awkward for Timo has to get off that line.
tira a mão da mais um avó que tava na... Não, cara. Não.
No. On stage, I think we've done well so far, but I can tell when we play, like, we're all still getting very used to it. But yeah, it's just, I think we have the least experience probably out of any other team in this region. I mean, if you're not including me, obviously.
E agora vem mais um na tela dele, ele segura, arrasta o spray, leva 2.
Watch out for the university team, I guess.
Es como lo que faltaba, la llamita que faltaba encender, ¿no? De volver a confiar en nosotros, ya que el primer partido nos pasaron por encima, por decirlo así, de que entramos frío. Yo creo que esto es lo que nos faltaba como equipo para volver a unir esas cosas, como esos puntos y la confianza entre nosotros para seguir adelante en el campeonato.
Ele vai fazendo o fake clone! Ele fez a passagem! Da Colinha!
Equipo latino con experiencia, va a haber mucha garra en stage, vamos a querer ganar a toda costa, ya sea el equipo que sea, o sea, vamos a ir a arrasar con lo que nos pongan enfrente y nada, que sigan con cuidado porque no necesita viene fuerte ahora.
Cara, o carinho do stage é maravilhoso. Sempre foi meu sonho jogar pro público. Sentir o calor da torcida brasileira, a gente sabe que a torcida brasileira é muito apaixonada. E sentir isso é maravilhoso.
Daí, levanta esse W, grita! É 4K do Cido Zord!
Podem esperar uma Stellai muito mais confiante, uma Stellai evoluindo durante o campeonato, uma Stellai igual vocês viram do VCB. Uma Stellai calma, uma Stellai tranquila, uma Stellai trocando tiro e uma Stellai unida como um time.
Os jogadores da Envy vão brincando com ele, tá aí uma virada absurda da Envy, 1-0 na série.
I think that game was enough. It was just experience for the team, and whenever we lose, we tend to come back like really strong. So I'm not really worried, and if we were gonna lose, it should be like a strong team like TSM.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Ascension Americas, the final day of Swiss ahead. We started with so many teams. Now there'll only be 4 moving on into the playoffs, one step closer to stamping their ticket into VCT Americas. My name's Sarah Dunn. I'm your host, joined here by Roy and Ash. Roy, we got to see 2 teams make their way to playoffs yesterday. The competition has been so stacked. How are you feeling heading into today?
I'm feeling excited first and foremost, okay? But I have to say, on behalf of the analyst desk, the predictions have been hard, guys. I can maybe it's just me, I don't know, but I just can't predict. I think it's gonna go one way, and we see something completely different. But that is the love of Valorant. That is the game that we play, guys. It's exciting, and today it's going to be another amazing day to close off the Swiss stage.
I think that the fact that the predictions have been so hard for everybody says so much about what the competition has looked like here for Ascension Americas. These teams are so close in skill level. Every match has been so exciting to watch, Sierra.
It really has been. It's been really unpredictable, and I love to see that even from the beginning of the competition to where we are now, how teams have just been leveling up, which is so exciting. But we're out of final chances. Today is do or die to try to make their way into the playoffs. It's going to be 2 spots remaining, and Ash, 4 teams sitting at that 1-1 to try and make sure they can stay on the winning side of things and live to see another day.
Yeah, these 1-1 teams within Cella, Envy, Winthrop, and 9Z, all teams that within their own right that we could expect to make playoffs, like no matter which way these matches go. I think there's been expectations for all 4 of these squads. And when we call back to the beginning of the Swiss stage, even when we started off the first day after the play-ins, it was that conversation of how quickly this bracket moves. The fact that it's only 2 matches that you need to win to qualify and only 2 matches needed to be eliminated from the competition. It's been such a tight race this entire time, and this gauntlet has been deadly.
It really, really has been. And we've seen teams that are now having to try and adapt to being on more of an international stage, right? We have the crowd as well. There's so many different factors with such a big prize on the line. So to be able to see what teams have been thriving, which teams are struggling, or just where the ramp up is, has been really, really interesting to see. But we got to start talking about the first series for today and start talking about Cella going up against Envy. Two teams that really, I think, deserve to be within this playoffs. But Roy, I mean, one of them we're about to say goodbye to today.
Which is crazy because Stella has looked so dominant regionally. And I think it's safe to say, guys, that both of these teams have been playing a little bit below expectations headed into this event, right? At least for me, my expectation for Stella Gaming was incredibly high, especially considering the fact that they took down Team Solid. They were the first seed above Team Solid, who has looked phenomenal in this event so far. But I feel like now for these teams, it's time to unleash everything remaining in the tank, guys. They're do or die. There really is no try for either of these two teams, and there's no more time for underperformance, especially at this caliber of play. I feel like every player and every team here needs to step up now.
I love that you talk about how impressive this team has been throughout this entire season of 2025. But the interesting thing I think about this matchup going up against Envy, and what gets kind of scary here for Cella Gaming, is the fact that we've heard not just from them but from also other teams within Ascension how hard it's been to adapt to the NA playstyle that is so different from what they're seeing within Brazil, within LATAM. And to have this as your elimination matchup up against an Envy that is definitely angry about the result up against TSM yesterday is going to be an uphill battle.
Definitely a little bit, but what I think is really interesting now, looking at the Cella roster and talking about this team, is, Roy, when we had that TSM Envy match yesterday, when we saw the writing on the wall, Envy taking the loss, there was talks in the green room, because you're like, I think they're going up against Cella, and that is going to be a dangerous prospect because of how much stronger Cella has been looking now that they've hit the stage.
Yeah, they had a bit of a cold start, but their last match versus 6K, guys, it's reignited my belief in them. I think the pressure and the stress of being on this LAN stage is definitely settling for this team. Their confidence is skyrocketing. You can tell in the way that they're playing. You can tell in the way that they're moving, especially united as a team as well as individually. But I feel like this team right here for me, guys, is a very X-Factor team. They play VALORANT. That means Odins, Judges, Ops, Double Duelists. They have the whole shebang. And I feel like if this team gets that confidence, if this team starts to feel good on the stage, especially with the crowd in their, kind of in favor of them, it could be a very dangerous recipe here for Envy.
For sure. Sierra was talking about that. All of those different factors that come into play when you're in not just Ascension, but also playing in this LAN environment, and you talking about that crowd being behind them. Maybe that is that X factor that Stella are going to need to go up against an Envy that is going to be so angry headed into today's matchup. But you were talking about the individual skills on this roster. It feels like there are moments where any of these players are able to step up to the plate, and whether or not they're having like an insane fragging matchup, you can always trust anyone that you're seeing on your screens here to be able to step up and have those impact frags to turn those rounds on its head.
And it's nice that we can see it across the team, but I want to talk about the person who has stood out the most to me. And when we're talking about X factors on an individual level, top of the list, Roy, talk about Zanatsu and just the impact, especially when you look back at the last series when they started to really, really impress. That started with him.
Yeah, I mean, guys, for me, the top three duelists in right now that I'm seeing is Timotino, Zanatsu, DG Zen. Zanatsu is up here. He's performing incredibly well for his team. He's been extremely consistent throughout all their matches, whether it was through the wins, through the losses. His performance has never waned. He's good at a lot of the duelists. He's good at finding opening kills. He's good at playing within the structure. He's the exact kind of duelist that likes to, stay calm, stay cool-headed throughout all the chaotic situations. And it feels like his mechanics never skip a beat.
It's just been so much fun to watch, too. You're talking about like the top duelists that we have here, and it's just been such a stacked competition. But then even just, again, looking back at that 6A match, it was just one of those things where it seemed like he could do no wrong here, Ash. And I think, too, when you are going up against an Envy where once they get that confidence, it seems to really be flowing, I think Zanatsu is going to be a really key piece for Stella to be able to try and take this win.
Oh, he absolutely will be. He's one of those duelists that isn't just, doing his job as far as being that tip of the spear, being that entry. He is one of those play makers on the side of Stella who's going to be able to help convert these rounds even when they are down in numbers, and be able to have those plays, I think, too, that can just bring the momentum back into the favor of Stella when things are going awry. And I think that's so important in today's matchup as well, when you look at the fact that Stella and Envy are these extremely momentum-based teams. You need a player like this who's going to be able to inject that energy back in with some sort of crazy play to get themselves back into it if they do find themselves in a position where they are down.
Couldn't agree more.
And you're talking about him being like a playmaker and being able to make these things happen too. But want to talk about a player to set Zenatsu up too and have that double crowned approach here, Ash, and talk about Sore, especially too, where he's been able to make that impact because even if it's not necessarily as many kills as Zenatsu, that isn't the only impact someone can make in the server.
And it feels like we also haven't seen like the full force of Chisora in these matches, but that conversation that you're talking about there, being able to see Zenatsu really fragging out, is always off of the back of the utility that Chisora is going to be throwing out there to support him. And it doesn't matter if he's going to be on a more supportive role like the initiator, or if it's going to be seeing him on that Yoru. You're always going to see these micro plays, these combinations between the two of them, where Chisora is constantly using like flashes to help open up space, open up that round there for Zenatsu to get that entry.
And I feel like Chisora is playing a lot more in the structure, and I feel like the fact that he is kind of allowing Zenatsu to be able to kind of be a little bit more X factor, right? But even on an individual level, he's still pulling out the Odin, he's still pulling up a lot of the Valorant weapons, and I feel like that element, it kind of the effect goes beyond stats, right? It adds a little bit of psychological pressure, it adds a little bit of stress, it's a little bit frustrating to play against, especially when it's being used extremely well. Then you combine that with very flawless utility being used from him, you have a recipe for a great support, kind of duelist flex player.
And again, when you're looking at a team on the opposing end that's looking to try and get the momentum, when you talk about that usage to really be able to slow them down, again, a player that I have a lot of eyes on going into today. As for the team and everything else, a really common theme that we've been talking about is how they did in their last match, how they've been looking. And of course, we have a little video interview to hear a little bit more about their thoughts of their previous match.
Eu acho que a nossa mentalidade mudou bastante. A gente, no último jogo, estava muito nervoso. Isso pesou um pouco no psicológico. A gente veio para esse jogo um pouco mais calmo, mais confiantes e confiando no nosso trabalho. Acho que a gente estava hesitando bastante no jogo contra a TSM e assim a gente conseguiu mostrar um pouco do que é a STE.
Just a little bit of what Stella is about. I'm hoping we get to see so much more of what they're about going in today. Because again, this is one of the teams that I think has been climbing up and just been ramping. And now when it matters the most, make or break, that's where diamonds can be formed. On the opposing end, though, they definitely have a formidable opponent ahead of them, because going into this, Envy has been the team everyone's been talking about for Roy quite a while now. So to see them now with potential elimination, I think is maybe a little surprising to some.
Yeah, I mean, and that clout was also very deserved, guys. They've had a fantastic year. Now, obviously, the start to this tournament has not been, the level of Envy that we expect. But my issue right here with Envy, guys, is the fact that, I don't think they've been in this particular position where they're kind of their year tournament life is coming to a potential end here versus Stella Gaming. I feel like that is a bit of a stress. I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to bounce back, but I feel like if I'm looking at the data, if I'm looking at the signs, guys, they have shown a lot more resilience. They've shown a lot more growth in that regard, especially with mounting the deep comebacks, which they have done very recently in this tournament. So I feel like if there is a team that's up for the task, it is going to be Envy. I'm excited to see how they're going to perform, but ultimately I have not lost faith in this roster. I still think they're incredibly talented, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing here today.
Especially looking at that loss up against TSM. I mean, they're facing familiar rivals who beat them when we're looking at that stage 3 playoffs, and a series that was quite close considering the hot starts TSM was having. So my curiosity is, they've had a data prep, how that mental will recover with all of those different X factors here, Ash, going into today's match. Because yeah, this team that's been put under pressure before, but not anything like this.
No, and I think that's what's kind of scary for this team, right? It's kind of interesting because we have players on both Stella and on Envy where this is like the biggest stage that they've played on before, and how much pressure that adds to these rookie players here on the side of Envy. I've definitely got to have my eyes, I think, on not just Inspire and Poppin to kind of be those leaders, Inspire being like the most experienced player on that roster, to try and keep like those mentals in check, those nerves in check here for the younger members of this Envy squad. But Exter as well, because I think something that we don't talk about as much is the fact that he is like this big streamer, right? Who's very used to like playing in front of so many people. It feels very natural for him to see him on this stage and being energized by the crowd, being energized by this pressure that isn't something that I think a lot of the rest of the roster is necessarily used to at this point. And he's really stepped up as we headed into Ascensions. We saw the shift in the role that he was playing here for Envy during the last stage of VCLNA, where he was taking a lot more of those initial engagements instead of kind of being like that backseat duelist, setting Zera up for success, being that disruptor. Now he's become that playmaker. He's pulling out the op here, Roy, too. Like Exter has really come into his own, I feel like, within the past couple of months.
Yeah, with Exer, the agent might not change, guys, but the growth is most definitely there. I completely agree with Ash. I think the growth that we've seen from Exer and the way he plays this game has completely changed through time. And I feel like in the beginning, they were reliant a lot on Ion and Zera to make things happen with Inspire on the lurk. But I feel like now it feels like Exer's really stepped up to the plate. Whenever Ion and Zera are caught lacking, it always feels like Exer is there capitalizing a lot. And I almost feel like his playstyle, his Yoru mechanics works so well in this environment because he's so good at applying pressure, moving around with his TPs, forcing a lot of these kind of awkward engagements for the enemy team. And you put that in LAN environment, he's got these teams completely confused half the time. And I feel like it's working out extremely well for him now.
And this was a player that for a good chunk of the year, when we are talking about Envy and the double duelist, was overshadowed, right? But really being able to come into his own a lot more within the stage 3, and especially now at Ascension when it matters the most, has been really big for the team. But we got to talk about the other half of this double duelist though, and talk about Zera, because for a really good chunk of the year, I mean, Zera was the X factor for the team, and something that, I mean, Roy, I feel bad for saying this, but has not lived up to that same potential that we've seen throughout the stages that we know Zera to do.
And I think it's just because our expectations are so high for this player, right? Like throughout the entire year, he was #1 in stats, split 1, split 2. I think split 3, he fell off a little bit towards the end. But even then, like I say fall off, but he was still like top 5 in stats. Like this player is obviously very mechanically strong, but I feel like in this specific tournament, he hasn't really shown up for this team in the way that we expect. Now, I say that very lightly because I do think this player will bounce back. And I think when he settles in, when he kind of starts to deal with the different environment, with a different setup than he's used to at home, obviously there's a lot of different factors that come into play, but I do believe that Zera will bounce back. And if he does bounce back in a strong capacity, the way that Exer is playing, the way that Inspire's playing, I feel like this team is going to be extremely dangerous.
Oh, they absolutely will be. Zera is that player where we're looking at him, like, with the part of the conversation, I think, of the Swiss stage, how quick it is. He hasn't really had that same kind of adjustment period, being one of the youngest players on the roster, right? One of the youngest players that we had in VCLNA this year. And it does take that time to make those adjustments. Now, it is at that point where you can't wait any longer and you have to be able to find that success and find that comfort here on the stage for Zera. But even Roy talking about, I think, the quote-unquote fall off of Kane during that third stage compared to the first two that we saw during VCLNA, it was also that conversation of, yes, he has still been consistent mechanically and whatnot, but I feel like we've also seen that meta shift, right? Where we're really favoring a lot of those Yoru players, the Neon players, and Zera is this individual here on Envy where he is playing that other duelist, but he's also playing a lot of those off-meta duelists. And that has, I think, been also some of the adjustment for this Envy roster that's consistently been marching to the beat of their own drum, but we've also seen the way that they've been trying to evolve.
It's definitely, I think, a little bit of a tough one for Envy when, again, you look at this team and there is so much expectations going into this. But again, for half of this roster, they are so young still, right? In comparison to all this experience the other teams have built back. And now being on an international stage with a crowd, I mean, cheering against them at some points, it's not their crowd, right? I definitely think it's a little bit of a tough one. So I'll have to see how they're able to bounce back today. But for a couple of words on their previous match and everything else, we had a little video interview with Inspire, so check this out.
Yeah, I would say the start of the game, like obviously they had really good momentum, but our energy was a little affected that could have been more of just like trying to get in the flow of things like map 1. And it's not like anyone's being like negative or like upset. Like I know like I was even having like a rough first half, but like everyone still believes we could win it. So I was really happy we could get through that. And I thought that was like, if we won that map, I thought we would win the series. But that kind of like exhaustion of always climbing back from like losing pistols, being down like 0-4 or 0-5, whatever it is, or getting ecoed, definitely like brought that like low energy back, which, you know, was the reason we lost that like first half of the map, map 1 really hard.
I mean, talking about the exhaustion of always having to bounce back, and pistols were definitely a very noticeable weakness. So I'll have to see then with just 24 hours how much of that can be turned around. But looking at yesterday's series, there is another player from Envy that had a really big step up and wanted to have a little bit of a head-to-head here and talk about Poppin and Citizoid, especially too looking into today's series when, again, Ash, everything is on the line. The impact these two need to have needs to be instrumental.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not even just about the numbers that we're seeing on our screens here, right? We have had plenty of conversations surrounding both Poppin and Citizoid and what they're able to do in the server, how they're able to do it all, lead, frag out, and be that also emotional rock here for the team, right? Within that leadership, outside of the calling too. But I think that the calling is where I really have my eyes on here. For the side of Citizoid, it's going to be the adaptations up against a team like Envy, where we've seen, again, so many of these teams, including Cella, talk about how different it is playing up against this NA style. And then for the Envy side there within Poppin, we just heard from Inspire about their ability to try and like come back from a lot of those losses in a row, like losing out a couple of rounds like sequentially and whatnot. And that is where you also have to look towards the leadership on the side of Envy, especially when we're looking at these two teams that can be so momentum heavy and continue to carry that forward to net those round wins.
Yeah, and I feel like for Poppin, there's probably a ton of added pressure as well, because I feel like they need to maneuver the kind of the psychological playground, if you will, in this tournament, right? Because the crowd's not in their favor. There's a lot of emotional heavy lifting that he's going to have to do, especially, you know, if Ion's not feeling it or Kane's are not feeling it. You know, we saw in the interview that Inspire was talking a little bit about that. And I feel like for Poppin, he's not only calling, he's not only, you know, playing extremely well individually, but he's also probably has had to step up in terms of, you know, the emotions, the energy, leading by example, being willing to take risks that maybe his team are kind of hesitating on. Not that Envy ever hesitates on that, but for the Citizoid side, for Cella Gaming, I feel like he's done a phenomenal job at that. He's played extremely well individually. He's been that emotional leader. He's played into the crowd. He's played into the energy. And we saw in the video as well for Cella Gaming where they were talking a little bit about, you know, like they're starting a little bit cold. You know, they didn't have a lot of energy. They weren't really like kind of in the zone. But I feel like with the last match that things have changed. They even said that. I completely agree with it. I think that the leadership here in this game is going to matter a lot, but also the strategy is going to matter a lot because both of these teams are so strong on the defensive sides. Those attack halves, guys, they're going to be brutal. They're going to be grueling, especially now with more footage and more anti-stratting. I feel like things are going to be very interesting for these two IGLs.
I love the call out on the more footage, right? Because of course, going into Ascension, it was going to be a question for how exactly things were going to be shaking up. But now that we're at this point, we have a little bit more tape on each one of these teams. So the role that these two are going to have is, I mean, exactly what I'm looking at going into today. But Roy, something you talked about at the beginning of the day was how predictions were kind of shaking up. Yep, it's about that time. So heading into the predictions, I mean, we're not having a caster curse. We do have a clear lean, though. But I mean, Roy, this was tough, especially with how certain you were yesterday that like Stella was going to be a dangerous opponent with this ramp up they've had.
I just feel like the playstyle is so similar for both of these teams, and I can't be the only one that sees that, right? Like they're both X Factor, they're both very brawly, they both like team fighting. Like, yeah, the macro is still good, but that's not really their ultimate strength. It's the way they maneuver chaos. And I feel like when you have two teams that are really good at that, it's going to come down to those individual moments. Zanatsu's been playing extremely well. My faith in him as a duelist is sky high. He's at all-time highs right now. He's looking fantastic. I feel like Cella Gaming, if they get in the zone, if they get the crowd on their side, if they feel that energy, that confidence, it's going to pay absolute dividends for them here in this match.
I definitely got to give Roy some points there. You also think about, he's mentioning like the crowd being behind them, and that makes such a big difference. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, not just for this match, for our second match that I won't get into right now, I was crashing out this morning over my matcha, like trying to decide who I was going to predict.
It's a hard day, man.
It was honestly such a hard decision today. We have such great teams down in this final round of the Swiss stage. For me, though, I do think that when I saw that reverse sweep on the first map of yesterday's matchup for Envy up against TSM, that kind of gave me like the hope that I needed for this roster, as far as I think there were a lot of those questions about how are they going to be able to handle this pressure as a lot of these rookie players on the big stage for the very first time. And the fact that they were able to make that happen in that first map yesterday, I think that gave me a little bit of hope that in today's do or die matchup, that they would have that kind of edge, that ability, like I think that certainty within themselves in knowing like, okay, when we are down in those rounds, even if the crowd's not necessarily on our side, that is something we can still do.
I mean, for myself, and spoilers for earlier, I think I'm allowed to be a bit biased being a host and not an analyst over here. But I just gotta pick NA, right?
I don't think you get the pass.
I don't know. I feel that way. But I think for the two teams, I think a very safe prediction is we are going to have a very, very tight series hitting the stage.
Definitely.
When you look at the similarities, you look at the momentum, you look at Duelist's capability to take over the server. I think this one's going to be really, really interesting. And one, when we talk about an Envy that was kind of deflated by that lack of a great start here, something that if Stella starts being able to roll away with this early game, Roy, where I'd start to get really worried for NA.
Yeah, we also have to keep in mind that Envy hasn't really ever not been the favorite team in an environment, right? Like, and regionally, the fans are, there's a majority of the fans are on their side, right? There's a lot of support for them. But here and physically at this event, they've never really been the away team before, right? They haven't really dealt with that kind of pressure. But now I feel like they kind of understand their role. They kind of understand like, okay, maybe we're not going to have the crowd. Maybe we're not going to have the energy. So there's probably layers to just like focusing on each other, lifting each other up. There's probably, camaraderie is going to be very important here for the Envy side, especially for such a young roster, right? Making sure everybody feels confident, comfortable. That is the name of the game here in high stress moments, guys.
So well said. And on the opposing end too, when it's a Stella that had a slow start, just looking at Ascension in general, and it's only been able to ramp up, that's what I'm looking at, that continuation, the momentum, that yes, we can do this factor. Ash, they have the crowd behind them, they've only been leveling up, and I think they're for the team, especially with what we've seen out of the players, that yeah, there is the potential to just run away with things if given the opportunity.
Yeah, we've talked so much about how momentum-based these two teams are, how streaky they can be when it does come down to getting those rounds after rounds after rounds. But as we head into our map select here, guys, this is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're looking at the sunset that didn't go so well for Envy yesterday up against TSM, and then the Abyss, I think, is wild because I feel like you see Stella picking into this map. They saw how that went for the Envy squad. It ended up being like that 8-13 loss up against TSM yesterday. And this is a map where Stella haven't had to play it in like months. We have not seen anything from this team here on Abyss. So for the side of Envy, that also makes it so hard to prep up against because you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was sort of questioning coming into this matchup, because both of these teams have only shown 4 maps, and now we're starting to see a lot of their other maps in the pool starting to unfold, right? Abyss being one of them for Stella Gaming. We saw how Envy looked on that map. We saw the holes in their game plan. And I feel like Stella has picked up on that. They kind of understand what the weaknesses and strengths of the composition are and how they're approaching it. But they have the element of surprise on their end because Envy doesn't really know what to expect. It's kind of impossible to game plan for this, right? But going into Sunset, it makes complete sense for Envy to be picking this up. They looked great on the map overall, and they saw how Cella was defeated as well on that map. Is one of the only maps they've taken a loss on against Team Solid, who has looked phenomenal in this tournament so far. So I feel like these first 2 maps are going to be interesting because there are layers of anti-shrouding coming into it for at least one of the sides. But for Abyss, guys, that's a ton of pressure here being applied on Envy.
It definitely is. And then heading into that decider, that's where things get, I feel like, super crazy because it's such a good map for both of these teams, them both having had 100% win rate within recent history on Bind. I do want to say, though, as we head into our first map of Abyss, taking a look at the approach that Cella Gaming have to give us a preview of so far, I'm really loving it. I think the waylay there for Zenatsu is going to be absolutely insane. But on the side of Envy,
is that
what is going on
locked?
right now?
You guys, I think it's
locked,
locked.
right?
It is locked.
Oh my god,
it's the KZera stage, guys.
The Jin cosplay is coming out here. Honestly, this is raising a lot of questions and concerns for me, guys. This is a red flag, a compositional switch last minute. Obviously, if there is a team that's going to pull this off, it is going to be Envy, but this also kind of shows signs of weakness, right? Because if you were confident with the composition you've tried already, you'd be running it again. So the lack of comfort, the lack of faith here in the previous composition is a bit concerning, but if there is a team to do it, if there is a player to do it, it's going to be KZera. So my eyes are on him to see how he's going to maneuver a utility-heavy agent like Sage, who's going to help immensely in these pulse plants. And of course, for Cella Gaming, it's business as usual.
I do like that Sage pick, though. If you look at the comp that we're seeing on the side of Cella Gaming, there is a lot of opportunity to try and divvy up the rest of the team from Zenatsu. I think he's going to have a lot of pressure on him, definitely in the post plan. A lot of responsibility for KZera and Inspire to make the most out of their utility on the attacking side. And those slow orbs could also deny Zenatsu from some of those forward angles that he might be looking to take on the defense.
It's definitely a bold choice for Envy, throwing everything at the wall. This is do or die for these two teams with playoffs on the line. It's time to head into the first map of the series, Abyss, with your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. After TSM has bested these two kaiju, only one can move forward into the Final Four. Who between Brazil and North America will see their second representative in playoffs? Stella, the crowd cheering, Envy, the world watching. Both teams a bombastic group led by a coach that has fostered the best talent since the game's inception. Marks, we expected Stella to bring new stuff to Abyss since we haven't really seen them on it. But by the looks of it, Envy have some new stuff too.
What is going on, man? Yeah, I think that's kind of the highlight point here, right? And I just want to reiterate Roy's point that he made, where it's like, you know, maybe Envy are feeling a little less confident in the composition that they had done, swapping KZera over onto that Sage. I mean, listen, we've seen some crazy battle Sages kind of come out here, but also given the performance that KZera has been having, I don't know, maybe this is just a little bit of extra stuff that you can kind of use to help out the rest of the team. Regardless, Envy are coming into here. The home crowd is against them, but all of NA is going to be watching right now because this is a team that had such high expectations. And for honestly, right now, one of these teams get eliminated. It's just kind of crazy to think about.
And it's going to be as crazy a match as these teams are. Both live to fight. CD Zord off of that first recon is going to get the first blood of the match. Envy fully in, but trying to find a way to fight through it. And Poppin trying to find the right extension. He's been able to find the Sora, but not before he gets his own as well. So Stella maintain advantage, but will give the ground away after that opening fight. As KZera will take that high ground. Two swinging out from the back. Poppin attempting to lead that charge from both prongs so that Kane can snake in turn, but Poppin meeting it early, and so SW prompted to move forward after the opening frag. 1v2, and KZera can't line up those final shots. So two will stay standing for the pistol, as disciplined as you would expect Stella to try to handle that, and they perform that beautifully.
Yeah, Stella Gaming, I mean, they talked about a bit of the synergy that we've seen from the team, but overall, they're coming in with this style that you expect to see a lot of these Brazilian teams play with. A little bit more cautious, a little bit more, hey, let's just group up and play together, versus that NA style that we've been talking about a little bit on the desk of like, let's just send it and then just find all these crazy kills and all that type of stuff. It's definitely a stylistic clash that comes out on top, but that means that the win condition right now for Envy is the single fragging power that you want to and honestly should expect to see from a lot of these players. Regardless though, Stella, they take that first round right off the bat. We're gonna be seeing the good weapons come out here, as good as they can get, as it's gonna be a fast hit by Envy.
Envy really gonna try and rely on that individuality with the worst guns, and Eggs are gonna be the first to have to do it with this classic on the TP, and he will grab that frontline frag, but Envy can't move any farther forward. They'll just have to work off of this barrier that Kane has set up this time to zone rather than to frag himself. Still losing a second on the way down, and it's Poppin on this Hero Guardian that's gonna have to hold court from a distance. Still, Stellai maintain that personnel advantage and prevent any other member of Stellai, or Envy, excuse me, from moving fully forward. Inspire still trying to manage that flank after Zenatsu got to it so quickly in the previous round. Already trying to condition as many variables as possible against a team that tries to make rounds trivial. Popping after the first poke, taking a huge chunk of that damage, and they'll have to resort to the gravity well to try to stall. Still, he's already gotten half of this spike, and so Envy have to resort to desperation and perhaps a little bit of trollery. Stellai will take the 2, however it goes.
Yeah, the Abyss map changes, huh? Yeah, that's happened there.
Yeah,
oh, it's crazy.
right,
Crazy
sure.
how that goes. Yeah. I mean, even if you looked at the player cams there, like Poppin knew, and he kind of messed that one up. Just flew off to the end there. But all things considered, a very just, classic second round coming through. We see actually Yi do really good, being able to anchor things down, find those necessary picks, mitigate a lot of the bleeding that was kind of coming through, just because at that point, like, a lot of the players on NP had gotten quite a few kills. So thankfully, they're able to carry a lot of their weaponry into this next round. On the other side, we do see Poppin just on that stinger there, but just a couple of ultimate orbs away from having Hunter's Fury online. Another fast hit.
Yeah, Poppin will take that L. I don't think he deserves to have a rifle after that round. Might be the one that matters, though, as SW is able to just tear down 2. And Stellai, they've already zoned themselves around Tisora's smoke that he sets up just so close. Trying to back out, though, and yeah, Poppin sees the moment that he can at least grab that lineup, but still, damage has already been done. The crowd is laid waste to.
Yeah, and honestly, that round was just off of a paranoia from Tisora, just at the perfect timing there. And like you see, one of the things that we highlighted was how the team kind of plays around the utility, how they're making sure that they're kind of playing off of that. The highlight was on Zenatsu, but the rest of the team are more than comfortable to also just use all of this timing, use the utility perfectly to know when to pop out and swing off of each other. This is just something that we expect from Stella Gaming, and I know that we said that these two teams are very similar playstyle, but when it comes to those more textbook type of initiations, textbook swings, I do think that Stella do come out on top.
Left. We also said that those attack halves from both sides were going to be tough. Both Stella and Envy have been locking down these defenses, willing to crunch and trap set so well. And that leads us to the battle of these IGLs that I think will represent a lot of how these teams evolve across the series. Poppin and C. Duzord having tremendous reading game across both their season regionally and even this Ascension. They have adapted so quickly. And a lot of that macro is going to influence at least the pre-plants that have led to these 2-for-1s, 2-for-3s that have kind of led the rounds astray already.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, up 3-0. It's going to be yet another bargain bin buy on the side of Envy. Exeter going to be the only person having that Guardian in hand, but Zenatsu finds it right off the bat with the Outlaw, and so that drops Exeter down. And given the fact that Kainzera is now onto that stage, there's no real leader to kind of walk through. I say that, but Zenatsu down, Kainzera brings Exeter right back.
Yeah, had to get that kill for a reason, and now he can get the orb to start the other one. Yeah, I mean, he'll certainly take those with a ghost as well. I just like the opportunistic nature of these guys never dies, despite how far they could be down. The confidence plays such a big role in how these teams will recover and how Envy will persist despite C. Duzord consistently getting this connection off of the recon. It's Kainzera down after his first frag, 4v4 on the post plant. We've got another flanker on our hands. In fact, 2 double smokes coming from the flank. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, Stellai have way better guns, way better positioning. How many more can you get on the way down? Ghost kill number 2, okay. Yeah, let's nip that in the bud now.
Ion with the wide step maneuver. Almost walked away with murder, finding multiple kills just with that ghost there. But yeah, I mean, I think that was an excellent round being played by Ziduzorch. Obviously, the Recon Bolt comes out perfect timing. We get to see that singular kill onto Kainzera after kind of everything was said and done. But what's important here is that it buys enough time, draws the attention over so that that flank can get online. Like, all of the different little chess pieces on the side of Stella feel like they're moving so accurately based off of what each other are doing. And you know what? We haven't seen this team on this map in such a long time. I think the last time that they've got it on record is in stage 1. And so, they're kind of cooking right now. And it's honestly looking really good. That's now 4 rounds in a row. Envy, if they want to start to turn this one back, then they got to make this round happen.
Love watching SW's Astra on this map in particular so far. I think his timing has been incredible, and these days it's just so much harder to clamp everything together against the tempo that these guys are boasting. Tisora has great pressure. We'll have to counter Paranoia for Paranoia just for spacing. And again, the Nebula is set up so Envy feels so slowed down. They don't know how much of a stack is here. And yeah, that slow orb from KaneZera is going to at least help them get set up. Zanatsu dares to swing it, and Ion is prepared for it. That is the stick that Envy is looking for. They got on, and they were ready. They'll clear the board. And this is the other notion of this game that we expected. It's going to be drip or drown for both sides. You're going to see everyone standing or no one.
It really is, and like that was just such a classic Envy round that we really expect them. You know, they just kind of pop out all at their individual angles. They're gonna just try and find the kills, and then somehow they walk away with like a multi-kill right off the bat. I think that time it was Exter, but you know, this is what they've been trying to get online in some of those previous rounds, except they've just kind of gotten the door slammed shut on their face when they've tried to walk in onto that site. But that time around, they find the opening, they're able to push Tisora back, and then based off of that, they claim the space for free, and you know, they're able to finally win out a round. As it does look like, unfortunately, we've got a little bit of a tech pause on stage.
Unfortunate, but I feel like we've been quite lucky thus far, actually. So if anything, it feels like we've got to get some yapping out of the way. Just drain the tank. I think the big thing you've got to focus on for Envy's execute right now is Exter. It feels like he's been the most consistent part of things, and Envy are getting to a point where they're using the smokes and paranoias to sort of just clear the stage for Exter to get free space on the site, and then he can just start popping off. He's been already flashing himself in like crazy since like mid-stage 2. The confidence has just been exponential. And then in this tournament in particular, I don't know what he's got in him, but just the solo prowess that he's been able to manage simply on site. I mean, so much of Poppin's work has been done for him when it comes to gaining intel just off of his body. The one thing I actually haven't noticed from Exter is the thing that I've noticed the entire year up until this point, which is his decoy game. I think that he hasn't had enough time in the fights that Envy's been forced to actually let those get too much value. It's more just been the blind sides and just the step-ins and him being better at fighting. Yeah. But that's part of the role that he's adapted to on this, you know, new position that the Yoru's taken. And also you see, obviously, Kane kind of switching up his secondary DPS role as a result of that, trying to go for more of a damage game in the macro a lot of times. But it's made Exter look so much more fun in the long run and a lot more dangerous for these openings if Stellai gets cleared out, which by the looks of it, Envy have a formula to do so. A couple ways to do it, in fact. KaneZera has clearly been willing to throw down that barrier orb to grab an off angle at you anytime.
Yeah. It's once again, it's so funny seeing KaneZera on the stage right now. Love the Exter highlight there, because I do think that Exter has been extremely consistent, and KaneZera at first was the kind of really consistent, just top of the stats, top of the leaderboard player in Challengers NA. Except lately, it's kind of gone down a little bit more, and obviously there are a number of factors. KaneZera, one of the youngest players on the roster, you know, coming to the international stage here, being in the crowd that the enemy is just rooting against you really hard. There's a whole bunch of factors that can kind of pull this across, and so honestly, when I saw the compositional swap up here, to me, I wonder if this is more of just a confidence booster type of game to allow Envy to really feel like that they are back in control and to gain some of that confidence back. Because if KaneZera can start hitting a lot of those shots more often, then I think that the reliability of Exter, complemented by that just indescribable gameplay that we've seen from KaneZera, can really help Envy win. But they still need to win against Stella, which, to be fair, they've had the tape from yesterday to review against them. They saw TSM disassemble Envy on the snap, so they've got a couple of ideas. It's really whether or not they can execute on it.
Really channeling the fan base for your Envy critiques right now. Just hit your shots, Kappa.
Well, okay. I guess you can summarize it like that.
No, it's okay. You're smarter than that. You're better than that. Cedazord is going to let that Hunter's Fury go as they hear the spike go down. Inspire on one of his classic adventures. How much does he get? That's one down. So now the break back in for Stellai is clean. But they don't have a flank. So waiting for Zanatsu to re-up. Yeah, they'll give him the rifle. See if they can try and break even on both of these prongs. Paranoia for the wide art. Now you've got to watch the bridge. Stellai managing very well, and Tisora just running it down. Good lord. Smoke on the spike to start getting some pressure in Stellai. They will duke it out. Tisora running back onto it. The spray through is good just in time, but Zanatsu Given the stage to clear it away, is there enough time for this? Nope. Envy have stalled enough. Partially the barrier, partially the gunplay, partially just a little bit of moving around. I'll make it work.
Yeah, just down to the last wire there too. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm still really liking these retakes coming through from Stella Gaming. I mean, once again, I think Tizora is just putting on a masterclass of when to use utility and when to just kind of bait things out in order to allow the rest of the team to go through and frag. Tizora and Zenatsu, you know, they're playing excellently off at the end there. Zenatsu is able to sweep up those last 2 kills, but it was just the stall game from Envy. By the time Stella wanted to actually move in on there, too much time had elapsed. And so that was really the big problem for that retake to kind of fly through. So good job on Envy's end to make sure that works. And of course, they will have all the weaponry available, and they do have a couple ultimates as well.
Yeah, and Extra started getting a little more confident too. He's gonna just try and farm this dimensional drift back up so they can take that A site with ease again. Zenatsu is going to flank a little quicker than normal in order to try to negate that with this hero rifle, and he's already started to make the space, and so Envy will crunch up towards the link a little heavier with this barrier orb. They have a tiny bit of help, but that high ground that he takes clamps this back down, and Zenatsu is still raid bossing his way through this ski, given the angle after Poppin forced to take that fight. And one will stay standing for Stellai's retake. As you pointed out, it's looked marvelous this whole way through, and it'll finally let that round sift through on the save, no less.
Man, whoever is calling right now on Stella, I don't know if that was necessarily Zenatsu's decision or if that was kind of like the bigger comms, but to use the convergent paths just on the back of the site there to force all of the Envy players out towards the crunch side. And that just allowed the Stella retake to perfectly clamp in on them. I mean, once again, I was like, okay, convergent paths over there. You can see all of the crosshairs looking on that side. That's going to be interesting because there's not going to be anybody there. But that really just funneled everybody from Envy into the little narrow pathway, upon which then a lot of the utility and a lot of the watching, honestly, from the Stella side can really just come through. But Zenatsu, of course, cleaning things up, really making a statement, honestly, with how that round went. So honestly, an excellent thrifty round coming in from Stella.
Amazing work finding the purchase quickly and understanding which ways Envy is going to approach, because you know they're going to W key somewhere. You just got to figure out where it is. Stella, if they're able to, again, just win that foot race, that is so much of what won TSM their maps against Envy. Just understanding the push and being there to meet it with enough firepower to make it not feel like too much of a heavy blow on the site. And from there, again, it feels like so much of a blowover. Zenatsu was so certain that he was going to be able to keep moving, and he did. And then he had that backline stab across the barrier. It just all feels so understood. And I think that was the one fear that a lot of us had for Stella. Would they be able to hold that candle consistently? And so far, so great on this defense.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, Zenatsu highlighted such a good duelist, such good game understanding, understands what to do. I've seen Zenatsu play very disciplined, waiting for the calls, you know, playing off the utility, and then I've seen Zenatsu just kind of send it 1vx and just completely win things out. So definitely one of the larger duelists here, as it's going to be SW holding it back, at least able to get one on the way down.
They knew they were going to be pushing that cliff. SW would have liked to grab a second with that spray, but again, Envy crunched the threat quickly. And that Cosmic Divide is going to give him a lot of time to work with. CD Zord playing with fire here, as that smoke does protect the long ways, but there's no proper peek, so it's just to let Stellai get the rest of the way over. Oh, Tisora's found Extra poking his head out of the sand! And that's the go button for them to fully move in. Everyone else on Envy is over on mid. They have a lot of stall tools, the Gravity Wells, obviously, and the Hunter's Fury as well. And these ultimates from Envy have been seismic this entire tournament. Poppin's Hunter's Furies just feel impossible to stop, but nobody is watching the spike! Tisora just held it! And Stellai escaped with the round! Oh, that's gonna be a tough one to live down.
Like a thief in the night. They just kind of just grouped up there. They're like, hold on a second. Not a soul is home right now. We know that they've got that ultimate. We know that they've got utility. But even then, you could see, like, with the well being set up, like, they were running a body block to make sure that the defuse could just keep on happening. Of course, the Hunter's Fury able to find purchase into at least one of the members there. But honestly, these retakes from Stella Gaming, they've looked phenomenal there. And I think that might have been the reason why Envy were just like, all right, we'll just back off and play one of those rounds where we just, you know, lay on the utility, just kind of play back, and Stelle, like, they just more or less got the defuse away for free. So that is a bit of a tilted around, and at this point, like, you really have to rely onto the experience of those Envy players who have been on the stage before, who are kind of familiar with this, to kind of keep those heads cool.
Yeah, got to get that mental reset in. It was another big thing that people were talking about across Envy's year. Emotions, as we know, run so high with these guys. That mental is something that needs to be reeled in this year if they want to play at that top level. Beautiful breakout from Envy thus far. You got guys everywhere. The double TP in is beautiful, but Extra is eventually stopped, and Ion just a tad bit alone on top of the default plant. So Envy gonna start trying to take these hyper-idealized angles. Kane on another barrier from the outskirts of main. Such a strange approach that Stella just trying to dance around as long as they can here until SW gets another flank. That's another connection. Just so many variables that are getting thrown in the face. Envy stick in the smoke, and it's 2-4-0 inside the back line. Those tiny crunches, those Minutemen moments make everything for Envy possible, and they will keep two standing for their third round.
Wow, and that was so smart. Like, the paranoia has really been the big thing that has been testing Envy. Every single time the paranoia comes out from Tisora, it's looking so good from the follow-up from Stelle to just walk in and clean house, right? Like, that is always the first piece of utility that flies out when they want to go for that retake. Hey, let's just hang inside of the smoke. They gotta walk into the smoke. We've got close range weaponry. This is gonna be fantastic, and it worked out perfectly. And honestly, you could tell that Stelle, they had an idea that that was going to happen, but still, in that close quarters, you got a stinger. It's not going to go your way. So, Envy, they find their third round on the board. This is going to be now a save from Stelle. Already Zenatsu pushing really far down, but look at all of the support that duelist has.
So much help, and Ion might get timinged. Watches it, but doesn't swing it. And that two-stack grants Stella all that space, but Envy, as always, they'll react quickly to it and just try to monopolize the rest of the map. Mid's already taken over, so you can maybe sell Inspire's positioning here from here on out. Get a lot of potential checkpoints that Stella have to clear out, and then they can't util dump this properly onto the site. That's a little awkward. Extra sprayed away, get the healing orb nice and early before Stella turn tail and play for phase 2, which is from this back hall once again. Extra being forced to fight that one, and Sadazord grabs a dink with that Sheriff before all is said and done. Finally, this spike will go down, I say, with 45 seconds on the clock. That's just how Envy does it. And we got two on the flank this time, Marks.
I came thinking about the Resurrect, but okay, is it going to be able to find this timing here? Now just going to be waiting things out. As soon as the barrier orb goes down, going to be ready to shoot them down.
Kane watching, ready for SW's turn as well. Good timing, understanding. Tisora able to catch Poppin on the run back, and that just leaves Kane. Now all the multitasking falls on him, and again, so much to manage, so much bulk to sift through, and Tisora yet again on the front lines, putting up numbers. Stella up 7-3.
That's a second thrifty round from Stella. The only times that they've been put down like that, they always win it out somehow. And once again, it just comes down to the pressure. It feels like even in these small moments, they know exactly what they're doing. Obviously, that first kill looking nice and easy, but just the management of resources to make sure that Kane's can't comfortably go for that Resurrect. And you can see that it's so awkward because while Kane is kind of being caught up dealing with what's going on over there, the rest of Cella were moving around, working together to be able to dismantle what was happening on site. And then at that point, like, it's a little bit too late. As soon as the kills come through, they all swarm in, and Kane Zera has the world up against him. So an excellent round from Stella. Envy, they're back onto a little bit of a scattered bye here. 2 more rounds left in this half, but Tisora starts us off again with 2.
And drops off the paranoia just in time for SW to meet it, but still Tisora down after the rest of the spray comes through. Next checkpoint established, and Inspire the only one with a proper gun. This will be a mowdown on the B site, folks. The one time you'll see Stella take those risks with such close angles. Oh, Zenatsu's hungry. Hell yeah, brother. So this is about the defense we expected from Stella once they got themselves going. Those reads understood, and they've been quick to meet this. I think the Waylay pick from Zenatsu is a very smart option as well, just to always have that passive threat of somebody lurking at any moment during the round. You don't really get that with too many other agents on this map.
Oh my goodness me. Like, the replays are just kind of
gorgeous.
crazy here. And once again, just the level of communication that's kind of coming out. As soon as the paranoia is there, you see Zenatsu just swing out with the Outlaw, so ready to cover anybody who is going to be trying to find an easy kill onto SW. Like, it just feels so coordinated and rehearsed. I'm so impressed right now by Stella Gaming. Obviously coming in here as Brazil's #1 seed. SW going down in the early round there. But when it comes down to that level of teamwork right now, Stella Gaming almost look unstoppable.
One more round to seal this half away. Just try and play preventative as long as they can. Nothing meeting them this time on the B side after the early fight in mid. Deals with SW, so no divide to re-enter with. Do have 2 other ults though. Sora ready at a moment's notice to go for this backstab. Envy! Woo! Wow, everyone met. And Eggster continuing to just play off of himself, not need any of the help that his team was more than willing to provide. Zenatsu has to be obvious at some stage, and that's a great way to start. Lightspeed into the first frag. Zera manages after the extension into the open field, and it will be a 4th on the board for this attacking side from North America.
And I'm just going to say, like, if you're Envy looking at what is the key to success here, it really is just playing together, not giving up those individual opportunities, but playing that coordinated game. That time around, we see what happens when they go for a similar play that Stella like to do. You know, instead of just kind of pop it out, work with the rest of your squad, take that space, and then just work off of those flashes. Like, this is textbook what was looking great from Envy. And you know what? If they want to swing this map back in their favor, they got to start doing more of that.
Well, in the meantime, Stellai just a few rounds away from being able to take this first map. They've got the crowd cheering him on. We've got an interview on the floor with one of the best players in the region.
Estou aqui com a Luli, uma salva de palmas para a Luli, galera, por favor. Isso, I'm here with Luli, Game Changers player. Amiga, tá bonito de ver os caras aqui, hein? Como é que você tá vendo essa defesinha? Geralmente esse mapa a gente sabe que é mais ataque, mas os meninos estão encaixando o jogo na defesa, viramos na frente.
Cara, eu tô muito feliz que a Stellai acordou finalmente. Aquele jogo da TSM não existiu e finalmente vamos dar um espanco assim nos gringos, mandar eles pra casa, né? Algo assim bem tranquilo.
Bem tranquilo. Bom, I asked her what you think about the game. There's a really good game for Stellai so far. She said the TSM loss for Stellai didn't happen. They finally wake up and they're showing what they really good for. Placar final.
2-0, 13-8.
13-8, 2-0 Stellai. Muito obrigado, amiga. De volta pra vocês, bora pra esse jogo.
Well, Luli has spoken. She thinks Stellai is able to carry this out. Of course, so much of Brazil having such confidence in Stellai after they were able to tear through Brazil's best so well across this year. And it feels like, Marks, they can continue to fight against this Envy team that has also been turning heads since the end of last year.
Yeah. TBT to when they were still called rankers, and honestly, you could just tell like the individual talent on this roster was going to be something else, something to keep your eye on. And honestly, they've met and exceeded expectations all throughout Challengers. But once again, it all comes down to the pressure cooker right now. Will diamonds be made? Well, first they got to win out this series to secure their spot in playoffs. And right now, 8-4. Both these teams tend to be a little bit better on this defense here. But let's see what Envy have cooked up for us as Stelle. They look to, once again, get their map pick here.
Of course, a lot of eyes on Zera. How well is he going to be able to play that individuality on this Pocket Sage pick that so many other players have been workshopping, and Kane has just kind of picked. I really am curious how much labbing he's done with this, bro. I guess we'll find out, won't we?
A lot of space being taken by mid, but Zenatsu spots out Ion, immediately hits that recall, and will at least yield that space. So this is very classic Stella Gaming. They like to just kind of take their time, get the information, but then when they do decide to kind of pop onto that site, it's going to be extremely quick. The question is just where are they going to go and how much are they going to get before that actually happens?
Feels like they want to try and muffle as much of the noise as possible here. The double controller that Envy has, as you already saw, they already, drained that first smoke Ion had set up because he didn't have that step. Feels like I'm just trying to make this as clean as possible. Same way that Envy did to set the stage for Eggster's entries in the first bit of regulation. On the other side, Sora, yet again, frontline, Eggster, just holding it from heaven and not fully traded out before he gets out.
Well, Spike will be able to go
30
down.
seconds
I'm
left.
actually looking at Zedazor's this position here. Might be able to spot somebody out, but it looks like Inspire might be aware.
Tough timing, so it's got to be on the front lines, and Key holding it down from the library until Extra yet again plays spoiler.
Ooh.
SW trades it in Inspire, stepping back into it. 1v2 with Zedazorch has made it back to this Spike, which is open for him. Does not have any shock darts, though, so he's got to go for the peaks. Inspire on just that lowly 13 health, and he'll be the first to poke into it. But on top of the recon dart, the timing is met. Still not shot away, and Inspire immediately heading to the cliff to get that off angle. The second the Spike is tapped, Zedazor prepared for it, but has to spray through the smoke on the Ghost. Ion sticking it out of bullets, and on half HP, Ion will hold it down and give Envy their 5th.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Great idea from Envy there. Just at the end, like, okay, well, we know, you know, Inspire very low HP, so just kind of like send your life, stall things out just for a second, especially because it is that pistol round. Give just enough time so that defuse can kind of come through, and obviously it does there. So Envy picking up that pistol round, which I think is super important for them to start to mount their comeback here. An excellent just Overwatch being played by Eggster, just watching that long angle, being able to find that first pick. And honestly, Eggy's been looking clean so far on this map.
Yeah. The other thing is obviously nerves have been such a big part of this tournament so far. Is it's taken a couple rounds for players to get warm, even now that they've already played matches on the stage. I can only assume these teams will continue to get better. These players will continue to get more locked in. Stella, another unorthodox extension through mid here now on the save, and Poppin will meet the first stack. Nice spray to pad some stats.
Yeah, it'll be looking good. And honestly, like, Poppin has been a player that obviously is calling for Envy, but I think has just been doing such a good job with utility as well.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Every frontline met here. Seems like Stella were just kind of searching for ghosts that round, seeing how many guns they could get away with dropping, but won't lose a thing. And that's, yeah, a terrific doorstop set up by Envy to start things out. Feels like they have a lot of tools to slow down the tempo of Stellai, which it feels like Stellai are already kind of slowing themselves down to see if they can psych out Envy to an extent. So Envy can start weaponizing that. The clock might become their ally going forward in this half.
Yeah, and obviously, I think that kind of came down to a little bit of unconventional pushing coming through from Stella Gaming. You know, not often you see people push all the way back there on your just a pistol round, but see how this one plays out. They've got full weaponry ready to go. Kane's immediately on that wall trying to look for a cheeky little pick, but not able to find anything out. So we'll just remain in a stalemate for the time being as this kind of like triple stack that we expect to see from Cella continues to move forwards. You know that this is 100% just trying to set up Zanatsu to go explosive in there and then have the appropriate follow-up.
Yeah, Sora, the TP is telegraphed, and Zanatsu,
look at that,
able to cover it, so Kane's Era is punished, and Poppin can't cover fire. That's such a tough first blood that Stella are gonna get away with here. Of course, that bonus round, gonna try and take what you can get here if you are Envy. And they do have the read on the stack. They know Stella has been trying to bluff these before, and they know that the clock is once again not serving them too well to move off of this with what little knowledge they have after that barrier and Kane's Era himself kind of prevented them from being able to get much of a good visage.
I like this position from Ion. Will be made near impossible. All the utility kind of flying out here, but still 30 seconds left on the clock, and Zedazorch able to find one.
All the smokes used here by Inspire as well. They drain the tank just to play keep away.
Ooh.
Envy now, they'll use the bullets. Ion stepping out of the smoke and grabbing 3 with this Bulldog. That is a crazy way to turn this on its head, but SW has found his way into the back and no one's looking at him. 10 seconds to go. There may not be enough time for this, especially since SW has to check everything. No, he's got to go for the fight, and that's it. Poppin has clutched it up as Envy will steal away this bonus, take it to 7-8.
Go, Tedrick, I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, Poppin clutched it up, but there was a real world there where that triple kill came through. You see immediately, Poppin gets spotted out, walking into the smoke, walking off the site, and just a little bit of whippage guarantees that Poppin stays alive. But if that kill came through, that would have been a Stella Gaming round. SW, alive in the backline. Imposter Among Us is able to walk away with almost winning out that round, but now Envy, just one round down, 3 in a row. And they're looking like they're firing on all cylinders. Stella, meanwhile, back down to the Sheriffs, looking for something to happen here, but you can definitely tell this is looking a lot weaker on their attacking half.
Yeah, morale's got to go back their way, and soon. Envy can grab the steering wheel here it'll be curtains before they know it on Stella's own pick that they've had in his pocket up until this point in the tournament. There's Cainzera starting to walk down. Hey, you start enabling him, it's already over. Ion feeling himself. And that's it, another instant stopper. Again, it's what we expected from both of these sides. Completely sink or swim. Utter dominance one way or the other. These eco rounds, yeah, Envy doesn't want to let Stella get a word in edgewise because otherwise last round's gonna happen. So we're tied up now at 8. Envy has already closed the gap way faster than Stella opened it.
Yeah, that's now 4 rounds in a row. And let's see kind of like what they're doing. I'm not gonna lie to you, like, you can see that there's an idea from Cedazorch on how Stella want to be able to call this game, how they want to be pushing things up, but it's just a little bit discombobulated. And then at this point, like, we talk about the individual prowess from a lot of these Envy players. You know, they're just finding that timing to just kind of W key in, walk forwards a little bit, find somebody off guard, and then be able to walk away with the multi-kill. Something that on the defensive half, it consistently looked like Stella were doing a fantastic job of shutting those opportunities down. But we haven't really seen any of those traps get set up. And just because you see Cainzera on one side of the map does not mean that you're going to get away for free on any of the other lanes.
So much of the opening relies on Tisora sort of multitasking between being a person who gets the pick off first because you're relying on SW to set up smokes, but you're also relying on Tisora to open up Zanatsu with his paranoia. And you can only open up so much of a channel with a set like that. If Envy is able to skirt the main bit of damage there, it feels like a bit of a drop in the bucket at the moment. It feels like Stella found a lot more freedom and mobility in being able to let either Zanatsu or SW go for flanks, or go for the pickoffs in mid, or have Cedazord kind of hang around in mid. It feels like Stella doesn't feel like they can afford to take those longer term risks, because if Envy set up the proper trap, then the round's over even sooner. So it feels like Stella is going to try and go for reward over risk, at least maybe up until now, because we've got another mid fight going and the spike indecisive.
Okay, Eggster. Operator in hand, Cainzera as well with an outlaw. Can do damage to SW, but the rest of them will be able to survive at least one bullet. Inspire going for a little bit more of a cheekier position in mid here. The smoke goes down though. Zanatsu would be able to get anything. It's a very patient right now for Stella. I think that they're just kind of, you know, waiting for that aggression and then getting ready to kind of like pounce on it. And honestly, I don't think that Envy are really going to give them what they want.
No, they will not buckle, not at this stage.
You are divided!
So it'll be Stella that has to say the first word, and it'll be the Cosmic Divide. Paranoia immediately into the channel, and Ion gonna play into his own smoke on top. Extra trying to support, but Guy shuts that down quickly. Now it's just one standing on that site, isolated by that Cosmic Divide, and so Ion, yeah, he knows he has to take initiative. He will die next. 5v3 on the pre-plant, and it was another big decision made by Envy that might set up the rest of this round before it even really begins. Stella setting up shop on the site more than not, and they'll be able to lock down their angles because of it. Poppin from the back, gets away with 2. That's as far as he gets, and Stella will retake the lead.
I know Poppin goes down there, but that was a crazy flick.
Yeah.
Just going across, oh, little headshot, why don't I? Man, if only I could shoot like that. But honestly, I think that this came down to just a better understanding of what is going on from Stella Gaming. You see immediately the Cosmic Divide comes down, and then the Paranoia comes through, but nobody from Stella Gaming is there. It's like they knew exactly what utility was going to get utilized, so they just completely sidestep it, and then just allow Zanatsu to go into the back line, and then find all of that space to add so many question marks to Envy's defense. That is a really good round of just reading what Envy's strategy might be, and then playing counter to that. So a great called round from Stella Gaming.
So Envy now trying to stick their flag somewhere else. Cainzera gonna recondition the barrier with help of a recon dart too. So Stella very much aware of how willing Cain is to stick to this. It's been dangerous, but countered before. I'll pop in off of the recon is gonna be able to catch Guy with his Hunter's Fury, but he can't chase him down. It lands nothing. And Stella can keep on window shopping with a minute to go.
And yeah, this is something that we've seen Stella do against other opponents as well. You know, just kind of play things a little bit more calm, find a single pick, and you have more than enough time to make your decision as to where you want to go. They're going to be pushing towards this A site. Cainzera the only person here, and so this is a real opportunity for Stella to get a nice and comfortable plant, especially with the convergent paths online.
Yeah, I can't avoid that, but Ion can. He'll just TP into it. And Cainzera is the first frag, and Ion now into support. And it's those moments that make Envy who they are. Now they've got to fight it out, though, and inside a tough channel, it's re-domed by Stellai. Huge recon from Poppin to gain the intel back as he re-enters before Extra can make it back to perhaps gain this advantage, but he simply can't find the lineups, and already it seems like they've got his number on Heaven here. Extra re-entering with the Dimensional Drift to sow that chaos back again. Poppin just trying to step into it. Extra has to recover inside the Dimensional Drift. Outside with the Vandal, but caught by Siduzord's shock dart to prevent one more angle from being caught. And brother, the way Egg is working, he might have caught it. Stellai get to double digits.
Eggster almost wins that one back, and you can see Siduzorch just like, I'm just gonna use the shock bolt. We're gonna walk away from this one, and everything is gonna be nice. Yeah, something about Cade's also finding that while slowed down, and then immediately Ion is ready to swing back around to support that. Worked out well, but once again, the push from Stella Gaming just a little bit too strong. I have to say though, I am really liking what both of these Sovas are doing when it comes to that A side, especially on denying things going through. It feels like every single time the recon bolt is so well timed out to enable just a couple of kills when the chaos is kind of breaking down. Obviously, we highlighted Siduzorch doing that a lot on the defense, but on the other side, like Poppin has found amazing timings, and with how well Poppin has also been shooting, like Envy are doing a really good job at playing counter to a lot of what Stellae have planned.
It's true, yeah. Poppin has long been one of the best intel gatherers in North America, and he's been able to play off of himself so quickly and so exceedingly well. But unfortunately, the Hunter's Fury that round was very early, very proactive, attempted to find, you know, like a bumblebee in an open field. It's like, I get you're him, but like, you're not Thanos with that ultimate, man. Not this time.
I wonder if that was just...
It could have cleared the board too. I mean, it feels like you could have used that a little later.
I wonder if that was just like a confidence call, like, oh yeah, for sure they're all grouped up on mid again. We know how this one plays out. And then nobody was there because Stellae, once again, like, they've completely swapped their styles. They know that this is kind of how they can play counter to Envy. If they just kind of set up some of these traps, wait for Envy to feel uncomfortable, find that opening pick, and then they can kind of walk in onto the site a little bit stronger. So looks like we're going to be seeing a lot more of these slow rounds coming through for us here. As a Inspire, only person with a Stinger. Weaponry from Envy is still looking good, but there are a couple of ultimates on the side of Stella Gaming. Siduzorch as well, having that Hunter's Fury. A pretty good tool to clear things out if they know where they want to end up.
Good assessment by Stellai. Post timeout, just seeing if Envy gets antsy. And they'll insert Gi. Not too many mid hurdles that Stellai has worked with so far this half. And a lot of the time it's because Envy can just avoid a lot of it. And Poppin is already here, in fact, to respond to the push. Zanatsu caught as he pushes in, so yet again, it's got to be Tisora that takes that first step forward. And he's protected by a sandwich of smokes for now, but guess who is lurking on that site? Ooh. The opener, the show builder. He holding from the window, Extra, there he is! It was only a matter of time. Now back on Siduzor, dink! That operator rings true, and it'll get Stellai back on site. Poppin catching a cape, but no bullet. And so it's going to be the setup post plant yet again. That watchdog keeps holding it down. And Inspire, it's going to be tough for him to even grab a rifle, let alone condense this as the spike ticks away. But there's too few rounds to gather yourself in any other moment. It's got to be here and now. Inspire already to the first fight, meets it as he walks into Siduzorch. Plenty of time and the smoke to work with. Does he do it again? No, he'll tap it and exit. Gi catches for the third time! And Stellai are up to 11.
Wow. I was going to say, like, the fact that Eggster goes completely unchecked in that smoke and is able to find a double backstab should have more or less secured the round for Envy. Catching two of the Stella Gaming players looking the wrong way made it just so much easier for that to kind of come through. But then once again, I just got to say, when it comes to the individual gunplay, swinging off of each other, playing together, like, they just look so well coordinated watching these angles. Gi as well, just really just winning that round, personally speaking, for Stella Gaming there. Just playing off of the intermission of his teammates going down in the middle of all of that. It just is such great timing coming through from the Stella Gaming players that allows them to find those timings and to gun Envy down. Something that Envy should not be losing. They need to win those gunfights because that's how their players thrive.
Yeah, just set up the battlefield. It's where Envy has always thrived. It's what Stunner has been trying to help them do and facilitate this entire year. Just takes being able to control this site. And again, Poppin has been quick to it. He's been understanding of when Stella are going to pull that trigger, despite how slow and safe they've been thus far.
Still patient.
Hanging out again.
Yeah, still patient from Stella on their attack here. And looks like, once again, they're pretty confident about engaging onto the speed site, though. They will be walking into Exeter and Kane.
Zenatsu, just for the step up, it's yet again Tisora in first. And with the spike in hand, quite alone for the moment. The Saturate opens things up, and Tisora will win the duel against Exeter. That's the site taken. And just losing one along the way. With Zenatsu gone, it's Stella that sets up shop. Now, Cosmic Divide split from spawn, so Stella have to make that crucial call. And in the midst of it, Kane Zera has stepped in with the Stinger and has started taking the space so blasphemously. Envy just walk it down, play their way, and dominate the Cosmic Divide, setting their stage so easily to the point where SW GTFOs before the spike is even half. That's the certainty that Envy are looking for, and sure, takes an Astra ulti, but it also takes the confidence of those young guns.
Yeah, once again, great job. Just, hey, you know, they love swinging out from over there. Let's just cut off all those sight lines for a second. And the flood through is so quick and decisive coming through from Envy. As soon as we see the Paranoia walk in, all the players just march forwards. And then this is kind of like the frag power that we expect from Envy. And they're able to win out all their individual gunfights and make it nice and clean, finding their 9th round. Cella Gaming, the buy isn't fantastic coming into this one. They do have a couple of ultimates online, but it's nothing really to write home about. So this is looking like it should be an Envy round, but I say that at the same time, Cella Gaming have been looking pretty good on the Thrifties with how this map has been going.
Just takes that one little butterfly, float in the other direction, that rock being kicked 1,000 miles away, and popping an Inspire will hold true. SW catching on mid again. That's been the most consistent part here. And Stella has made their way in. Cedazord walking it down. Now Inspire policing. Tisora, yet again, has to follow up, has to save face, has to clean up. And with the help of SW Smokes, they have the time to do that. Do they have a way to cycle? 2 stars left to go, and Tisora is able to cycle as well. But SW might be tempted to play forward with the double crunch up in the back. And Envy having a lot of tools to re-enter. Double flash for Eggster to play off of himself as well. The Gravity Well early. Ion TPing into his own smoke on the high ground. Surely Stella is keen to it. They are. But Eggster has been revealed, and that's the crunch that Envy needs. One way to give Kane Zera an easy view, but SW counters that. Spike tap. Ion pokes his head out. Eggster give it away. SW in the duel, but Eggster manages with that shorty in hand. Scripts, scrapes, but it's 11-10.
Oh my goodness me, there was a real world there where if we see SW decide to backstep instead of go into the smoke, the shorty would not have been able to get enough value to be able to win that one out. Very close down to the end there. SW just playing a really good job at understanding what the enemy is doing and making sure that he was ready, honestly, to kind of play counter, kind of play spoiler to it. But Envy, once again, just flying in together, and the spray downs at the start, like, they know what they're doing, and we're seeing a lot of that confidence really start to pick up here, which is going to be, honestly, the big win condition if they want to close out this map. They are making a statement right now. Even though it's looking a little bit closer, they need that confidence to continue to build, and that way they can make sure that they're going to be feeling nice and comfortable to roll things forwards.
Continuing to silence this Brazilian crowd the second they feel mobilized. This late in the game, you know everyone in that studio is on the edge of their seat and cheering heavy against these defensive dogs that seem to have a couple more tools in the kit. And again, I have to speak to how much value Envy has been able to extrapolate out of the ultimates for round upon round upon round. Not just for the the dimensional drift and Hunter's Fury combos that we've seen across this entire year that Poppin and Egster can recycle until their demise. But even just the ways that Inspire has been using these cosmic divides, in particular, I mean, like, just the way, even Ion, those threats with the TPs have always been so consistent. He's been going for these backstabs. He's been going for these, you know, double long-winded approaches with Egster all the way into CT spawn. Like, Envy will go the distance. They will go from 0 to 100 at any given moment. And Stellai, they are continuously trying to prepare for that 100 to come in at any given moment. It's such a tough balance. And also, it's just the way Envy plays, it like fundamentally hijacks the pacing of the game. Like, you have to sort of bend to Envy's rules to a degree and just play their way better than them.
Yeah, and I mean, yes and no, right? Because I do think that Stellai have been getting a little bit more value when they kind of set up those traps for Envy to kind of push into, given the aggression that they go through. And it's really looking for those little opportunities that you can kind of catch somebody going for an ego peek out there. But the big difference between the first and the second half was that Envy didn't feel like they were hitting their shots. And nowadays, it really feels like they can just kind of go in there and find these opportunities, kind of snake their way through what's going on and find nice, simple, easy kills. And that just is so much more difficult right now for Stellai to kind of handle with. It's going to be a change up this time, though. They're going towards A instead of B. And they do have weaponry here, as well as a couple of really key ultimates. I wonder if this is going to be another Cosmic Divide round to kind of secure that site.
Zenatsu feeling pretty free in this backstab. Sidu gonna just clear the board with the Hunter's Fury, get a couple ticks, and Stellai can finish the crowd pretty easily. That's beautifully done on the drop by Tisora. Good God. Egster is back in and pokes at Zenatsu, so Stellai can't overextend. Now they have this Heaven presence, but you still gotta wait for Ion to get back, right? No, Poppin gets a kill before the Cosmic Divide goes down, so it's 3v3.
This should buy just enough time here, but actually Dimensional Drift from Egster, they want to accelerate.
Yeah, just amp it up the moment that Stellai think they can disperse, and now Tisora gonna use that ultimate just to poke back into main, and oh, that is awkward. Did he mean to cancel that? Or did he just get poked through? Either way. Envy have now 3 on top of the divide, on top of the smoke. Egster just on top of himself. That's 3 now for the Yoru, and he wants the 4th as well. He will get it. Make a wish, people. We're at 11 all.
Wow, crazy plays kind of coming through from Envy, specifically from Egster there. Really impressed with, you know, how he's working the site, how he wants to play things around. I was going to say this should be a good opportunity to allow Stellai to really reset there. I love their initiation in onto the site, making sure they've got people in all corners of the site, so the Envy players on the actual site have to look left, right, and center. But honestly, like, it's just the awareness of what's kind of going on from Egster, not afraid to take those duels, not afraid to take those challenges, and the rest of Envy playing a great job at backing him up. I think that's been a really important factor to allow that Yoru to go for those confidence skills, and even if Egster goes down, somebody will be there to trade him.
Power of friendship has been what has gotten these teams over the line, despite that individual play being so much more resounding. So who gets that pivot into game point here on Stellai's map pick? Continuing to play slow, continuing to play with these opening resources. Inspire has not done this all game. Gotten in front of his own smoke on A main and will now hold the anchor. The rest of Envy, they'll just go for the B lane. Without the audio, no reason not to just send it unless Inspire gets this sign. Their A retake game is confident enough at this point.
Yeah, and this is just a great read. I mean, once again, Stellai Gaming, they want to go in here. It's going to be really tough for them now.
Setting up the stars, SW wants to create a hellscape on that link. And with Heaven managed on the sightlines, it's all about just that front line, and Egster continuing to just hold it down. Ion on his own smoke. He'll just continue peeking out till the sun goes down, and he'll get every kill in the book for it. Now, popping back as well to help facilitate, and yeah, the stack absolutely destroys. They were there, they were ready, and everyone was unstoppable.
Yeah, it was just so clean coming through from Envy on that one. I mean, Ion has been a constant thorn in the side of Stellai whenever they want to move in on that site, right? Like every single time we see, they're like, all right, let's go in there. Ion's able to walk away with at minimum 1 person and has just been playing so expertly around the smokes. I mean, dips back in, completely catching SW by surprise from up top, and then can just dip right back out, ready to sweep up the rest of those kills there. So honestly, Ion on this B site has been immaculate for the defense on Envy.
One more round to get Envy over the line here on their defensive half that they retook. Another proactive Hunter's Fury. Poppin, thinking he's found something. But that early A approach, not touched by Stellai. They've skirted it just enough, and now they'll drone it to re-aggress instantly to make sure no one plants themselves there. That does drain the bank a little bit, but Envy will not gain any ground.
It's again a nice and patient play from Stella Gaming, as Ion actually moves up pretty far forwards there, so that should give the information as what they want to do. We're seeing the pings on the minimap. Looks like A site is going to be the spot. I think the big piece right now is if they can deal with Poppin early, because Poppin has been so effective at slowing them down on the site.
Convergent paths. Inspire could stall with the gravity well, so it's got to be Zanatsu that acts for a couple crucial seconds here as SW holds the spike down, and Zanatsu gets the first frag as Kane walks out of that, and Sidu with the trade and the positioning. That's a tremendous simple trap that gets Stellai over the line. Now it's about holding it. Envy back. Eggster and Ion have made the long trip and met their second smoker comrade. But look who else is backstabbing. It's our friend Guy, who's been that watchdog. Inspire turns to it, and now they can bum rush. Ion chipped away at. Siduzor finishes it off. Zanatsu holding the back, and it's down to Eggster. Cannot complete. We will go to overtime here in map 1.
Yeah, wouldn't have this any either way. One of these teams getting eliminated. One of these teams qualify for playoffs there. And that time around, I have to say, I was really impressed. Stella Gaming, they read Envy's defense so well on that A site. You know, just smoke up there, cut off the main source of where it was going, and you see Zanatsu just fly through here, able to find that first kill, and then Siduzord. I mean, the swinging off of one another once again has left me extremely impressed with how Stella Gaming want to play this one. Honestly, at this point, 10 rec, it could go either way. Both of these teams are looking so sharp, but it will be really the first team that wins attack. I think they've got it in their favor.
Yeah, they can really run away with it. And so, of course, all eyes, as always, fall on Envy. What have we learned, kids, since that 8-4?
Let's hope
pretty
it's
similar
but...
2-on-2 from Stellai on the defense here. I'm unsurprised by Siduzor getting aggro with this drone here to see if anybody gets super pokey or with an operator.
Yeah.
Tisora, good frontliner. Eggster, that won't work this time, buddy. Still, Envy's got to get on one way or another. They don't feel as confident breaking out of these smokes, do they? Yeah, that Yoru flash is kind of huge for it. Inspire's just gonna walk it down. Timing on Tisora! Are you kidding me?
Oh, no.
Oh, and he turns onto SW2! God, they just make the weirdest rounds work, don't they? And now Inspire gonna continue to get greedy. Just how inspired are you feeling? That's a third for him!
Oh boy.
Got a couple seconds, but Key's gotta make it happen. Ion's already ahead of this. Oh, the ricochet lets Key take the step out, but Ion has made it back out. And so Envy will win the very first attack round they get on OT. Can they take it here?
Oh man, I was gonna say, like, once again, the protocols from Stella Gaming, I was like, yep, let's see it happen again, Tisora. Yeah, let that paranoia loose. You're gonna find multiple kills, and he did find one, but it really was just the kind of walkthrough, and then the clearing of the house coming through from Envy, watching every single angle possible, and they're just so confident in going able to explore. I genuinely think that the Envy confidence has come online, and this is really bad for Stella Gaming, because then suddenly a lot of these plays that can really only work for a team like Envy can come through, and they're gonna look clean every single time. Stella Gaming now fighting to force OT again, otherwise they will be losing their map pick.
Massive implications for how Envy can swing the momentum from here. If they take it now, their sunset looked pretty damn good. Just burning that wall, let Zanatsu walk in for free, and he does get a little confident. Kane knows what that feeling's like. Tisora trades it out instantly. And we're back to neutrality in the 4v4.
Yeah, you say neutrality, but once again, Zanatsu going down.
Inspire
it's a huge piece kind of taken off. Like, that's a lot of that entry pressure, and so key to a lot of the site takes that we've seen from Stella.
Fire found with the drone. He's gonna try and walk out of it, and Stellai catches him. Now Poppin alone, and he's gonna meet this early too. Recon's art doesn't catch him. Is he checked? Oh no, Poppin! No, Poppin!
Oh no!
That was everything, and then it was nothing! Did Stellai get another chance to bring this back? Will they let it go to waste? Siduzor taking the high ground to keep this advantage. Nice and stable. Ion procced out with the Cypher ulti now that he has managed to get. And it's got to be the 1v3 that everyone expects Ion to come away with. This is what this kid is built for, but that 2-stack is just too strong. Too precious to Stellai, who will keep this game rumbling.
Oh man, the reaction on Poppin's face when that whiff kind of came through, like you said, could have sealed the nail on the coffin for that round. Could have just closed out the map here, but unfortunately just misses the bullets coming through and then just immediately shut down. Here we go again. Oh no, it's so terrible. And yeah, I mean, you can't see it in the camera that time, but I'm pretty sure he like got up and like hit his forehead with both of his hands. That has got to be a tilter and a half, but you got to keep your cool here, especially if you are IGLing Envy right now. Obviously, you know these players can kind of play out on their own, but still, you got to make sure you keep your head cool if you want to win out map 1.
Right back in the game, and you've got to go balls to the wall here. W key aggression, Envy trying to get the drop on Stellai, and it might just work. Zenatsu, the only one still on to try to stick this back, and Envy continuing to play slow once they get those smokes on site, and Exter just laying waste on the front line continuously. Gets that 3v2 again in an instant. And is that all the power Envy need to make this round theirs? Flank watch available as well. It seems everything is set up. That spiderweb has been strung to take Envy to game point. Numero 3. Dimensional drift again from this guy. He's just loaded. And again, earthquake-like ultimates. That gives away the position of both. And so you don't have the flank watch anymore. Inspire can turn right back to Guy and catch him. Siduzor burned away. And Envy will get another chance.
Maybe that was just one of those rounds, like after that happens for Poppin, you're just like, all right, just send it, we're gonna win it anyways, just send it. And then yeah, Exter comes up with a magic yet again, getting the dimensional drift online as well to just reveal all of those positions. And you know what, it looks chaotic, it looks messy, but those are the opportunities that Envy want to be playing into. They love that chaos, they love the individual pop-off. When we get to see Stellai be a little bit more util heavy, a little bit more guided with where they want Envy to go, how they want to play that attack, then we see them come out on top. But that time around, they're just simply bulldozed here.
Again, aggression met. Exter, when does he press that TP button? Kane's arrow walking up with him. The two fraggers letting it flay. Kane the first to strike. Exter's giving himself away. He'll finally TP away. Kane can't exactly do that. He's gonna fight it out until his last breath. And unfortunately, the barrier only takes care of one sideline. Zenatsu sprays on a Poppins. Oh, that's tough. Another huge setback that forces Envy to play farther back. But Stellai still taking their sweet time, 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, still more than enough to work with. The big thing, though, is Exter is still alive, and that has proven very difficult here for Stellai Gaming. Of course, this time they do have Zenatsu still alive. I'm expecting to see one of those very classic pops that we see here, but I do like this crunch being set up by Inspire and Exter. This could come up huge if they're not careful.
Last round it was popping, and they didn't check it, so now they'll check him, and then Exter can get the crunch. Convergent Pats catches Exter's side, though, so they'll meet that one first, and Inspire is still the one that ends up getting a frag, but still, Stellai, yeah, they make it as easy as they can with a cross like that set up. Ion in 1v3, number 2 on the defensive retake here in OT. Try to win the game here and now. A lot of setup that they can be cycled through, so Ion gotta play a little dirty here. Paranoia to open up the channel onto SW. Alone.
So
caught.
smart.
The rest of Stellai trying to meet it, and Ion just sprays it down! Siduzor the only one left, and that shorty is dangerous, but Siduzor holds on! And we go to overtime yet again!
Wow. That... I just gotta say, Ion, such an intelligent play. The neurons were definitely firing there. You have an idea on where they're gonna be standing off. You see the smoke get set up perfectly. The paranoia is absolutely beautiful. And then it comes down to the shorty play that might have brought Envy across the line. And yet, in an unconventional fashion, might I add, it appears that both of these teams are just unstoppable on their attack thus far. And so we will be going to OT yet again. Ion, what a play to almost clutch it up. Siduzor's just 23 HP. And yeah, we're going to be seeing a timeout being called now for Stellai Gaming. I think that this is a good time to kind of calm those nerves down, especially knowing that Envy are kind of getting a little antsy in their chairs. You can tell with the gameplay style that they kind of are using right now. It's a lot more aggressive, a lot more fast, a lot more just furious, honestly. And if Stellai once again can set up some traps here, get something going, calm that down, have them play into it, then I think that they can come out on top.
It's a tough balance you have to strike between getting that warmed up for the rest of the match where both of these teams are starting to enter that peak and overheating to where that kettle starts whistling. So Envy, like you said, Huge time for a mental reset. Try to really set up this blockade now and continue winning these openings as they have been. Continue setting up that heartbreak for Stellai and the Sao Paulo crowd. Once again, giving so much responsibility to Tisora on this B site, but it's not where Envy's going to strike first. Oh, Zanatsu! He's walking up to it this time, and no one's there. Inspire was stuck.
Okay, well, that's an excellent opening pick here. A lot of that kind of like far smoke pressure gets eliminated. Ion still though alive. Smoke's still alive for Envy, as this is just completely different from what we've seen. We've seen that kind of like bulldoze style. And this time around, it's very slow and very patient, allowing a lot of room to be taken from STE Gaming.
Oh, listen to that crowd. They might give it away to Envy. Nope, Poppin's caught. IGL for IGL. Rips his head off and makes this the toughest attack overtime round that Envy has had yet. Look how slow they have to play now. They haven't cleared out a lick of Gee's setup, and they won't. All right, Exter. Yeah, now they'll burn the wires now that the spike is down. Oh, he's going to use both of his teammates to try to get up there.
Oh, no way.
Oh, Exter's poked out. Do they rush it?
Huge paranoia.
Oh, Tisora, yeah, Paranoia is back. Big amount of space gained back for the 3-stack. You're watching SW, though. Is he able to crack open this off angle that Ion has? This is disgusting. Cliffhanging, and Tisora meets it first. They have to catch it, and Zanatsu does. No immediate follow-up, but the blind from Extra is gorgeous. Sets up Kane, who has to try to save this, and he doesn't have the spacing. Stellai win their first defensive round in overtime and get their first game point of the match.
The tactical timeout being so important for them to kind of cool off their heads, play that a little bit more scripted. The crowd getting off their feet at this point. Once again, vibes at an all-time high. And I think that when things kind of get as crazy as they have been, this is the perfect time to just play a cool game, slow it down a little bit more, and then you're going to find all of these opportunities that Envy are kind of allowing you to have. I mean, just the patience allowed them to find that middle crunch. And now Stella, for the first time in a little bit, are on map point here. One more round to close it out, and they are on the offense.
Doing a thing.
Now, Zanatsu yet again meeting that aggression first. Kane Zera!
Cage triggered.
There were so many questions about him coming into this match. When does that performance come up? How are you feeling about the legacy that you're trying to bring to Envy? What the hell is this Sage pick, dude? And Envy are just starting to get shut down off of that so often. Zanatsu is feeling that confidence, and Envy's is waning.
Once again, play a patient game right now if you are Stelle. I think that Envy are feeling the pressure. Speaking of pressure, Inspire just finds a spray down, finds another.
That's 2, 3, Inspire! Just takes a step out. Like a dad checking his new lawnmower. Like, putting his hands on his hips like, yep, oh, she's a beaut.
Oh my goodness.
Cracking 3 through the smoke, are you joking? That's unreal.
Just walks out and gets the spray down. Like, that should have been unbelievable. Everything was pointing to Stelle being able to win that round, but Inspire just walks out, tap. Oh, look, I found a headshot. Whoa, look at me go. And then one more. Oops, was that, sorry, the main duelist that you were hoping to be able to walk in and enter in onto the site? Not anymore. And then just that buys enough time because Stelle just backtracked for a second. And so we will go again 15-15 on map number 1 for both of these teams to qualify into playoffs. One of them has to go home.
Endless second chances given to these teams, but eventually, for one, they will disappear.
Oh my goodness.
And these extensions, another flank. Now it's SW and Zanatsu working together. So less of a stack here in the back, and Envy, historically, they've tried to fight that out when that happens. Exter, as always, flashing off of his bloody self. Stack behind him, though, and seeing how much they can get rid of. Kane Zero with the slow orb to prevent Stellai from being the aggressors. This is huge if the timing's good. 3 have flipped the site. Do they sandwich it properly? Ion meeting it early on the cliff jump, and everyone from Envy shreds. Not a single opening works. And look at how contained they are. They're like, this is how every round should be going. We should be swamping these guys.
Absolutely,
That's the kind of confidence they need to have.
And like, once again, with how this whole thing is kind of shaken out, right? Like, the patient plays coming through here. We're not going to talk about that one because that was a little bit of a whoopsie, but it's just patient from Envy's side this time around. They're waiting for the crunch to kind of go through, and they've set up the traps for Stelle to just walk into. And so, once again, we get to see another potential map winning round coming through. Envy this time in front and potentially able to kind of stall things out. They're going to be taking the tack time out to cool off their heads a little bit because it still has been heroics, but it looks like things might have just calmed down a little bit. On the side of Stelle Gaming, a little bit too patient that time, not ready for the aggression that Envy we're going to be kind of swinging through with. And yeah, let's kind of see how this one shakes out here because the players on both of these teams right now are feeling a little bit more confident coming into these overtime rounds, which don't seem like they're going to end.
Again, it seems like if either team is able to point the spotlight on the other before they peek out, it's kind of done. And that's one of the few times where you're like, damn, that Sage pick by Kane did kind of numbers there because the slow orb prevents them from, you know, swinging out at the same time, causing that pressure internally on every end. And after SW got that first blood, you're already paying attention to the flip. So Envy were able to play damage control very beautifully off of that. And as always, you know, the shots are going to be lined up. We know that for a fact. So does Stella keep this party going for OT number 5? Or does Envy steal away the breakpoint map here and now? Extra on the glass cannon up.
Zera again, being left alone to watch mid. Seen this happen time and again on that defense. Usually at least walking away with one, but a lot more passive in this game. And I think that that role has been really a better ease into the nerves and the pressure that kind of come with playing on stage. It's true.
And is he gonna fight it? Oh, Zenatsu's going to, pressing up, just barely avoiding the intel. Now when do you fight it? Because Kane can't exactly press out of here, so Poppin's gonna have to facilitate. Catches the 3-stack with the drone. Now that pressure is mounting, and the Bolt is gonna let Kane get some spray damage down. He is down to 2 HP, as Stella have not made any headway onto a site.
Honestly, once again, just excellent utility coming through from Poppin. Not only gets the information, but able to just find so much information to make it so that those kills can kind of come through. This is going to be a crunch into Ion, who is now down to 10 HP himself.
Yeah, must have gotten popped in Zenatsu with the entry despite the slow orb. He's able to just stand it down, and that heal orb from Kane is going to be able to bring Ion back up to full, but in this 4v5, still tough, and Ion can't play onto his smoke. T-Sora has done it before he can get inside. So it's Zera that will now play into 2 simultaneous smokes and poke out his barrel. SW catches it, and he's lined in. A full shutdown. That looks to bring us to 16 all.
Blocking vision.
Unless Inspire comes up with something unbelievably disgusting. The flanks are already coming out online here. Zenatsu, the first one to peek around the corner. Makes that one happen. But yeah, once again, this is just classbook Stella Gaming coming through here, writing their equations, doing their mathematical models, knowing exactly how to play things and where to position all of their members. And it looks good every single time. When they're playing this kind of calm style on this attack, it's feeling a lot more controlled. They're able to contain the chaos that comes out from Envy's side, especially with all these disgusting angles being held by all of their individual players. And so, Pedrek, we go again, 16 to 16.
God, Extra's up to 34, 25, 17. That's like my high school longer combination.
Don't miss me too much.
Don't give that information away. You might still be using the lock.
Nothing's in there anymore.
Okay.
Cage triggered.
Do I sound? Well, I do sound like I'm still in high school. Ooh, another spray through, another kill. God, Envy just need to trace one bullet and they just stencil away a kill. It's insane. Just terrific sense individually. Once again, Ion, front and center. For that flank kill. Now it's just the back line, and Stella can't make any headway there either. Every extension you could ask for Envy. As simple an OT win as it gets. Could it be flawless? Has the potential to be. T-Sora. Oh, he's good for one here, and he'll continue to be. But that should do it. SW, good lord. How many does it get away with before this is said and done? Extra's position given away. We'll have to watch the second. And we're just toying him with a little bit. Yeah. So game point, again, for Envy here. About as certain a take as you would expect. Their A side still looks very strong.
Yeah, it really does. And we find ourselves yet again in a position where they could potentially win map 1. Once again, it's Stella Gaming's map choice here. And it's just like these timings that they always seem to find. It's just so much more aggressive on the attack. They're able to just kind of navigate through, which is, once again, so interesting because this map had, during regulation, was so heavily defensive sided. And suddenly they've just, both these teams have just absolutely activated on the attack here. Ion this time with the rifle.
Hey.
A cheeky play coming through. All
The
the way up
operator,
top.
and he catches the Natsu!
Oh boy.
That is ridiculous! The glass cannon on the Omen with the barrier to raise up, and you save it for 18-16?
Throw the playbook out the window at that point. We're just having fun right now. Unbelievable play with massive impact as Sora goes down as well.
Come on, dude! Unbelievable work from Ion, who's still rocking this operator from heaven as the rest of Envy can go for the crunch, as Stellai are forced to enter onto B. No other options, potentially no other chances. It's gotta be here. And Envy better not screw this one up. Exter, that's exactly what he does. Plays off himself, off of his own flash. C2 Zord, 1-for-1. Yi, 1-for-1, holding off of heaven. Ion, tough break. Yi passes it down, turns into a 1v1 against Inspire. It would be 4 for him. And the Cypher ulti gives away his position. A second time for Yi to turn onto it, and Inspire is not
There's
looking.
just no way
How
that.
the hell did they do that?
Oh no! The instrumental collapse from Envy on that 1v4. Are you kidding me, man? The fact too that they are just so confident that it kind of bites them in the butt there. Ion giving the team such a massive opportunity to win out that round, to finally close things down, but then they all just walk out one by one. There's just no utility to back it up, and then Inspire with the misread allows the 1v4 to come through. The crowd on their feet. Stella Gaming feeling so confident after that last play. Unbelievable stuff, and well, we go again, 17-17 from unbelievable plays coming through from both of these teams right now.
And we're just on map 1, bro.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm so glad we're warm, right? This is what you wanted to see from both teams, fighting for their life, fighting for their dream. Envy, take over again. Inspire, stopped after his first frag on mid. It's down to the 4 stack on this B site, and Kane's Era playing with this unconventional barrier on the cliff, trying to spin it again.
Spike already going down, though. So time already ticking against them. 4v4 here. Retakes have looked good so far. Yi looking for something.
Still, I can skirt a lot of his visions that Kane has set up and still kill Exter unpunished. Just feels like the prongs are not met. There's no off angles, and the Tanatsu light speed clears away on top of the Paranoia. I mean, that's about as simple a trap as you could set up by Stellai at this point in the game, and yet it looks so beautiful.
Once again, just the initiation coming through from Tisora is looking so fantastic for the rest of Cella Gaming to just absolutely capitalize on there. I mean, they just kind of walked things through, and I'm not sure if you saw, but there was one other player still alive in the back line, and still, they make sure that they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's. You know Zanatsu is going to be flying through, but right now, it's looking really clean coming through from Cella Gaming. The confidence is back, thanks to Guy's hero plays. If that last round didn't happen, then I don't think we'd be seeing Stelle on the match point that we see them on now.
Can they complete here for their map, for their crowd? Inches of the early play we saw. Guy's been aggressive with this cam up mid in previous attack rounds on OT. And this time Envy don't meet it with personnel, but rather just a smoke on the books.
Oh, Kane's Era still alone, but will have Exter helping out while Poppin uses that utility to flush it out. But I think at this point, this has been the right call from Stella Gaming. They just give up that middle presence. They've been completely overrun every single time by the utility, just losing members for no good reason.
Yeah.
So let's just save it for when we going for a little bit of a switch up here, just off the Owl Drone information, as the rest of the group seem primed and ready to get on to A.
Yeah, this has been one of the best looking cells we've seen so far, but still Inspire with the double star is going to be able to at least stop the early entry from Zanatsu, but Inspire is tracked after he trails the shots, and SW can also counter Poppin as well. This Astra just continuing to put up these numbers. And now, walk in tandem with Tisora on the front line, popping that Cosmic Divide with the 2 kills he's got in the pocket. And Envy have to course it back. It's got to be their own hero moments that make this work, and Kane Zero reveals his back early on, but the flash in still lets him get the opening frag before getting traded away. SW on for 4 as Stellai lay waste. And they've dragged it along until it's run its course. 19-17, Stellai win their pick of Abyss.
What a crazy map to kind of start off this series with. I mean, obviously, if you watched the games yesterday, you know that Envy came in a little bit cold after their defeat against TSM. Meanwhile, Cella Gaming having pretty much no information on what these guys were going to be playing here. Honestly, going for this map choice felt like such a weird move. The compositional changes as well on Envy's side. So many different variables being added into the equation, and yet still as competitive as ever. And Envy just falls short after who knows how many overtimes kind of going through. But Stellai Gaming, like, when they are playing that nice coordinated game, it's looking so good. But if they allow that chaos to slip through just a little bit, then Envy are going to consistently dominate them.
Exactly. Stellai cannot leave their element when we leave their map pick. We'll see if Envy can enter their own and get into God mode when we come back with Sunset after the break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Aya.
Boys of the evening.
Their spot at playoffs on the line, and we had teed it up as a very close series between two very capable teams. When we said close series, I didn't think it was going to be 6 rounds of OT close, but alas, that's what the teams are going to give us, a back and forth. In the end, though, Roy, it is going to be Cella to close out their own map pick and be up 1 in the series. That was, wow, that was an insane map 1. Like, where do we even start?
First of all, yes, that was absolutely insane. But I think we have to start kind of in the streakiness of this map, right? Where we saw Cella having a phenomenal first half. They looked great in the first 4 rounds. They closed out the first half incredibly well. It was 8-4, by the way. And there was opportunities for them to have even closed that out with even more domination. In the beginning, it kind of looked like Envy was getting humiliated, right? And then the side swap, and we see Envy on that defensive side, which a half that they've looked phenomenal on throughout this tournament. And it almost feels like that resilience that we talked about, their ability to stay in the game has finally, you know, come into show up once again, right? Because at one point I was almost ready to write them off on this map. The compositional choices, the changes, the way they looked in that first half, a lot of that was pointing to a potential disaster. But then the second half starts, we see Envy staying locked in throughout that entire series. They have a lot of good ideas on the defensive side. They obviously know what challenges they want to take, and they were just not letting off the gas. And then it all led to that OT, guys. It was madness.
It was pretty insane. They did have some like great ideas, I think, on defense, but I gotta point out the fact that I feel like some of those rounds that Envy did manage to skirt away with were a bit messy too. Like, they were near round losses that came out from them, and in an elimination matchup like this one, when playoffs is on the line here for Ascension, you definitely don't want to be seeing those kinds of mistakes happening. I do think that we gotta really give credit over towards Cella Gaming. It felt like their approach to Abyss felt a little bit more calculated. Their timings were really good. Meanwhile, on the Envy side, it really came down to a lot of hero moments coming out from players like Eggster, like Ion, to be able to kind of claw back into some of those rounds that were initially supposed to be maybe in their favor before it kind of started to slip away, and then you have that huge step up from the individuals on their team.
It seems like, too, the way that some of these rounds came down to the wire, maybe it was a compositional thing, maybe it's just the unfamiliar with the map. We got to see how Abyss was yesterday, but it seemed like there was a couple of rounds within Envy's reach that it just couldn't quite get closed out. I feel a couple of those rounds that maybe keep you up at night, and especially then looking at the OT, it was just so back and forth between those teams. But then Ash, something where Envy had those opportunities to close out. It wasn't their map pick, so, you know, not all loss, but still so extremely close on a lot of these on just the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, definitely. Then you also add that additional layer of the fact that they come in with a major comp change, right? Like, sure, it might just be one agent, but it's a complete role shift there for Kane Zera, the opposite of what he was playing really on that Waylay previously, a very different pacing from what you would see. But even on that stage, you saw him taking those moments to be proactive, and he may not have fragged out in this matchup, but he definitely had that impact on defense. I think he got like 5 first kills on the defensive side to try and like open up those opportunities there alongside Eggster. But you look at like this timeline here. One, it's so long that you can barely even see the amount of rounds. Like, you actually can't even read it. For you guys, the quick math, 36 rounds of VALORANT, right? But I think the insane part about this timeline too here, guys, is the fact that Envy had 4 match points in OT that they weren't able to close out, and they've got to be kicking themselves when it comes down to that 1v4 that we saw from Guy, the MVP on Stella's end. He played so well. Everybody else was also stepping up there on the side of Cella. On top of that, like, their scoreboard definitely very close when it comes down to that kill participation. And on the side of Envy, we definitely still had some of those moments of brilliance from players like Ion, huge moments from Poppin too.
Yeah, I think the 1v4 clutch from Guy definitely took the wind out of Envy's sails, right? Like, they probably thought the map was over. They were already probably preemptively celebrating. Like, it was a 1v3. We know exactly where the player is. Like, that should have been the scenario where they close out and boom, we're on the second map. I feel like I'm curious to know what the vibes will be like in this next map, right? Because I mean, Abyss was the hard part. If Envy had won that, I feel like it would have made this BO3 much easier. But it's definitely not over by any means. But I do want to talk about the individual performances, right? Because if you look at the Stella Gaming side, you're seeing how much of a team effort it felt like, where there's a lot of moments individually where people stepped up. There's not really, it doesn't look like there is a carry, but on the other side for Envy, we're looking at an Exter with 36 kills, guys. It felt like it was Exter every single round for Envy. Had he not had this performance, I feel like this map would have been entirely different. I feel like that for me is why I kind of want to highlight Exter in this map. He was a huge part of the resolution of problems that they were having, and his Yoru was just on point here.
He looked so good. And part of why we wanted to pull this head-to-head here as well is we were talking about Exter being that playmaker there for Envy, really being able to open up those rounds. And then on the other side of things, we had Guy, who is the absolute round closer for Stella Gaming. It felt like where Exter was being this really flashy Yoru player, having insane opening multi-frags, Guy was that steady backline where he definitely had crazy multi-frags of his own. Like, we are not going to forget that 1v4 there in overtime. But for him, it was a lot of those lurk positions that he was able to get them himself into, especially on that attacking side. A lot of those backstab opportunities there for Guy. He had really great timings to be able to, I think, communicate with Stella, help out in that plan for the post plant to take them over the line.
And now my biggest question is this map too, because when it was a very first map of the series where it was Exter to be such a difference maker, I'm looking at how the rest of the team can be able to step up and quite support him too. Of course, for Envy, this is going to their own map pick, something that they are a lot more familiar with, but that has to be such a bounce back as well after losing, after 6 rounds of OT, after it being a 1v4 into the conversation, all of a sudden being like, oh no, there's no way mentally Envy come back from that, and they lose right after that. Now, is it going to be enough? Like, Roy, can they switch it up in time? Especially, too, Sunset's normally been strong, but we got to see a recent loss here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like if I'm Envy, though, like you're looking at Abyss, I mean, there's no signs of confidence from where we're sitting, right? Like changing compositions last second, the way they looked in the first map, the first time they played it around, it wasn't great. I feel like if you're Envy, like you're thinking, okay, yeah, we had that map in the bag. There was opportunities for us to close it, but realistically, it should have never even have been even close for Envy to begin with, right? Like if they won that map, it would make things easier. But I feel like right here, Sunset is where the focus is going to be. As long as they can forget what just happened on the first map, as long as, the vibes are up, the energy's up, it should be all nice and dandy for the Envy side to try this comeback.
I think we had the conversation before Abyss as well, with how Envy recently showed their hand on this map, and on Abyss, we hadn't known what was coming from Stella Gaming. Despite the fact that there are some recent results in Sunset there for Stella, it's a very similar story as we head into our second map of this series, because this is a map where we haven't seen Stella Gaming play on it at all throughout Ascension. So we don't really know if there is going to be a compositional change from that Neon Breach comp that they had been running previously, what those adjustments might be from them. Meanwhile, they do have that tape to look back on that's much more recent from the side of Envy in that TSM matchup, in that 9Z game there as well. And I think for Envy too, I do wonder what the adjustments are going to be. I think that this is still a good map for them. I do want to give them that credit there on Sunset. It just seems like they were struggling a little bit to adapt to some of this way the stage compositions were being played throughout this event so far. But aside from that, they perform really well up against a lot of the standard comps here we usually see on Sunset.
I'm curious to see how this one's going to be shaking up. I mean, I'm just looking at a big energy person and looking on the stage. I mean, Stella, to be able to take that first map in the way that they did, and up until recently seeing that the members of Envy still had the scoreboard on their screen, just looking at it, I thought it'll be a big curious one, especially too looking into this, Roy. Again, this isn't just a lose and you get to fight another day. This is for a spot in the playoffs. Inspire had talked about in his interview how exhausting it was to always have to be coming back for this team, right? We got to see them try and come back and then fall a little short at the end, right? It's just another day of constantly being on that back foot.
And that isn't that struggle where the champions are made? Isn't that where like the biggest growth happens for a lot of these teams and kind of the breakthroughs mentally, right? Like, yeah, some of these maps have been tough for them. It would be nice for them to just start off really strong and come and have a really, kind of just strong showing off the rip. it would help a lot. And I think the vibes, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but just looking at the cams sometimes, it looks like they might be taking things a little bit too seriously. Obviously, as they should. This is like the do or die for them. But when you take things too seriously, guys, it comes at a cost, right? That stress, that, you know, when things aren't going your way, that the vibes, the communication, a lot of that starts to shut down. I feel like they have to dig in. They have to kind of find a way to kind of keep the energy up, keep the confidence up, even if things aren't working. And just survive on this attack half, because their defenses have looked phenomenal here on this side. As long as they get enough rounds, it should be fine on this attack side.
Yeah, and taking a look at the agent select on the side of Envy, no changes this time around. I think we didn't expect any to be going through here on Sunset for the side of Stella Gaming. We're getting that preview of how they're looking to adjust this composition. The Chisora on the Yoru has looked so good, especially setting Zenatsu up on a lot of these dive agents that we're seeing him hover here on the Waylay. A major change from that Neon Breach Fade composition that we had seen previously.
Ooh, I'm liking this because Chisora was someone that in that first map, considering we had talked about the setup, also had a really strong performance. Someone that we didn't really get to talk the most about, but being able to see going into this Yoru. I'm excited for Roy. Thoughts about the agents, how they're panning out so far?
Guys, I'm loving the double duelist heads up right here. I feel like all these players have been playing pretty well overall on their agents. I've loved the Kane's era Neon so far. I had my doubts about it in the beginning when it first came out, but now I'm kind of digging it. I like the head-to-head. I'm expecting a lot of proactivity here coming from Stella Gaming. That's the exact same thing they did on Abyss, right? Where they were constantly shoving space, constantly cutting map control away from Envy. That was the kind of their bread and butter. I'm expecting that to happen on this map as well. So I'm looking for those early gunfights with the Yoru, with the Waylay, to kind of keep the pace of Envy contained.
That proactivity is definitely going to be important, but I also have my eyes on the controllers within SW and Ion. I feel like the use of those paranoias, the ability to play around ideally placed smokes, have been such difference makers for both of these teams.
Getting into this, Envy, they have to win out Sunset, their map pick, to take it into a map 3. Let's see if Stella can close out in setting, stamp their spot in playoffs. It's time to get into the map with your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. With Envy's backs up against the wall here in the Swiss, it feels like Sunset is the most certain move for them in the map picks and bans. That being said, Marks, Stellai still have answers and still have all their players locked the hell in after that long haul first map. Can they carry it out here and now and send their second Brazilian rep to the playoffs, or do we go to map 3?
Oh man, it's so hard to tell. I mean, obviously Envy being the team that this is the map that they chose, they're extremely confident on this one. They almost looked flawless in actual Challengers Stage 3, but of course, we just saw them lose this one to TSM, so at the same time, Stella Gaming, once again, might have a little bit more behind them, and most importantly, I'm hoping that Envy are able to cool their heads off after that last loss, because once again, like with how Gui just walked away with that, that's a little bit of a head scratcher and a little bit of a tilter.
Well, the MO is the same as the previous map. Survive on attack, thrive on defense, and Envy will try to survive on this B site to start things out. Popping good for 2 as he'll plant this spike and let Exter get that extension going. Stellai planning to go for the breakout. Poppin revealed on the box, so he's going to have to step back out into this. No, Saturate's going to catch him early. He'll have to go for the solo fight as Exter holds the crunch. Ooh. And that'll get 2, makes Poppin's job so much easier. Envy's up 1-0 off the pistol.
Yeah, nice, fast, clean pistol round there. You could see the idea coming through from Stella. They wanted to flash one side, peek out, and then while everyone's looking at Zenatsu, then they run out and make it happen. But Exter has been shooting sharp on stage today. And you know what? This is once again going to be the big thing that I think that Stella have to really account for, because you know that Yoru is going to be up to no good for your team. And especially too, once again, going to that double duelist conversation, the fact that Exter is not the only duelist now opens up a lot more avenues for Envy to explore. Of course, on the other side as well, Stella also walking with that double duelist composition. To me, I think that the utility usage always looks a little bit better from Stella Gaming. They just got to make sure that they convert those into kills, or at least stop it when Envy decide to pop off.
Well, Kane's Hero with this charge. Gonna start rolling up. Seeing how much he can grab.
Okay.
Wow. Modern art.
Did they say this gun was gonna get a nerf anytime soon, or I can't remember.
Well, we'll take a bit of a road trip here. Hunting for Gui.
Here.
But about as certain of a start as you could ask for Envy. You know, hitting the foot to the floor to start things out is so crucial, because so much of winning this defense for Stella is being able to out foot race them. So if you're able to negate the possibility of a read by just being quicker than them, then it takes care of a lot of the macro for Envy for them.
Yeah, at that point too, like I don't even think that was a well-coordinated play. It was just Zera flying through with the judge.
He's sort of just running it down with that one, but...
And at the same time though, like, it kind of works out perfectly. I mean, with the rest of the team, they just kind of trail behind, get ready for those trades, but so much space is just bought with the judge. And honestly, there's just simply nothing you can do if you are Stella Gaming there. So a really good confidence round for Zera, which I think is going to be really important, especially as these rounds continue to unfold. Because like we've been saying, we haven't seen that pop-off performance from Zera that we had really expected coming into Ascension. And that all comes down to confidence, in my humble opinion. And so seeing one of those types of rounds come through, it helps elevate your players a little bit more. And I think that that will be important if we want to start seeing Zera come online.
Definitely so much on him to be able to press Envy forward for this attack. Inspire is gonna start lurking. Seeing how slow Envy can get away with playing. Sounds like the bonus. It's a beautiful poke on the Gi. I mean, that is marvelous. Start things out. You scared him so hard, and Envy, Inspire's gotten 2 on the lurk up top. So Stella, they gotta poke the bear a little bit here. See if Envy roar back again and give away another body. But, I mean, Inspire's still just hanging out here. That's an easy third. You might just save your rifles at this point, I think. Yeah, you get rid of Inspire, get the hell out of there.
Wow. So much impact just kind of bought by the Cypher on the other side from Envy. Inspire finding a multi-kill is massive because, like we said, Stella, they've got a very coordinated plan when they do want to retake some of these sites. And we've seen the danger of their retake. And yet still, like, their confidence kind of understanding where some of these players are going to be and not checking Inspire. It just simply cannot happen at this point. And so, as a result of that simple non-check, we see Envy be able to walk away with that third bonus round. And sure, they're able to carry those 2 rifles over, but it's still not looking fantastic for Stella Gaming. And I'm so curious to see what's going to happen next. Yeah, Inspire just walks away with 2. The swing just a little bit mistimed from those 2 players to be able to shut that one down, and Inspire still gets another, so... Once again, massive value bought just from that mid lurk.
Yeah, Inspire's gonna keep re-upping on that till the cows come home. Still, I have to continuously debate how much pressure they put on both the stairs and the market door, because Envy are liable to break it pretty quickly. Natsu, poke and Eggster. Fantastic reaction to keep a leash on Envy. But that is one of the hero rifles that they have brought into this round, so you gotta keep finding those key moments where you could break apart. Here might be one of them, as Poppin lays the drone up as 2 others on Envy's attack go up the elbow. You got some players on a real island here. If you set up a trap properly, like Stella is inclined to do, turn this round on its head.
But it's just so slow and cautious right now from Envy. This is buying time for Stella.
Kane slow peeking Zenatsu, who's still holding it down, and now the entire reposition from Stella. They can bring everybody to A site. The conversation gets brought to Envy. And Inspire, unable to catch anybody on that cross. He'll just have to stick around and see if he can chauffeur Envy over to the B site now.
Very unconventional coming out from Envy there. They get the information, but they don't decide to commit onto the actual site. They don't necessarily know who's in the backline there. The threat of utility and the threat of the pop-out, I think, was just a little bit too overwhelming for Envy. And so they decide to call it quits in what should have been a pretty easy site take. So they will be able to get the spike down here, but it's going to be Stella Gaming on a 5v3 retake, rescuing another rifle as well, but still 2 pistols on their side.
It's a little odd, not at least like fast landing there to see what they've got, you know? Instead just poking out after Zenatsu's already had time to reset. Well, you have reset the playing field and the clock, so Stella have to restack. Now 3 rifles on the board, and Poppin's found the nice choke to let this Hunter's Fury fly. Just an 80 tap. Stella continue to trollops, running a bit low on time, and Inspire has enough time to let those shots fly. Got to stack back to Bowman. He catches Tisora too. Zenatsu can at least nip that in the bud, but Poppin's still kicking with the shock dart and a very low health pool. But the first one is short, and Zenatsu kills before Poppin can hold down the second frag. And with 55 HP to his name, Stellai will flip this round.
I think maybe there was an accidental bounce that kind of happened on that shock dart there. I don't think that was necessarily the intention. Understanding where it was planted. Yeah, like it should have killed. And if it killed, I think that would have been a totally winnable scenario. But just the fact that the shock bolt goes a little bit wide, despite the heroics from Inspire, really just dragging the team across the finish line, it just falls a little bit flat just at the end there. Yeah, the shock bolt doesn't find anything. And so, you know what? A little bit of a misplay. And honestly, we've seen a couple of rounds now for Envy just kind of fall to some of those very silly mistakes, for lack of better terms. This is a confidence round from Envy. They're rushing in on B.
Yeah, 0 to 100. And Stellai gonna have to just try and maintain this back line. Exter gonna start wreaking havoc. As Tisora will send out his own decoy in response. Yeah, you gotta deal with that. SW, I mean, he has to take time trying to fight this out. And Inspire can just keep holding the market door to see if anybody snakes up from Boba. Stellai is so restricted here, and they don't even have to look at anything. Yeah, get out of there.
Call being made so early as well. I was gonna say, after that last round, like whenever they seem to storm the castle, there's just no response from Stellai to be able to walk things forwards. And I think that Inspires a really big part of that equation, because the fact that they've now gotten caught multiple times despite understanding where that Cypher player might be lurking, that just simply cannot happen. It's over before it even begins. KaneZera able to find Tisora as well, dropping down that rifle.
And I wonder where SW is too.
One of my cameras is...
I feel like if you want to do something like that, maybe you take a little more time making noise and then you go for the save, because then Envy isn't as likely to try hunting you down, maybe. But they wanted that off regardless. They were gonna look for it. Yeah. They were gonna get those kills regardless. Keep that economy unstable for Stellai. Keep the streak going. The morale nice and high. And yeah, like as we just saw, feels like they're more than willing to switch up this tempo at any given notice. But those constants, those conditions are still being applied. I mean, Inspire has been ubiquitous so far this game.
100%. And I think a big part of that is that they're not letting Stellai get set up to play their game, because we see the effectiveness of when they want to push in, but we don't necessarily see those moments of brilliance when we've got them split up waiting for things to happen. This Brazilian team likes to take their time and do things methodically, and that's where we've seen them really have success. Right now, I think Envy have just been doing a great job at playing disruptive to that. Inspire obviously being a big piece of that, but as well just the confidence coming through from KaneZera, who's started to heat up quite a bit in this lobby, makes it so that there aren't those opportunities for Stellai to kind of regroup themselves, get all of that utility nice and lined up, and be able to push out, because by the time they're kind of ready to go, they're already dead in the ground.
I'm glad Kane didn't switch to a Sage here too. It's nice to see him.
You're never gonna let that go.
That confidence. No, I won't. Are you kidding? Overdrive now stable as well, so Envy can drive the hammer even harder or softer than they did the previous round, starting to get a range of options for how they can approach what should have been far more locked down. Still plenty of game to go though. Inspire is going to be met very early by Zanatsu this time with the Sheriff in tow. Space him out, box him away, force Envy to kind of bottleneck into this A-Link, and you can do a little bit of spraying on top of that, just with the Sheriffs. In fact, Stellai is just going to step out with the stack, and with the saturate, they find Kane. Now you've got to frag back, and Exter, as always, playing off his own flashes, letting the rest of Envy stack take over. Woo, Exter survives for quite some time, but the pistols can chip away, and it leads this to a 2v2. Still, though, Stellai are the ones that are zoned out. They've got to try and find a way to guarantee this spike is still watched, and so they'll set up a one-way to force Envy to try and skirt. But yeah, Ion can set up the smoke on Link too, so Stellai gonna have to take the long road as Envy will renegotiate and use the Cypher ulti to guarantee that the stack is still set here. So Ion's gonna step up, go for the snake in the backstab. Oh no, Aura will just hold the Link as they rotate over to the B site.
Oh no! Everyone hiding.
And this is really bad too, because this means that they should be able to go and scoop up rifles off the comrades there. I mean, classic Stellai play right now in this 2v1 now. Already getting ahead of things here. Inspire has been so pivotal in this map up to this point. Let's see if he can do it again in this 1v2.
Everything Stellai would need to take this to 2-4. Spire's web on the one opening that Stellai's approaching. Only the smokes to set up the space. Trap hit. Inspire aware. Cam catches. First swings. Flips onto the second! Inspire finds the pocket and digs out all the change he needs to turn this to 5-1.
Oh man, and you can see it too. The paranoia from Tisora, or sorry, not Tisora, from SW comes through. It would have been absolutely perfect, but just a mistiming and an excellent opportunity, an excellent initiation coming through from Inspire to find both of those players and make that nice and easy. I was gonna say, Stella Gaming on this last one, it really felt that it was a lot more textbook, the way that they wanted to advance there. You see the paranoia fly through, they immediately step out, and it's just a pistol overwhelming power that makes sure that that can happen. But this time, they've adapted, they've started adapting their defense now. They're trying to keep Inspire in check a lot more because right now that Cypher has just been running rampant, and SW shuts that down, so that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it did that nice and quickly, but Envy have once again put the foot to the floor on the B site, and Kane's era is activated. Zanatsu, nothing doing this time in the Duelist for Duelist Ditto. The rest of Stellai have carved out Boba and Market, so Envy are a little bit restricted, 2v4, and Tisora with this operator now trying to get the ball rolling. First shot taken out, Envy gets spooked, Sea-Doo Zord pops out popping. And Ion in a much less likely clutch scenario than Inspire the very previous round. Sea-Doo Zord can just hold this spike, and it's not even worth it. Roach! Hey, never mind. At least you find one on the way down.
Yes, as well. I think that was just a body block scenario there, because Sea-Doo Zord just hanging, low HP. It's all good. Oh, somebody else died. That's fine. That's not me. I can defuse the spike nice and easy. But I like this adaptation coming through from Stella Gaming. I think that they're doing a better job now of keeping Inspire in check, which has honestly been the largest issue on this map for this team. They've just been having so much difficulty with that Cypher, and the last couple of rounds they've run it down to push a little bit more fear into his heart. And I think that that's kind of important to play that intimidation game so that you can make sure that that Cypher does not continue to find immaculate value.
Another loaded entry by Envy. Just overwhelming. And Inspire, this time on cams for the time being. A 3-stack. Pressing in down top mid. You better watch this hard on Inspire. Gets away with one before SW can close that. And now Envy, again, just an excuse to hyperextend. Take over Boba. Kane's era flaunting that overdrive to play keep away. And so Stellai are inching forward on the vulnerable space. It's now been blocked by the smoke. And so they condense even further. The triple stack right in front of the primary fraggers. Recon Dart's gonna catch Eggster, just trying to do a little distraction dance to play for some extra time. And this Spider's web is now set up with the personnel. 1-for-1. Kane Zero on the low ground makes it easy for the crowd to decimate. And Envy now leads 6-2.
Yeah, and honestly, that was just an excellent setup. Oh no, Eggster gets caught out. Oh, it's looking so unfortunate. Oh, let's just hang back, and then we've got a triple crossfire set up. And you can see the members of Stella Gaming chasing that kill down, enabling the rest of Envy to just have immaculate timing on everything that they want to happen. So great job by Envy. They've been playing this their way, and it's been looking fantastic. Every single time that spike goes down, we're seeing them get multi-kills, seeing them push out, seeing them find their value. And now Stella Gaming back onto a save. Guy, the only one coming through with that Guardian in hand, but the rest of them just have Sheriffs. Convergent Paths, though, as well as that Hunter's Fury are online, so there are a couple of tools. And well, if you know Stella Gaming, you know that they're good for a thrifty.
A lot of preventative tools to stick a fork in the road. Sea-Doo Zord hasn't been as trigger happy with the Hunter's Furies as Poppin has, though. You assume that he'll kind of use it to split the board. Speaking of which, we got a 2-stack up on B main, Inspire still with the anchor on mid, and of course, the real party's on A. SW gets sprayed away. Comes with the territory. Oh, that doesn't! Zanatsu catches Inspire. So we can speedrun this retake a little bit.
Yeah. You see that they're all getting grouped up here. I'm so curious to see how they play this one 4v4.
Sidu is so trapped, but Zenatsu is here in time, and he's just gonna spray onto Pop, and Kainzera's already down to a shred, and the saturate pressures him stuck in that spot too. There's 2 effective players at the moment, and now there's 2 alive players. The Outlaw from Exeter isn't doing jack either. Everybody's getting fully boxed out this round. Ion gets a free sight on his Zenatsu, though. No one's watching this, and Ion is just gonna keep watching. Exeter with the cover fire, and suddenly it's a 1v1 after Guy trades away the face. Flashed away on top of the spike, and the timing is dwindling. Guy just has to hold on top of the flash, but Exeter can count and keep the streak going for North America.
Man, I think that there must have just been a little bit of miscomming there, a little bit too antsy coming through from Stella Gaming. We see both of the ultimates get utilized there. They thought that they had that one, and they were ready to just move in there, but it just is a little bit discoordinated. The fact that Zenatsu goes in alone to stick the spike while nobody else is around, that is not how you want to be able to play this round out here. It was just a free kill for Ion, and then by the time the Cavalry come running, it's an excellent setup already done by Envy. And so they just kind of walk into the jaws of defeat on that last round, and rightfully so. They will be taking that tack time out because I'm sure they need to just strategize a little bit more or calm things down. That last round should not have happened the way that it did.
Seems like the lurk punishes, the one-offs are kind of the only thing that Stella have really been able to settle into, and it feels like they're trying to use that to springboard into entire rounds a little too heavily. Just rolling up so dry, and it's not necessarily contact, it's just trying to prevent Envy from, you know, sticking their claws into the outskirts of these sites as they have so consistently. Just so tough to do against such raw aggression. It's like, how do you coalesce back against this stack? It feels like Stella are so indecisive with how they need to react to this. Either they'll clump up when they're boxed out, or they'll just implode on a site. Like, it feels like a collapse one way or the other.
Like, I don't want to call it just quite yet, because obviously I want to see these sides swap around. I do think that Stella are a little bit better on the defense, statistically speaking, but at this point, like, at the same time, Envy are extremely defensive sided on this map, and well, they've already got 7 rounds in a row, so it's again just looking really good from Envy. And Kainzera right now has been on a tear. A little bit quiet in the previous map, but looking really good. A lot of utility.
Just start taking more and more steps. Use it as a basically dimensional drift to let Pop and get this Hunter's Fury and fully trap away SW. Brother didn't have a chance. And now the Cypher ulti coming out from Inspire to guarantee the rest of these positions, give Envy a safe ground to stick the spike down and understand just how far they can go from here. And Kainzera, oh, he hears it. He sees the potential. He sprays down the crowd and keeps Tisora from getting a word in edgewise. Kainzera just clears out everybody. And it's just Tisora that Kane can deal with too. He is up and running, folks. 8-2 Envy.
Up and running is scary for Stella, but amazing for Envy. We saw the performance that Exeter put on that last map, and this time around, Exeter hasn't even had an opportunity to do that just because, honestly, Kainzera has just been stealing the show, running away with it. This is the player that we were expecting coming into this based on how the performance was going. He looks nice and comfortable now and is fragging to really showcase that. Up now at 15 kills. Overtaking Inspire, who, honestly, at the start of this map, was just running away with murder.
Now Kainzera is going to test the waters with mid against this eco. Zenatsu, the only one with that rifle, and holding that top mid crunch, but Kane's already to it. Tisora meets it with the Sheriff. And yet again, Envy is stunted, but not stopped. Kane got him this far. Creeping onto the B site. A lot of util from Guy to burn away at, and he's actually able to hide away for a moment here.
Oh?
And Tisora breaks out. Guy has been found, so Envy can carve out the first half of this site, but everyone's already here. It's gonna be a full-fledged fight, and you know Envy's ready for that. Ion and Exeter light up the kill feed and keep the streak going.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there were those opportunities where Stella were looking like they were coming back, but we're not seeing that same level of organization come through. When I'm just looking at players like Zenatsu, more or less just kind of left alone or just asked to make magic happen. Meanwhile, Envy, like, you know, if you get into those awkward situations, they're just going to be able to come out on top of that one. And they do so beautifully. It feels like the timings that they're finding and just the raw fragability power is just looking fantastic from these guys. And yeah, like you said, now up to 9. This map could be over very soon here, Tenrek.
Exeter popping that dimensional drift. Stella trying to meet it early, and now that's been found out, but they still win it out. Tisora is kicking. And now the overdrive out from Kainzera. SW stops that too. And so many heals just dug into this, and yet Envy just keep on pressing. Inspire and Ion trying to get the tank rolling and see Duzord. Oh, your back's been caught. Now, especially with that Cypher ulti, Stella can just reset and see Duzord has made the cycle.
Team A.
Not expected whatsoever. And that's a great reset by Stella to take it to 9-3.
Oh boy, yeah, okay, so 9-3 half here. Things looking a little bit better from Stella Gaming, but I haven't seen a lot of that like setup that we know this team that they're good for, right? Like the flash in, the methodical push through. I genuinely think that Envy are doing such a good job at forcing the other team to play their game with just the level of just like step out and just ready to just frag out on the other team, which has honestly caught Stella Gaming by surprise. It's looking good for Envy.
And they flipped Stella right up against the ropes again. The rest of Brazil trying to rally behind him. And Georgina in the audience with an interview for us.
É isso, pessoal. Estou aqui com a Georgina da Team Liquid. Tudo bom, querida?
Tudo ótimo.
Tudo ótimo. Here with Georgina, Team Liquid's Game Changer. Georgina, semana passada, foi semana passada, né?
Foi.
Vocês ganharam 23-21. Acabou de rolar um parecido. Como é que fica a cabeça para jogar o mapa seguinte, cara?
Não, é muito mais difícil torcer do que tá lá no jogo. É muito mais difícil. Mas agora tem que resetar a cabeça e focar no próximo jogo que ainda não acabou, né?
Exato. Last week they played at 23-21. I asked her how can you reset, and she said that's way easier to play than to watch, and the guys just need to reset to be on point. E agora, esse 9-3, dá pra virar esses dois duelistas? Você confia?
Confio muito nos meninos da Cella. Eu tenho certeza que eles vão virar e o Brasil é muito resiliente.
Muito resiliente. I asked her if she believes in the comeback. She said she does. The Brazilians are really resilient. Muito obrigado e bora pra esse game aí, pelo amor de Deus, vamos ganhar!
The resilient Brazilians attempt to make this a 2-0 from their projected weaker attack side here on Sunset. Down 3-9 against an Envy that looks more and more mobilized as this has gone on. Marks, the aggression may change in style, but it certainly won't stop.
No, it really won't. And honestly, I'm so upset that you made that joke just to start us out here, because I was going to make that exact same joke,
right
and you beat me to the punchline. And I'm like, there's no way you pulled that from my brain. But yeah, once again, like now that we are swapping things around, I'm genuinely curious to see how this one plays out. I mean, obviously we know Envy, they've looked really good on the attack, but they've got a historically strong defense on this map. And so yeah, obviously Stella Gaming moving on to the attack side, maybe they can show us something new here, but it's just statistically speaking looking a little bit more favored towards Envy here. And Envy, once again, want to force out that map number 3. One of these teams has to go home. One of these teams qualifies to playoffs. And with how they've been shooting right now, I would not be surprised if Envy find us at map 3.
Definitely looks to be in the books. If all goes well for Envy, 4 rounds, and these pistols have looked pretty solid by them thus far. Kane, once again, ready to meet it. Big crowd, and he's gonna just lean into the bit even heavier until he finds 2.
Down A.
Thanks to Ion's paranoia, he gets an instant reset that clears the crowd. And Stellai left gobsmacked. Must press on into the remaining stack on A site, which is heavy. Ready to unload. Popping an extra, take theirs, and instantly end this pistol.
Yeah, I mean, like, no real util kind of gets utilized there either. Besides that kind of initial opening, the paranoia, the swing from Kane's air to make sure that that guarantees 2 kills. And then it's just Envy holding their ankles. And Stella Gaming, they just kind of walk into it. They've lost a little bit too much. They don't have as much in their pocket anymore to make that play happen. But yeah, I mean, it once again just really feels like they are playing Envy's game, and Envy are just having fun with it now.
They can just carry it out here and now. Keep that morale fully up and kicking. And continue to make your threats so singular. Your win conditions anywhere. Eggster does have a way out. He ain't done yet. Stellai is though. He'll turn tail.
Oh boy.
Go for the other side, and yeah.
Not the judge, man. Don't do it to me again. This time though, it is in Ion's hands. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. The Cam did catch Poppin', but yeah, they must just not have been able to fully swing. Now he choked up here on A main. No access at all here. Stella cannot trespass a bit.
And like you can see, they're just waiting for those opportunities to try and find something, but just nothing being given up to them. And once again, I think that it's just Envy running them around, you know, playing the aggressive game, pushing them back, not making them comfortable by any stretch of the imagination.
30 seconds
And it's really looking like Envy are going to take this now, 11-3. Like there's no door open here. And even though the recon bolt goes in, Inspire finds one.
Spike down. B.
Yeah, this looks about
remaining.
as certain as it can be with the follow-up. Stella gonna try and set up in this bonus to be able to get the ball rolling somewhere. But it's just so tough to understand where to start here at this point. Envy are fully confident, fully ready to act on either of these duelists opening up a fight kind of whenever. So Stella have so many tough decisions to make on how they can manage the tempo of their flow here. 'Cause they have that paranoid feeling that they could get caught wherever, whenever.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about like the resilience. Obviously, with the crowd behind them, Stella Gaming have a little bit more in the chamber, but resilience from Envy is unbelievable. After that last tilter of a map, to kind of come back in with the level of confidence that we've seen them play, like they don't feel phased at all about what happened last time, which I think is a huge boon, especially as we get closer and closer to map number 3. Like, you know, feeling that confidence despite everything that kind of happened is going to be massive for their head game in order to make sure that bind can kind of fall in their favor if we do get there. But once again, it's looking pretty likely.
Stellite's heads, maybe not there just yet. Perhaps after this full rifle buy. No mid presence from Envy here. Just have Ion watching close with this judge in case of emergency.
And it looks like the call being made from Stella was, hey, let's just play this slow. Let's set up our trap again, wait for them to push into us, and Envy just feel aware of it, right? Like, this is just so patient from them, and they find their opportunities, almost finding Tizora right off the bat.
Yeah, Tizora down to just a crumb of health, and he's got to try and distract the rest of the stack. Tizor's got to make it over to where the push is going on. There's just too much util in the way for Justin Natsu and SW to push forward, and Ion will still get a pick with this judge before getting fragged back upon. And still, Envy step onto it, Inspire in front of it, and won't get punished. Now the rest of Envy makes their way forward with 10 seconds to go. They cannot stall, they have to fight, and Tizor pokes a barrel out. Kane Zera popping with the Outlaw, and now they rush in with the help of that stun. It's another crowd clearing that will take Envy to 12-3 unless Tizora has something to say about it. Poppin could just hold this, right? Yep.
Oh, no way. Yeah. Unfortunately, just too many bodies left standing to Tizora and be able to win that one back. A little bit of a different look that time, Stella going for a bit of a switch up. You know, hey, we got that Yoru presence all the way on A. Surely we're on A. And then the flood-in comes in through B. And of course, when Envy decide to pop out there, it's looking so good. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily like the blinds do a great job of like catching all the members or anything like that. It's just they are walking in independently and making sure to clear everything because they know that they can find those bullets. And now Envy, one round away, Bind just on the horizon, and this has looked stellar coming out from them.
Everybody on Envy doing their part. And yet, still so much potential to string together harder if they need to. Envy are ready to play for the long haul, ready to take this to Bind. Stella might already be as well. Ooh. Inspire. Saturate doesn't hit him until he gets 2. And Envy can once again get in front of the problem, inch ever closer, and start shooting in their faces. Yeah, have fun with it, Kane.
Oh my goodness. Still finds the kill too. In the midst of all of that, and yeah, Inspire's standing up now. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. That's what we expect from the Envy boys. Yeah, obviously the crowd as well. Not too happy about that one. Obviously, being in Brazil, they want their #1 to be able to walk away with it. But Envy looking so clean coming into that map. Inspire starting us off with insane kills and then allowing Zera to heat up. That was the one player that we really wanted to see kind of light up the screen. And finally, we get to see Zera really start to come alive there as Envy, like, very securely now will be taking us to map number 3.
Yeah, definitely more than one reason to be able to talk trash after a map like that. We'll see if the crowd gets fully rage baited or fully electrified when we head to Bind after the break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Tron, and then there was Tristan to Ion.
Going for the evening. Tron!
One final map, a series extended between Stella and Envy as heading into their own map pick. Envy, they wake up. They're looking a lot more confident. They're talking their trash on the stage. Roy, they're going to be taking a strong dub to continue the series onwards.
Zera is activated. Envy is activated. Inspire is inspired. I mean, they're back. I think it's safe to say we saw a phenomenal performance, a huge bounce back. Now, we did talk about Abyss being a bit of a wash map, right? There's red flags that were, the alarms were going off. It was clearly there's some things that were dysfunctioning on that map for Envy. But we come to Sunset, we come to their map pick, and it's like a whole new book has started, guys. It's a completely different look for Envy. They've regained their confidence. They've regained their style, their swagger, if you will, and they look phenomenal here in the second map.
They really did. It felt like night and day Envy going from Abyss into Sunset on Abyss. They looked a little bit more rushed with some of the plays, like forcing plays to work even when they weren't that comfortable. But then on Sunset, they had a full handle of things. and we saw a lot of different varieties in like the tempo that they were going for as well. They weren't really forcing those plays to happen if they weren't looking to be super favorable, and managed to really, I think, lean into playing their own game. We're much more comfortable, I think, with the adaptations that we saw here on Sunset. It was incredibly well done, and I think just like huge kudos to the team to be able to go from playing such a long series where it felt like they should have wrapped up that first map a couple of times there in overtime into a very dominant showing here on map number 2.
And I feel like for me, what is actually like a huge sign of kind of success here for Envy is the fact that they're winning a lot of the fronts now. They're winning on the openings, they're winning on the set plays, they're winning on the retakes. Like, it's not just a single win condition anymore. And then you add on the fact that KaneZera is, you know, he's kind of doing his thing now. He's starting to feel comfortable. He's starting to feel a little cheeky. Oh, I love this. I love yo, that's gotta I love it. The back and forth banter between all of them. You gotta love that. They're starting to have fun.
I mean, that was something that you called out after the first map as well, which is, I know, a kind of weird statement when it's so much on the line, but you said, like, for Envy to not take it so seriously, right? And I feel like when we've gotten to see Envy hit a couple of their really big strides, it's been Inspire and Poppin talking about how the team is also just having fun, and that's really sparked that confidence. When you're getting to a map that is just so much more comfortable for the teams, you get to have this double duelist return, you get to have a strong victory. It looked like a team that was just having a lot more fun, and being able to then just like loosen up in such what could be such an intense environment, right? And I feel like too, Ash, looking at the scoreboards and the performances, that's something that we really got to see come to light, even just on like a technical level.
It definitely was. Just taking a look at the numbers, it's undeniable with the turnaround in performance that KaneZera was able to have. And I think the point that I really love that you made there, Sierra, was the fact that Envy got to play a little bit more loose. And not only that, I think we did see a little bit more depth in their approach to Sunset. And for this team, when they are marching to the beat of their own drum, they're able to play a little bit more fluid. That's where they've always really shown the most. And for this squad, I think that we saw like in crazy impact from all facets, right? Like, you've got a KaneZera that's leading the scoreboard at 21 and 10, but then you also have an Inspire that, yeah, he was getting some good lurk timings on Abyss, but he always has looked the best, I feel like, when it comes down to those lurks when he's playing that Cypher, because he has that camera that he can play with a little bit of that extra utility for that information there, and he always makes the most out of it.
And when you're talking about a team that gets to play a little bit more loose and just kind of that confidence, where it comes from the server, KaneZera was the person who benefited the most from it. Kane has been decently absent in a couple of these games, whether it's getting used to that LAN environment. Again, he's just such a young player. Everything else, role swap as well, Roy. But on the day, finally, we get something to see a little bit more comfortable. And this is much more like the KaneZera we've seen in Challengers.
And I think there's no reason to beat around the bush. Like, he has been underperforming, objectively speaking, right? Like, there's a bar that we kind of expect KaneZera to play at. He's been severely beneath it, but now we're starting to see the return to form for KaneZera, right? And I feel like KaneZera's success is Envy's success. Not that they rely on him, but in the fact that it's the forward pressure that enables a lot of Envy's mid-round pathings to operate, right? Like, it's the duels, it's the being in your face that allows Inspire to get well-timed lurks to make them more dynamic. When they're losing on that front, it feels like these games are so much harder and so reliant on Exter. But I feel like now that you have Exter, who's been feeling nice, you have KaneZera starting to kind of regain form, I feel like, and you also have Inspire doing extremely well. I feel like that combination of those three players popping off is what they need to actually be a successful team in this Ascensions run. So the fact that we have seen it here on the second map is a massive green flag for Envy.
And two teams that have been putting up such a fight, because you cannot discount that Abyss that we saw from Stella. But now only one map remains in the series. Something, too, that is a lot more comfortable for both of these teams, where I'm really going to have questions on whether we're going to see where this worked before in the past, Ash, or if now on the big stage, when it all comes down to this for a chance of playoffs, if we see any sort of pivots to try and get a leg up on the competition.
I think it's so hard to say if we are going to see those adjustments. Neither of these teams having shown bind so far throughout Ascension's Swiss stage. And I think for the side of Envy, it's another possibility of KaneZera going back to another like supporting role, where we just saw him going crazy on that duelist, historic. He's been playing the Brimstone for Envy. He's looked really great on that agent as well, but we're not sure if those adjustments are going to come in. He's still going to be playing the smokes, the controller there, but locked in on the Clove. That is kind of crazy to me. Like, I have a lot of questions when it comes down to that pick. I don't know, Roy. I feel like it's got to be like the fact that he's just feeling really good after last match and wants that opportunity to frag out a little bit more, because we saw how conservatively he'd play on the Brimstone.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a part of it, this can't be a spontaneous thing. I don't think you pop off on one map and say, okay, I'm locking this in, and you lock it in on one of the most important maps you're going to be playing for this whole year. So I think there's definitely a level of like practice and expertise and drilling that they've done leading up to this moment, guys. But I mean, Envy's not a stranger to Clove. They have played that agent before multiple times, right? With Ion previously playing it. So I think they're kind of used to the inner workings of how that agent works on this map. But I mean, for Cella Gaming, we're looking at a double Sentinel composition that could possibly be getting locked in right here. Again, the device, the deadlock, it looks very defensive, but they do have a lot of aggressive tools, guys. So my eyes are on how they're going to be managing some of that utility to take map space, to kind of keep Envy on the backfill, keep them guessing, because that's typically how teams find a lot of rounds on this attack bind.
When we're looking at KaneZera specifically on the Clove, being able to have a couple more tools to build off the aggression, I think I'm a fan. So it's definitely a risk to be switching things up, but hey, might be one that's worth it. Only one map remains as ticket to playoffs is on the line. It's time to head into Bind to see between Cella and Envy who is going to claim the spot. With your casters, it's Mark and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. The first foray into Bind at Ascension for both of these teams. The last map of the season for one. Marks, that Clove pick by KaneZera speaks volumes one way or the other. Does Envy have a plan, or does Stellai take it back?
I think Envy's plan is we're going to go in there and win it, if I'm being honest with you. Because, once again, with how they just kind of fragged out of their minds on the last map, and then you pick the Clove on this one, that is all signs pointing to we are ready to shoot. So, very excited to kind of see how this one is going to be playing out. And I think the ball is going to be in Cella Gaming's court. Obviously, bringing a very util-heavy focused composition. I like some of the materials that they're bringing here, especially the double Sentinels. I think the Zora still has a lot to set up the rest of the team with. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to stop that bulldozer that is known as Envy. And once again, both these teams walking in with a 100% map win rate for this specific map. So both of these bulls are going to be clashing against each other really intensively.
Yeah, we're going to see some big beam clashes this game for sure. Both teams fighting for their lives, for that step into the playoffs. One of the last spots to try to gain that entry into VCT. Envy has circled the boat, taken over lamps. Stellai is satisfied with their spacing on the spike. Perhaps they shouldn't be. Ceduzord is taking the long road to short, but by that point, Envy has cleared the rest of the team. 1v5, let's go Cedu. Okay. Wow, so Extra's already like halfway to Dimensional Drift. So that's a really great pistol.
Yeah, and once again, like, yeah, sure, they were confident in their positioning. And then you just see how Envy walk into it. They're like, oh yeah, let's go out there and shoot them. And there's no real support. It's just like a triple stack. They just kind of walk out, and it's just so aggressive, but their gunplay is just clean every single time. They're not that interested in kind of like yielding the space or taking over everything. They're just simply sharks looking for kills. And Exter finding a 4K to start us out. I mean, we saw what Exter can do alone on the Duelist on map number 1, who really, that was Exter trying to drag them across Abyss, but not able to do so. So I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a lot of crazy gunplay coming out from this Yori.
Yeah, already trying to set up the trap on the potential stack for the TP. They'll just TP right back as Stellai let the stack fly, and yeah, could have gone a couple ways. That's how most of them look. That's a fun, hey, you know, get a little tunnel set up with those 3 smokes. I see the vision.
Oh, I was like, not the caterpillar, not the ant formation from smokes, you know, like, oh, look at those 3 individual bubbles.
That had a head, an
in there.
abdomen, and a thorax.
Yeah, Exactly. And like, okay, also like obviously that was just a fun round because of how it goes. But you're walking into Envy who have like SMGs in their hands. Like, I don't know if that was necessarily the right play, but you know what? It was a fun play. So thank you to Stella Gaming for at least keeping this interesting.
Where are you?
Extra. Same peak, different day. Hello? I might stick around for this.
Yeah, now we get to see a little bit more what we expect. No ants, no caterpillars this time. It's just going to be nice and slow from Stella Gaming, trying to catch one of the members of Envy off guard. But this is the thing, right? Like we saw it on the last map. We're seeing it happen again. Envy, they can just simply take their time. They're not the ones pushing out here. They don't have to overextend themselves. And when they can sidestep some of that utility and then they can pop out at the right moments, find a kill, back off, that's when they look best. And Stella Gaming, like when they go for these slow attacks, it's in hopes that somebody is going to walk out. Somebody will be caught off guard. And if Envy just deny all of that, then, you know, it feels like Stella are the ones walking into the trap.
Oh, here they walk. Poppin considering, but yeah, instead it'll be the double flash. That's beautiful swinging from Poppin.
One enemy remaining.
Whew.
30 seconds left.
Demolished on the front door.
Yeah, I think that's certified yikes. Not being able to find anything on that. Like all of the X's on the map are just in that one concentrated area just by long. And it's so interesting too, because when you look statistically at how these teams play this map, they both prefer the attacking side. And I'm going to be honest with you, these first 3 rounds, even though it is only the first 3, have been extremely decisive towards Envy. And this heat up was what I was worried about for Stella Gaming. If Envy get going, then there is really no room for error. Every single time you have a little slip up, every single time there's a little hole in what's going on, Envy are going to punish you and punish hard.
Wow. No real answer to that, unfortunately. This is very, like, par for the course for how Stella try to approach the attack. It's going to start slow. It's going to take a second to get their feet off the ground. You can see Zanatsu in particular really questioning when he chooses to approach on top of his flash because he knows there's so much of a bank that he's kind of dipping into. He knows how risky it is to kind of just jump into that damage pool himself. Tough timing game that you have to play, and so you'll see more often than not Zanatsu's going to go for poking at first and let Tisora try and enable him. 4th time's the charm here for Eggster, as the Outlaw outside of the TP will finally find somebody hanging around, loitering in the bathroom.
I also just want to point out, in these last 3 rounds, Stella Gaming have only found a single kill.
Yeah.
Like, wow, the odds... Once again, I know it's just been 3 rounds, but it is such a hard mental game as well. Just understanding how dominantly Envy have been putting on this showcase against them.
Yeah, if they can keep the record up here, especially against Zanatsu's rifle. Easy punish incoming with the toxic screen on top of the stack. They'll make noise before they go in, so it'll be red. You can just start spraying. Gravnet tossed out on close range to see if anybody's holding down with something ratty. Oh, it might have just bounced, in fact. Tisora.
Oh, no.
What? And we're locked out again. Good God. I gotta see that collat.
Oh, and it's the exact same position on the last round, too. Like, Envy are just holding that long, and there's simply no answer from Stella to be able to walk through there. Like, they've got an idea on how they want to enter, except when they actually decide to enter, they've got nothing left in the tank to really do so. So there's no flashes, no entry, no nothing, honestly. And they just got to stand around there getting ready to get gunned down. It's these, once again, opportunities that we see Envy consistently try and take there on those little gaps that come through that allow so many free kills, and then it's just open season. At that point, it's just the rest of Envy ready to just run over anything that Stella Gaming have planned.
Feels like Stella are trying to get away with too much quiet and then go for a spring, a very sudden jump onto the site. But on bind, especially in the longs, it's very tough to do that. You see them having to fire so much at like the extra pockets and cubbies just as a precaution before they toss stuff in, because they know how much Envy has the potential to have on site. Feels like, if anything, you need to start making more noise. Start selling your stacks a little sooner so you can maybe bait Envy into fighting you earlier. Because so far, Envy have had no reason not to just stay 5 steps back and, by extension, 5 steps ahead. They have so many backup plans, and yet STE has yet to breach the front gate.
Yeah, like, I think that this is just Poppin playing smart on Envy. Just like, hey, we don't have to push out. I know you guys like pushing out. I know you guys like going in and fragging. We just don't have to do that because of how the team is playing. STE Gaming, once again, like you said, they're 5 steps back as well. They're hanging out in the back line, waiting for Envy to aggress, but no one is there. And so they burn all that time. And then when it actually comes down to the engagement, they're down time and down resources to try and push through.
Well, they'll toss a little bit of a grab net here to try and get a trap going, but Kane is mobile, active, and locked. 2 now for that Clove, that unconventional pick. He pointed out yet again. But since Kane has been on the Brimstone up until this point, it feels a bit like more of a fluid pivot, especially considering that Kane has been on that confident Clove before on other maps, switching out with Ion every once in a while. Guy will catch this insert lurk onto Ion, and it's good for STE to start conditioning that now better than later. And yet still, we're just poking and prodding on the openers, and you have no proper way in now that you've lost your Fade and your Yoru. Like, you have no decent way in other than an Arc Rose, and that's already gone, so you got to play the waiting game here.
Yeah, it's looking really tough. And on top of that, too, Poppin, I was just about to say, unless he gets cleared, it's going to look even more difficult. We do have a couple of smokes here, and we'll be able to zone things out, but Kane's not done.
Yeah, now you can really just start stepping into it. And after that last smattering on Sunset, it appears that Envy do not want to let go of that gas anytime soon. This is so impressive from them so far, just refusing to buckle, and then the moment that they've conditioned that patience, Poppin steps into Garden, Kane Zera starts raid bossing through TP, they immediately start playing in your face again.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're not just like playing in your face, they're killing you in front of your face.
They're destroying you.
Kane Zera, once again, we've talked about this Clove pick. Yeah, it's kind of interesting here. But with how Kane is finally lit up, how the confidence is finally coming through, is able to walk away with a couple of kills there alongside Eggster. So this time around, it's going to be going through. Ion going down. STE have a real opportunity.
It's a good decoy by Zenatsu to body block and negate a lot of the damage done, but still, Barebones by in a tough damage pool. Plus, Spike is a little delayed. Luckily, Zenatsu has an extra gate crash in the pocket to speed run that, but a dimensional drift by Eggster. Again, these ultimates feel seismic, game shifting, round ending, and you can still flash from inside it. Yeah, Eggster can just play as that resident sentinel. Great TP by Zenatsu to find that extra prong, and so it'll reset Eggster as well. Envy do it all over again, but they have the stack, they have the players, and they have the heal to let Eggster go for round 2 with that extra health in the tank. Inspire can spray onto Guy. Again, the bullet tracing is enormous, and so it's on Zenatsu to get the ace to save face. Will he? No! Inspire has enough of the lineup after Poppin gives his body to the problem, and Envy have more than enough money to carry 6 rounds strong into another bye.
I would love to see some stats on how effective Envy is on using their ultimates to convert full rounds. Like you said, it is so consistent. As soon as the Dimensional Drift comes online, it feels like it's just going to be an Envy round. I even thought that the stabilization that we saw from STE Gaming was pretty good. You know, they set themselves up, had these crossfires going. Zenatsu almost is able to clutch that one up, but just falls to Inspire just at the end because he ran out of bullets. It was looking pretty close, but once again, like, all it takes is just Envy ready to pop on them. This time, though, STE Gaming, that's going to be 3 ultimates online. My eyes are going to be on the Annihilation from Tizora. Has to be huge to be able to win this round.
It's found Ion. It seems like they're really trying to trap it. No, they'll go for the Orbital Strike on top of the grab net. That will be the first frag going STE's way. And they've got to amp up the gas from here, but the stack is ready for him. Envy, Poppin and Inspire have their cubbies, and the refrags. Poppin from the Garden gets 3! And hasn't even used the birds yet. Now he has. Dog to confirm Seeduzoid's position. Inspire pokes out, instantly defeated. Maybe take another second here. Seeduzord has the Nightfall now and catches Eggster, who's just gonna stick the sight line down. Seeduzord pops out, grants the intel. Eggster, the decay is fading. The chances are waning. Seeduzord will re-up on intel. Haunt, and Eggster continues to stick it until the poke out. Seeduzord searching, finding the swing. Eggster still wins it. The mental refusing to get displaced. And Envy will yet again keep one standing to keep a goose egg rolling on the side of Stella.
Everything in the kitchen sink tossed in onto that site. Everything utilized to try and get Stella a round. And they get absolutely nothing. Walking away just at the very end there is Eggster with the final kill. The fact that they did not clear that crossfire being set up was the ultimate demise coming through. Oh yeah, you know, we used all this type of stuff. Naturally, teams, they would back off. They would go to the back of the site. That is the normal thing to do. Not Envy. Envy are going to play right up and close and personal with their faces ready to go, setting up these crossfires. And once again, it's over before it even gets started. Stella Gaming get gunned down and will be taking another tack pause out here because things are not looking good for them.
That is the ult bank spent. That cost everything. The Dimensional Drift to find Ion, the Orbital Strike to finalize and set up the site. And then Garden isn't checked. Sea-Doo Zord somehow manifests a 1v1, has the Nightfall in the pocket, sees it as the right time to use it for the intel, and then Eggster just mogs the hell out of him on site. It's just the confidence that permeates every single round. And it grows exponentially as Envy keep this streak going. It feels inevitable. It feels unstoppable. It feels just like Envy want to dictate. Eggster is 10-1.
That's crazy. Oh, two-dimensional drifts as well. Kind of unbelievable. But at this point, a couple of ultimates on the side of Stella. Still available. Sorry, just the Annihilation available. A couple of ultimates on the side of Envy, but they're going in.
So ballsy from Kane, but there's a reason for that. He's got the not dead yet, and now alone after Kane's era TP's out. Or extra TP's out, excuse me. That should be an easy finish, but it's fire! Sprays down the stack through the cage! That makes it so easy for Envy in the end. Another absolute smattering on sight. Another effort silenced. Another moment for the crowd to stare gobsmacked at that scoreboard.
Yeah, and at this point, like you can see, I think the call there is Stella trying to play with Envy's style. You know, just kind of play it fast and loose. Walk into there, get those kills, get out. And yet, it's just a couple of smokes and a little bit of confusion that make it near impossible for them to find anything. Like, it almost feels like in that moment-to-moment gameplay, where there's just so many things on their screen, Envy are somehow able to stay hyper-focused on the people they need to kill, while Stella Gaming getting lost with option paralysis on everything that's kind of going on the site.
Poison's off. So frozen. And a lot of that is starting to become fear. Stella, another forced breakout. Kane's era just setting up the smoke, just setting up himself with the shorty. Zanatsu, again, swarm and deal with the immediate threat. Sorry, Kane. Better luck next time. And you know he'll go for it next time. And you're crunched up in the lamps on top of this.
No.
Gordon and Poppin gets two with the shorty ion on the reset, gets two from the other side. And no matter what you try, it just never feels like enough. The stone the boulder is at the bottom of the hill again.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, what do you even do? Like, you can't keep saying Envy can't keep getting away with it every round. They've gotten away with it 9 times.
They really have.
God!
Like, oh man, it's just that little bit of miscoordination. Like the swings out are just not as good coming through, and it's just Envy kind of just chilling in their individual locations and finding the frags necessary. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like there's not that much to analyze. Like, Stella Gaming are approaching it with everything correct. Like, they're making sure to do stuff, but they're just walking into Envy's traps round after round, and they show absolutely no sign of slowing down.
On the verge of sudden death. The most pressure that Envy has probably experienced this entire season. The first time they've truly faced the danger of the other teams in Americas do, and they don't back down. Instead, they'll just pump it up against this save round. Poppin yet again activates, but Stella holds their footing and will get some decent trades away.
Bring them down.
Down to this 2v3. Of course, it would be on a save where we're potentially seeing this kind of flip around here, but Eggster still is on A. It has been shooting so crisply. Does back off though, as well, who else but Kane's era is now gonna potentially rotate around. This still feels like, even though we might see Stella get that spike down, it should be a snuff out from Envy when they decide to move in.
Again, they can take their sweet time with this. Everybody watching, very, very back, satisfied with just holding on to this CT spot.
30 seconds left.
Ion has already deactivated the pit. And so, Stellai, again, they feel that fear, that ever-present danger. And Zord steps.
Oh, jeez.
Almost into the sun, but it's Cainzera. That'll be the first to step in. Eggster does have a flash in the bank. Does he use it here? No, contact, dead. Zord holds it down with that Sheriff. One more? It's gotta be. Or it's still nothing for Stellai. Sees to decay, trap, Ion, making so much noise. He traps him into the swing and deals most of the damage there. He's playing with his heart, even in such a dangerous position. And
no.
Ion, there's no way he's holding this. No!
Oh, no!
At the very last second after the jump. Envy, keep it stable, keep the party going.
Oh man, the party ain't stopping, Tedrick, I'm telling you. It's in the cards at this point. The stars have foretold it. There's nothing that Stella can do that's gonna help them win one of these rounds. It's just looking so tough for them. Of course, too, this time around, sharp as ever from Ceduzoid to shut down the two most impactful players, but a little bit of noise gives Ion the heads up and is ready to frag that one down. Oh, it's so tough. We're going to be seeing Stella now go for that full buy up. We're going to be seeing that operator in Zanatsu's hand, but it gets closer and closer to their elimination. Extra spotting someone out and was like, oh boy, but that's just going to be good info.
I don't think he knows if they know if he made it through because of how the timing on the blind was, but yeah, after that dog was thrown, there's got to be some inclination. Now the TP. Exter just tossing some variables into the mix early on here, and we'll reset. Poppins loved it here, and Zanatsu is alone. Very much so. Not again.
Oh no.
So close, dude, what?
And meanwhile, it does look like the rest of Stella are getting set up to push in onto A, but it's Cainzera just on the other side, and that could be deadly.
Gotta feel simultaneous here. Poppin just gets those every time. All they have is A. Yeet. Nice first stack. Cainzera has been netted. Exter is back, and Exter is fragging on the site. Fearless for the rest of the team to get their way on, and now the Dimensional Drift dancing around the members of Stellai. Poppin back as well. The whole crowd is here, and the whole of Stellai is bamboozled. Poppin with 4, and Envy. Could this really be happening? In sudden death? Against the best team in Brazil?
Yeah, it's looking more and more possible at this point, because genuinely speaking, like, it's just so clean from them. They're just walking around. They've got total map control. It doesn't feel like Stella can win a single duel. A lot of those set plays that we expect from them, the paranoia through to clear out one side, the util over there so that we can push through and watch each other's backs, none of it is coming online. They are simply floundering right now under this pressure, and they are staring at going home to the home crowd. In just a simple 2 rounds, there's still one to get onto the board, to at least give them a hope, but it's very quickly slipping away from them.
And Inspire, I mean, he already shushed the crowd. What is he gonna do after this game if they end up winning it? Certainly silence thus far. Still work to do. Stellai creeping up. TP from Cainzera. That boy is fearless. Poppin, coming out with the bird. Almost an easy 2-piece, but Ceduzoid can stabilize. Kane still this ever-present threat with the TP, so Tisora has to have his back turned. And Stellai have to have their resources split onto a site that's been fully stacked by Envy. They know it so well. Nightfall on should get all the tracking they need. Exter still gets one on the way down. Now it's Inspire's turn to swing with Ion's help, and they clear house again! It is just perfect!
Every single time, the pop-out is looking phenomenal from Envy. They just walk out, and then you see them swing their mouses around, their mice around, and just know where exactly to look off of one another. Like, it almost feels telepathic between the team members right now on clearing things out. And I don't know how much comms really makes a difference in that sense. They're just so comfortable playing off one another and so comfortable on this map that they're effective on trades, but also effective at just finding those moments of brilliance. As it is now, halftime in the arena. Envy putting on an absolute masterclass on Bind, showing zero signs of weakness, zero signs of slowing down, and they are so ready for playoffs.
What the hell could Phonix be telling his team at the moment as they stare down the barrel of what could be their last round of the season? Envy, cool, calm, and collected, ready to finish this out, as we'll swap sides. Truly, I like exactly the kind of style you'd expect from Envy, taken to the nth degree. Just so much confidence, and you could see the boom from a mile away on this side for Stellai. Just getting so much more discouraged on their swings, so much more in need of using their kit, falling back on the resources, the util, to try to make their way back up the ladder, and it just keeps on coming, crumbling down.
Oh, and really no sign of slowing down. All it takes is one now. And Envy, like, you know, they look like they're having fun. They're cool as ever. They're just hanging out at this point, and they can simply do no wrong. Stella Gaming looking to win a single round to prevent a 13-0. But with how Envy's been shooting, I'm not too sure that that is necessarily in the cards. We will be swapping sides here, but once again, like Envy, they're just playing so confidently and so well done. Resilience is the key term right now for Stella if they want a foot in the door at the bare minimum. But they're going to have to work if they want to be able to pull this one back. Otherwise, they will be packed up and headed home.
25 of the last 28 rounds going Envy's way here on the Sao Paulo stage. Can they make it 26? Can they make it done here with a historic map? Stellai have their 2-3. Zenatsu ready for the weaker site TP. But so much individual responsibility on these two new stars, Zenatsu and Tisora. Zenatsu already selling the clone up in the TP, and he gets killed before TPing away. Tisora has to sell his hand with the grab net into the trap on Nagi's crunch through the TP, and even then, a load of damage is done on the way down. Stellai still down overall, but a 4v4. Let's Envy reset. They've taken over the site from short, though, and they're going to try and go for the crunch onto the showers. Gi explodes out, but the rest of Envy has taken course. And SW has to clutch up a 1v2 with just one smoke in the tank after all is said and done. And the bird has caught him in the back. Envy's 2-stack is confident as ever as they rotate through the TP and force SW to make even more key decisions in his retake.
Yeah, Spike will go down nice and easy. Single smoke left, single smoke goes down here. Just a little bit of overgrowth for Poppin, but at this point that is gonna be not important. It's all up to SW. 1v2, entering in through Hookah. Some members of Envy are grouped up too.
Ion fully healed up. Comfortable in the open as the smoke drops away. Back to the hall to let Poppin take the long road up the elbow, and SW doing the rest of the manual clearing, giving away the noise. Is it just Poppin? No. Misses that head top, and SW is quick to Ion first.
Nice try, kid.
Could they get on the board here? Poppin, waiting, wondering, leaving him to guess. SW will stick to half without taking a bit of damage, and he's just gonna use his head swing to hold the rest of the way, but Poppin gets him at the very last second. Stellai is found slaughtered in their own home. A 13-0 to leave Team Solid with the weight of Brazil on their shoulders in playoffs, and Envy with all the confidence you know they would want going into the Final Four.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought there was a chance, a sliver of hope that defuse was actually gonna come through and they prevent the 13-0. But it's such a decisive win from Envy. As soon as that first map wrapped up, Map number 1, close as ever. 6 overtimes, I believe. And then after that, it's just the NV show. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you got their tickets because they are going to be clowning around on Stella Gaming. They made that one look so clean as once again, North America reigns supreme entering into the playoff bracket. It is kind of crazy to me how many North American teams make it. But it is so sad to see Stella Gaming get eliminated here. They worked so hard. I was so impressed with so many of the different strategies, so many of the different players that they were doing, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to stop the NV train.
You can see what it means to Stella to lose here like this. And they have put on a tremendous show up until now. Such tremendous work by those spearheads, See-Through Zord. One hell of an IGL this tournament. But Brazil is left with one representative, and it is staring down the gun of a North American juggernaut. NV, statement pieces galore as they seal their spot in the Final Four alongside TSM and Team Solid. And after a loss like that, Marks, I fear Winthrop and 9Z may be playing to an empty room.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like if you are these other teams in the playoff bracket, seeing NV finally getting comfortable on stage, seeing honestly Kane Zera really start to heat up. I mean, you gotta be a little bit worried. Everyone was hoping that they'd kind of catch NV off guard, be able to find those kills early on, so then that way you can eliminate them out of the tournament. You don't gotta worry about them. But it looks like NV are back in prime form, and that is a worry for any of these other teams in the Ascension tournament.
Ready to take on this Ascension Americas tournament back at full force. The questions were raised about NV and rightfully silenced. We'll see what the desk has to say about that 13-0. Let's go to them.
What an absolutely crazy turn of events. I mean, into that very first map on the back of an Abyss loss yesterday, 6 overtimes to lose Abyss today. I mean, there was a lot of questions, a lot of faith lost in Envy after that. But Envy, that bounce back to then all of a sudden a flawless map to make their way into playoffs. Ash, I mean, for all that, anyone who didn't doubt, I guess they just didn't believe, because that was, I don't have words, honestly.
I think it's really hard to have words after a showing like Envy had on our last map of Bind, but you really hit the nail on the head there, Sierra. I think just looking at the series as a whole, it's the fact that it started out with such a giga banger of an overtime matchup, and that would kind of set the tone for the expectations of this game. And if you had asked any of us, anyone in the crowd, anybody watching at home, nobody would have anticipated a 13-0 end to today's series to qualify NV into the playoffs, but they were playing flawlessly here on Bind. It felt like their utility was constantly hitting. They were doing so good of a job in all of these fights. Like, there was always that support, whether it was Pop and throwing out a flash, Eggster, and everyone was looking to capitalize.
Guys, I feel like NV was doing such an insane job at punishing the composition for Stella Gaming. It wasn't just the kills, it wasn't just the flashiness of it all. It was the fact that they recognized the win conditions. They were allowing them to take a little bit of space, but as soon as it came down to the site holds, they were not relenting. They were holding it down. They knew the weakness of the Stella comp was the lack of explosiveness, the lack of ability to brute force a lot of the utility, and the way that NV was maneuvering around these facts. This win condition was impeccable. And you combine that with the fact that they got 10 of the first kills. I mean, it's just a recipe for disaster. Obviously, this is a brutal finish here for Stella in front of the home crowd. A really sad way to go. Unfortunately, their impeccable run for this year comes to an end. But obviously, congratulations to Envy. I mean, they found their form when it was needed most.
Yeah, they really did. There were, 3 1v1s that went the way of Envy here on Bind. 1 1v2 for Ion there as well. And for Stella, this does not tell the whole story of how good this team is. It's absolutely heartbreaking for them to be facing up against this defeat here in front of the home crowd, like Roy was just saying. But I think the numbers speak for themselves. Like, we really don't have that much that we can say outside of what was already discussed here. It was such a quick map on Bind. And I think that, again, just to recap, like this entire series, we were hoping, we were thinking that this was going to be another one of those longer maps with how good both these teams have been historically on Bind, the success that they have found, and even with the compositional changes coming in there for Envy, there were some questions about that Clove pick. It didn't really end up mattering in the end all that much, but for the side of Stella Gaming, for these players, it's definitely not the last time that we're going to be seeing them. This last map definitely does not do them justice for the performance that we've seen, not just throughout Ascension, but also throughout VCL Brazil. This has been a top team, and it is definitely hard to say goodbye to them here in the Swiss stage.
It's tough out here, but we said two very deserving teams going into this, and unfortunately only one could be moving on. For the side of Envy, to be ending this off in the way that they did, though, Envy has been tested throughout Ascension so far, taking that loss at TSM when they were so confident about that 2-0 going into it. All of a sudden, then the 6 rounds of OT to start things off. I think that 13-0 to be closing out the series and stamp their way into the playoffs is exactly what this team needed to really regain that full confidence back and know that, yes, they are Envy. This is what they came here to do, and that belief in them to make playoffs, to even try and make it to VCT Americas is deserved. There was definitely a lot of standouts in that map, but it was a Poppin that was absolutely just slamming that last map, and we have him standing on by for our interview, chat a little bit more about the series and everything else. Going into that was just an incredible series. That was an insane series through. Talk to me about going from that map 1 abyss to 6 overtimes to all of a sudden a flawless bind to get your way into playoffs.
I mean, that first map was legendary. That was like one of the funnest maps we've ever played. It was like everyone was making plays. We were winning clutches. They were winning clutches. A lot of misplays from us, a lot of misplays from them. And eventually they ended up taking it. But I have to say, like, my one round behind 4 people, the only thing that's going on in my head, I'm thinking, Shroud, let them all pass. Let them all pass. And I did nothing. It was a sad day. And yeah, it's going to be a legendary clip for me forever. And yeah, it's like the biggest thing from the first map.
I love to see the smile and just how you're talking about the map, because we felt that it looked stressful for you guys, and your Ascension run has been. There was the match against TSM yesterday. You're not able to close out the first map, but you seem to be talking about it in such high spirit. So talk to me about the vibes with the team and how you're approaching this Ascension, especially with teams being actually really close in skill caliber.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a different environment, and I think because we're all like so new to this like LAN environment, even when we're losing that first map, it was so close. Like, I'm all smiles. It was like a great match, and I know because of like how many mistakes we were making to lose that map, it's impossible for us to keep like making this many mistakes. We made so many mistakes in the first map, and we just like, none of us were like stressed at all. Breezed past the first map, and we were just prepared to keep going and play our best game.
And you certainly did. And with that now, flawless victory, you're in the playoffs. How do you feel about that? You're one of 4 teams to still be fighting it out for a chance at VCT Americas.
I mean, I feel amazing. I think my whole team has like put in the work the whole year, and this is what we've all been building up to.
Simply put, I mean, it's an insane match today. You know, there's a lot of support behind you. Poppin, it's time for us to go back to the analyst desk in our next series, but have a good one. Thank you so much for chatting. Best of luck going on forward into playoffs. For us, that's our first series of the day. Insane series through and through. And we still have 2 teams battling it out for our final spot in the playoffs. It's going to be Winthrop University going up against 9Z after the short break, so stay tuned.
com essa Operator e tá aí, cara. 4K do Infiltrator. E a casa cai! A 9Z leva 1, 2, 3, 4 jogadores.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Americas. Yesterday, it was TSM and Team Solid to make their way into the playoffs. Envy just joined them after a crazy best-of-3 series. Now, only 2 teams remain for the final remaining spot. It's 9D going up against Winthrop University. 2 teams that, yeah, Roy, we've gotten to see a lot out of them. But again, this is final chances. It's now or never for the squads.
Yeah, the do or die. I mean, we saw Envy kind of rising to the occasion, right? They've overcome their obstacles, and here these 2 teams are looking to do the same, guys. They had a cold start to the actual Ascension, Swiss stage, but now things are at the finish line. They need to step up right here. Both of these teams, yes, they've had their losses, but they've also had their moments of brilliance. Which version of them we're going to see today? Well, I hope we get that answer, guys.
We have such polarizing storylines for both these squads here as well. When you take a look at this Winthrop University lineup, it's these collegiate players who have consistently been slept on and considered the underdogs in the competition. And while balancing all of the work that they have to do, both in the server and then also for their classes, and still being able to perform so consistently, most of them being new players to this level as well here, right? Like, yes, we've known these players within like tier 2, but to reach Ascension has been huge. Aside from Governor, who is in this squad, like trying to get his way back into VCT, a player that's played within tier 1 across 2 different regions, mind you, in Pacific and EMEA. But then on the other side of things, who they're facing up against within 9Z, it's that veterancy. It's the fact that you have these players who have already tasted that tier 1 stage and and have that drive to try to get back.
And that's something to be said too, for that the level of experience different plays a huge factor in the matches and stuff. We got to see yesterday Winthrop University also going up against a team that had a lot more of that veterancy, and Winthrop on this stage crowd against them just couldn't quite get anything going. It's a team that's been under a lot of pressure in terms of just everything they have going on, Roy, and concerns of, yeah, they are these collegiate kids that have to be throwing everything at it, but this is just a different environment. It's like the biggest environment, and have to see today if they can adjust to the turning tides.
This is also one of the roster that has the most like official experience, right? Like they've played so many officials. That grind, that balancing collegiate, balancing tier 2, a lot of that is going to pay off dividends here, I feel like. And guys, I don't know about you, I'm not making the same mistake of sleeping on Winthrop University. We did that in the beginning of the year, excuse me. I'm not doing that again, okay? Every time we've considered this team an underdog, they've proven us wrong. I think they can hang with the big dogs. I think they're a very capable team. I think the potential and the skill level on this team is through the roof. It is a lot of it's X factor, a lot of it's hard to quantify, but one thing's for certain, I will not be sleeping on them.
I mean, I just need to see a little bit more of that X factor today, because we have seen Winthrop University go up against the top teams that we've had in NA. We've gotten to see them be able to hang with the big dogs, etc., right? But that's something too that on this stage, after their play-ins, we just missing a little bit. But yesterday's series, Glyph, when we're looking back at the performance, was the one person that had that consistency here, Ash. And when we're looking at the IGL and we're looking at where Winthrop University can start to get anything going in the server, have to be keeping big eyes on Glyph and what he can do.
You definitely do. He's such a fun player to watch. Like, he's this player on the Omen who's often taking a lot of those risks, going for some like crazy TP plays at times. And that's all while balancing the calling here for Winthrop University. When I think about the top Omens that we've seen so far in Ascension, it has truly been tied like between Glyph and then Ollie when he is on the Omen at times there. And I think that experience where we've seen him so consistently on this agent, he's been able to make the plays necessary here for Winthrop.
And if we can get a couple of that more today, while the rest of the team works up and is able to warm up, that could be really, really big. Roy's got a little bit of a frozen cam here. He's just
I was just wondering,
serious
really
with what we're talking about. But while we get that part sorted, we had words from governors about yesterday's match, which I'd love to hear.
I think this game off the bat was the loudest. I guess it was our first. Well, we played Red Cannons, and it was still loud, but this one in particular, I guess it was just very loud. And even though I played in Tier 1, it's probably the loudest I've ever played, or like the loudest match I've ever played. And I think that really affected just the entire team. Affected me a little bit in the beginning, just because like I literally couldn't hear what my IGL was saying, so I had to like raise the volume and everything for like map 2 and stuff. But I think also, and with that, it was just our first as a team in this event where I think things kind of weren't going well for us, and I think that really caught us off guard. We had strong starts with our other matches, and we were really able to carry the momentum. But I think here it just kind of was a big snowball, and yeah, just one of those matches, right, where we're just getting first picked. DG's in, obviously had a very good game. I think he had 12 first bloods on map 1, so it was just very hard because he was being a really big nuisance, honestly, just not letting us kind of play our game. But yeah.
I mean, I find that so interesting because we had talked yesterday about Winthrop liking to be the underdog, etc. But Ash, hearing how loud the crowd was, everything else, and how that affected the team's just so interesting.
It definitely is. I'm kind of piecing the pieces of the puzzle together a bit here too, because it felt like, what was it? Just the other day we heard from Glyph and he was just like, yeah, I just need my team to listen to my calls a little bit more. And then we hear this interview and it's like, okay, it's so loud that they're even having trouble hearing the calls from their IGL. So, okay, I think we're cooking. We're figuring out where some of those problems are coming from here for Winthrop. Hopefully that's something that they can try to adjust to a little bit better here in today's matchup.
We got a detective on our hands. All right. I mean, considering opponents today, there definitely should be some noise, but maybe not quite the same as the crowd yesterday. Let's talk about 9Z, because going into this, we definitely have the veterancy of players here. We definitely have a crowd that should be, still probably rooting for them over Winthrop. But going from the loud #1 seed instead, Roy, I'm curious with how they're going to be going into today and the support that's there in the arena.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a kind of a contrast, right? It's like these players are coming off a win, a really solid one at that, versus Shinden, a team that we consider to be a very strong force into this tournament, right? With so many known quantities. But the form that we've seen from this team has looked so great in their last match. And we saw a little bit in the interview as well, a little bit earlier, where, Taco was talking, a lot about the emotions and a lot about like, the kind of them feeling nervous and them feeling a little bit tight on the stage. I feel like them coming off with such a strong 2-0 win versus Shinden has surely put a little bit of wind in their sails. I feel like they're starting to feel it. They're settling into the pressure, and just the way that they looked, a lot of these players coming to life for 9Z, they're starting to look like a real threat in this event.
I mean, again, when you talk about the veterancy and the pressure, it's pressure that has been there on these players more so than the opposing end of Winthrop University. So again, when it is do or die, when it is playoffs, and then you have that momentum as well, Ash, that's going to be something that's, I mean, a lot of boon in their sails for this.
Yeah, that is for sure. I love the conversation about expectations, because when we're talking about Winthrop, it was that whole underdog. There aren't really that many expectations, but for 9Z, it feels like they have everything to lose almost in this match where they're trying to qualify for playoffs. These players, 4 of them having historically been at that tier 1 level. Soother maybe hasn't hit that tier 1 before, but he was at Ascension last year with Rita, finishing in that 5th place spot. And that is just so much pressure, I think, on the side of 9Z because of their veterancy, because of their historied experience. The crowd, people in the community, expect them to be able to perform and to be able to try and rise back up to that tier 1 stage.
That is a great call too. So having a lot of expectations and a lot of eyes, I'm curious with how they're going to be stepping up with that. And want to talk about one of the players we definitely have expectations going on to into today, and talk about an exit here, Roy, because someone too, when we talk about the veterancy, it's here.
Yeah, and he's been relatively quiet for a few officials now, to be honest. I don't want to say he's playing poorly. He's definitely not playing poorly by any means, but I think the level, the accolades that he has tied to his name has raised my expectations, especially when you see some of his clips. His mechanics are sharp. He's a clean player. Now, in this last match versus Shinden, guys, Nags was one of the win conditions. We finally saw him a huge return to form. We saw him play extremely well, and he was a really big factor in that win, obviously alongside Taco Leah, but that's kind of a little bit more from what we expect from him. But for Nags specifically, I feel like him popping off in this role is going to give a lot more edge to 9Z to have multiple win conditions, whether it's through the lurks, whether it's through the anchors. Having Nags that activated is going to be huge for this team, and the fact that he's hitting his form right now is going to be an absolute threat to Winthrop University.
That's a dangerous thing as well. The fact that for a couple of these teams that, yeah, like this is the point at which they're hitting the stride. It puts a lot of pressure on the opposing team. So I'm curious to see if we'll get to see a little bit more of that today. But of course, they took a great win. They have that momentum. And we got some words from Taco about the previous match ahead of today.
Bueno, el resultado fue 2-0. La verdad es que la gente, o sea, el equipo venía con... No con expectativas, pero sí con mucha garra y confianza para llevarnos esos dos mapas. El Heaven lo pudimos cerrar muy bien y clean. Y el Vine yo creo que se nos escapó un poco en los detalles de algunos rounds. Que bueno, los otros chicos igual juegan y un poco la ansiedad juega en contra. Pero lo bueno es que logramos encontrar la calma y poder cerrar el partido como se debía. Y jugando bien en equipo.
Closing the match out as a team and looking back at that last series as well, one that Taco had a great impact in. And I want to call to our head-to-head between Taco and Infiltrator, especially too when we're looking at the expectations and being able to close out. Like, yeah, Taco was great for that. Infiltrator, I mean, looking at this Ash, Infiltrator, someone like for talking about expectations on, yeah, I feel like us from NA do have expectations here. So I'm curious how he can step up in today's series.
That we definitely do. And I think that for Infiltrator, yes, his stats definitely still look great. But when we call back to that last matchup, he wasn't necessarily playing badly by any means. He was definitely still doing his job on the duelist up against Team Solid. But DJ Zian was just absolutely owning in that duelist head-to-head. And I want to see Infiltrator back into full form here in this do or die situation. It's also another situation where he is going to be that kind of rookie player up against a very experienced duelist on the other side of things. And that's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
And I think the crazy thing with the last series, specifically for the Infiltrator side, is even despite DJzin's insane, monstrous performance, he was still positive on the first kills, first death. Like, he was still 6-5. It's not like he was getting destroyed by DJzin, to be honest. It felt like DJzin was kind of, you know, dismantling some of the other players on the team. But when it comes to individual performances, I feel like Infiltrator has proven that he can compete with some of the best duelists in different regions. I strongly am confident in his ability in this match, and I feel like him being activated, him kind of regaining some of his confidence in this last match, settling in on the stage, it is going to be huge for Winthrop University.
As the players take the stage as well. Two very different stories as we highlighted at the top of things. The veterancy on the one side, and of course a Winthrop University that definitely have their reps in the server, do not get me wrong, but very different experience on these bigger stages, on this international stage, especially to the momentum within the tournament. A 2-0 for 9Z that they're able to close out well. And for Winthrop University, Ash, maybe not living up to the expectations they would have wanted. So coming into a head-to-head for today with a final playoff spot on the line, what form are we going to see from these teams? Are Winthrop University ready?
Hey, all I know is that Ollie tweeted out like really early this morning and he was like, I am not ready to go home. And that's the vibe check that I needed, I think, from the Winthrop side. They've already done such a great job balancing everything on top of focusing on Ascension. Now it's about that question of if that matchup up against Team Solid, up against that very experienced roster in of their own right, is something that they're going to be able to take away from and carry into this matchup up against a very similarly experienced squad.
My concern is whether 9Z has learned from that match, to be honest. I feel like they can probably pick up on a lot of the tendencies that DJzin was kind of up to, and I feel like Taco Leah is the type of duelist that could easily replicate some of that performances, right? Specifically on how to punish on certain maps, like Ascent, for example, if it comes up. We'll have to see the... Oh, okay. I actually like this Abyss pick here coming out from 9Z. I feel like the map is extremely suitable for them. They've shown they're pretty solid on it so far. Winthrop University Sunset has looked great. We've seen what they've done with the Sage. I feel like this is going to be a little bit interesting, guys.
And it wouldn't be a Winthrop matchup if we didn't have Lotus somewhere in the pool. Sierra, I know you're loving that.
I mean, hey, me and Winthrop University on Lotus is a love-hate relationship, let me tell you. But I will say, of all things, they have reps on that map, okay? So having that as the decider, if Winthrop University can get into that map 3 and take a momentum with them, I think that it'll be a love relationship with the Lotus on the day. But I'm very curious about this first two, especially Abyss. I feel like, Ash, it has been so saucy for these teams to see what form they have on this map.
Yeah, and I feel like I almost lean a little bit more towards 9Z for this map selection. Like, it's not like it's a bad select there necessarily for the side of Winthrop, but similar to that matchup that we were just talking about between Stella and Envy, we've seen the reps out from Winthrop within Ascension. They've played it twice already. They've shown quite a bit of their hand of how they want to be working the macro. Meanwhile, for the side of 9Z, this is a map that they've managed to maintain hidden throughout this competition so far. So Winthrop can't really prep up against it. They don't necessarily know what to expect.
Yeah, I'm assuming the inner workings of the maps are probably not going to change too much on Abyss, guys, but I do want to point something out. If we're looking at recent history overall for either of these two teams, there's no glaring weaknesses on any of these maps. It's not like the last series where, you know, Abyss was a bit of a red flag for Envy. No, this is potentially 3 maps where both teams are kind of comfortable. They're well versed. It's going to be a lot more of a hard fought battle the entire way through. I think we're going to be seeing some very tense VALORANT here.
We're going to be seeing the same composition as well on the side of 9Z that they were running during the LATAM finals. So no change on that side for them. A comp that they're definitely familiar and comfortable with. We've seen the pros and cons here of the composition on the side of Winthrop University. Ollie gets really creative with a lot of those walls, taking a lot of those off angles that are going to be important to keep our eyes out for on this attacking side, especially when they're leaning over towards the A side. He likes to take that off wall to peek over towards like the right side where you can jump over onto A, and that's something that 9Z are going to have to keep their eyes out for.
Guys, what I'm really eyeing out right here is the double orb controllers for 9Z, okay? On the defensive side, there's a lot to work with. The one-ways in mid to sort of deny space early, the ability to smoke deep in mid as well. You have a ton of smokes for the counters, and you also have the global counter utility coming out from Astra. We've seen what Winthrop University can do when they hop on sites with this composition. It's very hard to deal with the Astra utility in the post lane. It's very hard to deal with the Sage utility in that post as well. I feel like for 9Z, the win condition here for the defensive sides is to be able to stall them and make sure to flood at the same time. Otherwise, the retakes might be a little bit hard.
9Z are definitely also going to have to be cognizant of the positioning here for Moops. He's been a force on that chamber, on those lurks, and he's been a big reason as to why Winthrop have been able to pivot into the mid-round previously. They've got to keep their eyes peeled.
One final spot in the playoffs. It's going to go to either 9Z or Winthrop University. Time for the first map in the series. A practice one for both to see who's going to get the first point on the board. Let's head to Abyss and head back over to your caster, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. One final spot remaining in the Final Four here at Ascension Americas between the final Latin American representative and what would be North American rep number 3. Winthrop University, the collegiate squad, the 3rd seed, coming all the way from the play-in to now, playing against 9Z, who fell to Envy and then battled their way against Shinden in their regional playoff. Now, it's back up north to see if they can face off against this squad that has literally been doing homework as they've been playing games. Abyss is the best spot to do it, I think, too. Yeah.
You know, like we're making that assumption that they've been doing their homework this entire time.
They literally said Governor had homework after a game.
He had homework, but did he do it? That's the question. These are gamers we're talking about, but yeah, I mean, a lot to talk about with how this composition is kind of being built up. I like how the desk highlighted a lot of what is going on. But yeah, as quick as thieves in the night, it's going to be Winthrop University quickly just stealing away that ultimate orb and then immediately rotating around. And once again, my eye going to be on either Moobs, who's currently in the middle of a fight here, or Ali, and specifically with how those Sage walls get set up, because my man has been trying all sorts of unconventional things, which has me extremely excited about some of these cheeky angles.
Yeah, the performance of these two Sentinels is definitely something to pay attention to in the very beginning of this, both because of Ollie's ability to be an everyman and because of Moves' recent slump. against Solid, not performing nearly as well as he has the rest of this tournament. Klaus is going to be that first point of contact before the smoke goes up, and he'll grab the first, and then Suther holds close, with Taco holding closer. So the stack is here to meet it. This is a good read of the approach by 9Z after WU took the long road, but Ali is still jumped up to the high ground, and Suther skating it. Oh, no, buddy! Well, you'll take what you can get it. And Ali is giving them a 1v3. Glyph paranoid out from the high ground. Now a 1v2 as Nagzit moves forward and finds his head, but Glyph finds Nagz's. 22 HP. Has he moved? No, he's moved forward. Delzik beckoned down to 49 HP. Has Glyph turned this into a salvageable round? Yes! Winthrop University kick things off with a bang.
What is going on? Oh no! This is not Minecraft. You can't hold shift and not walk off the edge. Oh no, you hate to see it. That is twice today that we've seen an Abyss of fall off, unfortunately, which honestly, Suther has been a player who's really been impressing me, but it's so hard to say that watching him fall off the edge there. But really, this just comes down to Glyph just playing an excellent game, you know, has the high ground here, walking around, dancing around the team, just finding those individual opportunities to get Winthrop University across the line. So a bonkers pistol round to start off the series, but Winthrop will be up.
Just what you like to see from both these teams. Give and everything. Perhaps WU a little more ready. We'll see if that persists. Now, just trying to lob out some space here. WU going to sell the presence on mid to maybe split the diff, see if they can get a better punish on the site itself. And yeah, just try and create that open season early. Show you've got the aim diff, show you're warm.
Yeah, and it's just very patient from Winthrop University at the moment. I mean, really just kind of taking their time, getting their space, but it looks like they will be making their way over towards that B site. We'll be running into a Vise exit, ready for the potential hop around the corner there. Beyond that, like 9Z, they don't really have a good read on where this team is ending. Well, until now.
Yeah, Klaus playing it a little bit safer this round. Feels like they want to get away with any guns they can, but Nagzit will go ahead and drop one right then and there on the B side. So 9Z will be here to meet it, and Klaus, yeah, I'll toss out the recon now. That'll catch a lot of this extension.
Why does ever on this retake? I imagine at this point, like, 9Z are just not willing to really give anything up. Just kind of see if they can find a kill here or there, but beyond that, like, they already know that this round is pretty much over.
Yeah, the Sage Wall prevents you from taking that second angle. High ground, you know, allows you every excuse to take some space. Hey, we got two. We have sight. Smokes fall. WU have to turn to this. First tap on the gravity well. Oh, Klaus is trying to play with it. Yeah, you're out of time. So WU can hold it down, but they lose 4 guns. That was well pushed by 9Z in the last bit of that round.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, given the timing there, you know that it's just a let's walk out there and try and find some kills type of style, right? Like, yeah, and the fact too that Nagzit was able to walk away with moves this kill, it feels like there are a couple of holes being exposed against Winthrop University right now. Like, this is not as clean as you would necessarily expect here. And so while they do get that second round, it's such a budget buy coming in from their side. While 9Z, like, this is their rifling round. So it's going to look pretty good from them. Curious to see how they want to play this defense, whether or not it is very just tempered or if they're going to be poking through to try and find a little bit of control. While Winthrop, they up the pace a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, launching the slower about the gate here. And the decoy will burn away at a lot of the Vice util as well. Really hammering down on this early to see if they can get somebody to rotate where Moobs is watching. And they'll go ahead and give himself to the drone. They're playing very forward. Winthrop has always been very telegraphed. Like, it's very, again, it's always pretty easy to tell what they're going to end up doing. I think Klaus had a very decent read on this so far, but Moobs has a far better flick. That is disgusting.
It was like the over flick and then the correction immediately. And then just the snap out, like, it's so clean. And now, I mean, that kind of opens up a little bit of an opportunity as they know it's only going to be 2 people on this site and they can kind of crunch it.
Overwhelming Delzik to begin here as they'll just trollops on the main line, and Ali will set up that orb to get the crunch, but Glyph has already made his way over. And WU infect. Wow! That pathing was insane by Glyph.
Man, I mean, once again, we're looking at those walls. The barrier orb from Ali lifts Glyph up to kind of get a backline there, just to kind of confuse everybody. And it's those tricky positions that have really impressed me every single time we've seen Ali play the Sage so far in Ascension. Obviously, on that the last series, we saw Kate Zera on the Sage, and not nearly as many kind of tricky barrier walls.
Hey.
But Winthrop University, like, that's all they kind of do when it comes down to it. Like, it's more often than not that you see the barrier orb set up, yes, to zone people out, but more importantly, elevate somebody into this weird position.
Out of charges.
Yeah, 9Z are already going to call it. And yeah, this is definitely a stark difference on the Sage skill already. I mean, Ali was the first to toss out the util there as well. The slow orb right on top of the connector to force that like one and done decision for like Delzik to decide to stick around on top of the site. And then the barrier to split as well. Just a terrific facilitator on this Sage so far, despite the fact that 9Z actually had the guns to burn the barrier orb that time around. Just shows so versatile at any given moment, and it's gotten to him to a 6-1 KD first 3 rounds of this game. Unbelievable stuff. I love this guy. He's the best.
Yeah, and then also too, the resurrection already came off as well. This time not necessarily getting kills off of it, no bait, just bring somebody back up nice and honest, but still, like, Ali, one of the star players from Winthrop University, and honestly is making a statement thus far. 9Z, still not 100% sure what they can necessarily do. Winthrop University, meanwhile, do a great job at cutting that site up. Make it so that it's these small opportunities that they can run in and overwhelm the individuals that are kind of sectioned off.
Yeah. By default, with just the raw expanse of the map itself. This is a little strange for moves as well. Check him out over on the window.
Here.
And 9Z hasn't historically peaked this, right? Delzik tends to stick back. Maybe for some intel? It feels like about that time. I'll smoke it. Great timing. Oh, he spots his head, right? Ooh, okay. So, as you stick around now, yeah, it seems like he's going to try and let WU get over. Oh, the 4-stack up mid. Yeah, this is a good way to deal with the save. Again, just separate and then refine. And moves, yeah, he'll set up his own little bottleneck. Wants to just condense his infiltrator. Spear tip. Running it down. Let's guarantee the rest of these angles before the clock runs dry, eh? Nags is still here. Any pick is crucial. Woo! Yeah. Deserved. Yeah, no, you can, I mean, that's like 300 creds down the drain, too. He's like money spreading on him.
Ace.
Wow. Damn, not the financial diff there. Big ol' sniper rifle, I don't need it. Just bust out my trusty little headhunter and find the headshot there. But yeah, once again, like, excellent mid-rounding call being made by Winthrop University. A little bit of information gets through, and then as a result of that, then, you know, they just kind of walk through mid. They're able to stay alive in the midst of all of it, have enough of the pressure and presence to be able to clean house, and then it's an unconventional push that gets them right into the site. And by the time we see 9Z want to try and make any retakes happen, simply just not enough time at that point, because Winthrop University have just absolutely dominated things. So we will be seeing 9Z. They will be now taking their time out to try and hemorrhage the bleeding just a little bit, because Winthrop are warming up and they look like they are really just ready to bulldoze through this.
Yeah. North America continuing the streak across teams, as it appears. And we understood that this attack from Winthrop was going to be strong. We just wondered how they were going to approach it after, you know, already having film on it, and 9Z not after so long. This is their first time we're seeing their Abyss in Ascension. They're keeping the comp, but I think their patience has definitely shifted because of the new region that they're playing against. Winthrop, so far, have done just a great job of sectioning out responsibility per player, which they always do such a great job of doing, and that falls back to the double senti a little bit. How much are Ollie and Moves able to single-handedly control? And from there, how good of a path can WU set up? Infiltrator hasn't even really had to do much as the opener yet, just because there's been so much space that's been taken on an overarching level by WU.
Yeah, and it's those like long sight lines that have really just kind of helped out WU feel nice and comfortable. Like Moobs with the sniper rifle has just been single-handedly kind of closing down some of the corridors, right? And that's not even like a, oh no, well then that way they have less entry power or anything. No, it's perfectly well executed. And then the rest of the squad just kind of groups up together and moves in as an individual unit as they are just right now. And Suther's going to have a lot cut out in front of him.
Taco, been here before. Stick around for a flash. And WU gonna try and throw the elbow down. TP in from Infiltrator. Suther again ahead of it. He's been consistent on that regard. And WU see that as the sign.
Yeah, and all this space bought by Moobs as well means that they do have quite a bit to work with. I'm just curious about how Nexit is going to be doing in solo anchoring this site. Finally, we're going to be seeing Delzik kind of rotate around.
God.
Once again, it's going to be that push through mid, though.
Moobs just raw dogged so much space with an operator dry peeking, and he'll finally get punished as he enters an actual win con space. But WU's here. He got him the distance. 3v5 it. Let's do it. Governor catches the backstab from Taco. Next checkpoint is Delzik. Governor's got that too. Mr. Worldwide. Catching his way on a B site. Glyph spots the barrel and nags it. That's just a tough corner to put yourself in. Much rather he'd run it down for the retake, but 9Z bamboozled. God, that was a 3v5!
Yep. And Governor activates. I like the idea that we are just willing into existence that he is Mr. Worldwide. Let's keep that one going. But once again, like, Governor has been fitting a lot better into this squad than what we have seen when he first joined during Challengers. I have to admit, Governor really felt like a sore thumb, kind of sticking out. Always trying to take those opportunities, always trying to make something happen. But lately, when Winthrop University kind of let him off the leash a little bit, kind of played to account for that. Like, okay, we've got the Silva utility out at this point, and so that means that it's going to be nice and easy for us to be able to move in. You can kind of go do whatever you want. Then Governor has had, honestly, great success thus far. And so really, the squad is melding quite a bit, which has now gotten us up to a 5-0 score line. As we see 9Z are forced back onto a save. Klaus, Suther, and Delzik all have their ultimates. They just honestly haven't got an opportunity to do so.
Moobs dares to shoot beyond the blind, and unfortunately does not catch any flack. So WU will keep on perusing. And 9Z, this is a deep smoke set up by Delzik. I respect it to try to go for some intimidation, but Klaus with the Sheriff, it's tough to properly play off of it. You still have to go for the sights. And it seems like they're trying to cradle the B lean, but WU are not having any of it.
Here, teleport's ready.
Very patient play now, but looks like the ending will be onto this A site. The utility gets tossed in to try and fake that presence. On the other side, Suther on A, kind of aware of what's going on, and that could be huge if Suther can find a couple kills.
30 seconds left.
We'll back out for the time being. So many tools to reapproach this. Does 9Z use any of them? Does it feel too early with this save, or does it feel too late now that you're already 5 rounds down and risking the 6th should you not use those win cons? Tough balance that WU has forced 9Z to strike. Speaking of strike, Governor, ready with that timing yet again. Who turns to him in time? Not a soul. Oh, taking a page out of Poppin's book here, and he's heard. No. Governor, free reign from the back, and Klaus can't fight it either. God, we're just feeding this kid. All right, Delzik can finally stop that, but yeah, it's 6-0 WU, and 9Z did not see the time window to go for an ultimate, neither did I. It's just, how the cookie crumbles here.
Yeah, and another excellent timing coming through from Governor. Just, once again, the Sova, not really the lurking player, right? Like, you expect that utility to kind of come through there, and then, okay, let's swing off of that one. But with how Winthrop University has been playing, I mean, that time around, it gets called, hey, just toss out that recon dart, make them think that we're going that way, and then suddenly Governor and Moobs are on that mid-lurk. And once again, Governor, someone who is very comfortable playing that duelist role, playing alone, looking for those kills, has an excellent opportunity to make it happen again. So, excellent job for Winthrop as they're now up 6-0.
My ult's ready.
So this should be the pivot round for 9Z. This should be where they get the ball rolling. But WU has some ults in the tank too, and they're going to use it. Cosmic Divide into the Hunter's Fury, and Governor has found Suther hanging around on that site. Been far too long. You've been trying to keep that real estate. Glyph blistering on, taking care of Klaus. Taco can at least hold court from the back hall, but from there, it's got to be retaken. Mostly dry. Delzik caught. Beautiful skate on the smoke, once again by Governor. A Glyph really just setting the stage for the entire team to extend. And that'll be it. No time to use the ultis, no time to use the operator anymore. It's another certainty for WU. And North America has now won 20 rounds in a row over their opponents here on the stage in Sao Paulo.
Don't say it like that, man.
I mean, this is
cheering for the other regions.
This is a stunning takeover.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, like, it's just compliments for Winthrop University coming into this one looking so rehearsed. Obviously, if you look at their map statistics on how Abyss has gone for them, it looks like it's a nice little 50-50%, right? Where you're like, well, how did they look so confident here? And one of the reasons was because they did play it against Red Canids, even though they had already qualified for Ascension. So they kind of got goofy with it, but now we're kind of seeing them back into full form, similar to what we saw when they faced 6 Karma on this map. And once again, reminding you of that score line, it was 13-4. So, you know, Winthrop University, very, very, very confident on Abyss.
Just insane seeing the work ethic from these players that, again, are students. Like, we cannot drive home that point enough.
Cutting through.
A whole
biggest
suite of
mid-presence we've
ultimates.
seen. Yeah. A lot you could use here. And Suther, great stick in the hall. Good reposition to stop the threat that WU has just now decided to act on. It's a good read by Klaus to know that this is what's possible after the eco is drained. The big silencer for the 5 ult round that 9Z could have prepared. But we are into the B-side. Glyph has jumped across the cliff undetected, and Nags not prepared. 4v4, and Klaus tries to fight Ollie as he sets up the barrier. It's all going the way of the Eagles.
Delzik, though, so far forwards here, has that paranoia as well. The dimensional drift gets utilized. I think I heard that from Taco Leah just on the other side, and not too sure what that information gained was trying to happen there, but the ultimate's kind of gone.
Yeah. Time for number 2 as Delzik enters on top of the divide. Suther is quickly traded away. And so Ali now causing the pressure from mid as well. This has still not been dealt with, and so Taco with this operator has to play so much slower. And so it's all on Governor yet again to try to make some headway with this pistol. He's made it work. Delzik down. And he's just jumped his way forward. Taco can't even finalize that. No semblance of 9Z is working at the moment. This is a faceplant by Latin America's best.
Wow, first we go from Envy putting on an absolute masterclass, and now we're seeing Winthrop University, another North American representative, just firing on all cylinders. Like, there's no sign of them slowing down at all, and it honestly feels like 9Z are just a little bit lost. The fact that even the shorty kill just can't come through, like, it's feeling discombobulated, and everything is not lining up right for 9Z. Meanwhile, it's just perfection coming out from Winthrop University. Of course, obviously, Moob's losing his life there just at the beginning. Not exactly how you want to start the rounds out, but man, like, they are looking sharp as ever. And look at the faces of 9Z. Like, they look so deflated as they call this timeout.
Calling the second 1.5 is always going to just take the wind out of your sails. And what answers do you have to provide when it feels like they can't get their feet off the ground? That was ultimates thrown in.
Yeah.
I have so many questions about that dimensional drift, man. Taco is psyching himself out so hard. They're terrified of where moves could potentially be. They're terrified of how far Governor's potentially gotten. It is just waste being laid here on Abyss.
And it's so painful too, because I believe it was in the interview that they were just like, oh yeah, like, you know, we got to stay calm, got to stay collected, and we got to close out these rounds as a team. So far, like, I haven't really seen those moments of teamwork come through from 9Z.
You want to play?
Looks like these individuals looking for their individual moments, and nothing coming through from that. So different look this time. 9Z getting aggressive just outside of that B site to claim a little bit more of that space. It's going to be the rush on A.
Blood in the water smelled. As Suther is pinged. And potentially read by Infiltrator. No, and down D2! And WU stormed the battlefront. Once again, an unbelievable pocket that WU surge on. And the slow orb to go for the instant slowdown. Moves has an easy vantage. Once again, complete Armageddon. And WU, you start to ask, could they do it too?
No.
Oh, given an opening for this first fight, but it's just, yeah, sold. Let's go next. Don't give that orb over.
Oh, man. And honestly, I think that was just a good microplay coming through from Winthrop University, understanding some of the positioning that we might be seeing from 9Z.
Yeah.
All right, we know what's up there. Let's send Infiltrator through. And you know what? Like, unlucky timing on Suther's end. Like, I have to admit, like, just the timing as you walk through, as the shorty comes out, is just so simply unlucky. As, yeah, Winthrop University show absolutely zero signs of slowing down. We just haven't seen an answer at all from 9Z, and Winthrop looks so comfortable right now. Like, they're all just kind of straight up chilling.
Yeah, it's vibes to start things out. Just what you want to see. Winthrop wanting to get this over and done with now, have that long rest period as one of the teams that's played the most rounds at this tournament before they enter the gauntlet that will be the Final Four. The work's still not done yet. 9Z still hungry to bring Latin America to that podium after having to beat Shinden themselves to stay alive. Suther is continuing to not flinch on this A-side hold.
Barrel spotted, I think.
Yeah. 9Z have to, yeah, divvy things up, smoke it out. Play those just in cases. Meanwhile, Ali gonna be that point of action as he makes his way up mid while WU continues making noise. Gravity well can stall, but Infiltrator is through, and he started the jump up, telegraphed again, but Suther cannot meet it! The reaction time by this guy is insane! The Hunter's Fury to clear the board as Ali has made his stab known. Klaus again found in mid. Is IGL just not able to stick any noise into these pushes? And it forces 9Z out again with this op in hand. They will probably have to save again. Yeah, they're cooked. Yeah. Unbelievable.
What's that? Double digits for Winthrop University?
Yes, sir.
That's crazy to say. Honestly, I was thinking that this was going to be a much closer matchup from what we can see. And don't forget, this is actually 9Z's map pick here. And so they had the tape to review against Winthrop University. They had some ideas on what was going to go on here and just simply look unprepared for everything that is happening thus far. You know, it's so funny to me because Winthrop University have not even really been playing off of Governor's utility at all to enter in any of these sites, right? Like, you know, we see the Recon Bolt fly in, the Owl Bot fly in, all of that type of stuff, and then they just dry swing into it and somehow know that they're going to be able to pressure down Suther just in the back line there. I mean, Suther has those stall tools, not really expecting the far forwards, but Infiltrator just kind of hops up and clears that one through. Then a little bit of comms being made to watch all the different angles that they're playing off of Governor. Like, the team is just adapting extremely well to what the individual players want to do, and they're always finding some timings onto 9Z.
There's one onto Infiltrator. Good trap set up by Taco.
Here.
But WU have already set the stack and still have the checkpoints established. Klaus is going to use that Owl drone to make sure Moobs can't be as present a threat on mid. In fact, they'll use a lot to make sure they can control it a little bit heavier. And yet, Moobs steps out with the Headhunter and cracks a pot shot onto Klaus's abdomen.
Jeez.
It's borderline disrespectful. Still not the round, though, of course. But WU have cruised onto B. I mean, it's open season, bro.
And there's just so much hesitation from 9Z. Finally, we're seeing that Hunter's Fury come online to look for any sort of information, but it's just poorly guided as Ali finds Delzik.
And no one's here, too. You can't even play off of it. There's just no timing. Still some damage done. Ollie low for the time being, and Nags can at least finish that. Now the Steel Garden to try to finalize, and that's ult number 4 in the bank, but WU just don't care! That's 2 shorty kills and a headhunter! WU completely evade all consequences! And it's 11-0!
Oh,
that's
now they're hunting.
Everybody on site got a kill during the Steel Garden. I'm floored.
Yeah, and like I was gonna say, like the positioning that we see Winthrop University take it around, they're so cognizant of these ultimates gonna be online, right? Like you see the Hunter's Fury, there's not that much information guiding it, meaning that it's pretty easy to just be able to sidestep that one. And then with the Steel Garden, like they're all playing super close by, they've got their shorties in hands, and it works out perfectly for Winthrop University, so aware of everything and prepared for it. I know the joke is that these guys did their homework, but at this point, I feel like they could just show up to the test and ace it because they simply cannot do anything wrong.
Yeah, once again, 0 notes. As Winthrop will try to make it a clean 12-0. Delzik tried to be given the flash play, but Ollie with the shorty again, and moves, catching Nags, creeping up. It all falls apart over and over again. Every cent of initiative just curb stomped by Winthrop University. And now we can begin the attack phase, can't we? Ollie with the res as well, an effective 6v3, staring down the gullet of 0 ultimates, 2 Guardians and a Bulldog in the final round of the half. An Infiltrator is dancing in the faces of these resources that must be used for his drift. Now fighting a top site as the barrier is set. But the web is not put in place. We're carrying ourselves over to A as Moobs continues to shred. Will the spike even get put down before the half is done? Infiltrator does not want it. Oh, Suther frags back. Ollie's just gonna go for the res. It's all happening here on the B side as the spike falls, but Suther is shredding, make it a little bit closer, but Ollie can clean up and grab 3 for the round. Utter dominance by Winthrop University on the attack half.
I don't think I've seen these guys look as happy as they do, even when they qualified into the Ascension playoffs. Like, or sorry, not the Ascension playoffs, but into the main bracket going in from those play-ins. Like, they're just simply having fun. Yeah, they could have planted the spike, but they know that they're just shooting better at this point.
We're having fun.
And there's just no answer from 9Z at all. Even these little opportunities where Moves is just, you know, literally having fun. Like, just missing a couple of the things like, oh, why'd you bring me back, buddy? And it was just so how he could bait that res to get a couple more kills. Like, I don't know, at this point, if you're watching this, this has huge implications for the seed. Watching a collegiate team be this dominant in the Ascension tournament.
Yeah, this is a truly new level of Winthrop we're seeing, to the point where they're back to just having fun with it. Ollie is back to res baiting.
Yep.
Oh, it's good to see it. But tough to watch if you're a 9Z fan.
Oh, yeah.
And as the Brazil crowd has again already been completely silenced today, their jaws remain on the floor after a stunning performance that Winthrop looked to carry into their defense. 9Z have shown ounces of aggression here, ounces of trap sets that could have a whole lot more connection if they stack, if they can take sites. The propensity to at least get the pistol is loaded here for 9Z. They just gotta complete.
I mean, I don't want to say never, but, you know, like, these are a bunch of guys, these are a bunch of veterans who've played on this major stage before, right? Like, they've got the experience, they know what it takes to bring things back, right? Even if this map might be a little bit of a runoff, give it your biggest swing that you possibly can. Curb stomp that enthusiasm that is oozing out of Winthrop University. Make it so that there is still more game to play. The halftime is now over. Winthrop University, they are so ready to make this a 13-0, but 9Z heads back into this, man. You got to make sure that that can't happen.
Re-up that discipline, take a deep breath, and carry yourselves high into this second half of your own map pick. What did 9Z have in the playbook cooking all this time for them to take us here? We must see it now. Winthrop University have the stacks. Be completely unoccupied. Moobs looks to get greedy in mid-off rip.
Man, I just want to see Ali do a fun wall, and that's how we end this map. Like, that would be crazy. I don't think it's going to happen this time, but
maybe searching
we
for
know
it.
he's definitely capable. He has that fun wall just out the side of A, right? Like, there's opportunity here, but is actually just going to walk up alone.
So his moves, and he... What?
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Stare at that. That's like a James Harden step back three after he's broken the ankles. I mean, that was distasteful. And Infiltrator's now been set. 9Z can ping it, but they're already behind him. Nags it, ready with the peek. That's a gorgeous corner to set and reset 9G's attack, or 9Z's attack pace.
Ooh.
Governor to the next peek. How greedy does the rest of Winthrop get? Yeah, 9Z spooked out of there.
And I think it's really important that Winthrop still continue to play with respect here, because I'm going to be honest with you, we've seen them get a little bit silly and just throw rounds away, and then suddenly your opponent is making a crazy comeback. So I don't know if it's going to happen here, but it would just absolutely halt a lot of their momentum that they've already built up. So Winthrop University, if you want it, you got to show us you mean it.
First clash met by Governor, and again, Nags it runs away from the issue to try and gain more space. And Ollie's been sent to the stack, so 9Z could potentially set this trap. Nags caught by Glyph early, and WU can make the crunch happen. So it's just that site presence that 9Z have to carry themselves with, and Taco's going to extend. Catches Glyph off guard, so he'll back out for now. Oh, now the extension from Delzik, and he's caught. Trying to go for the punish game, and WU keeps staying ahead. Governor catching Klaus, and Taco is all that 9Z have left. Back-to-back 13 zeros against the 1 seeds from Latin America and Brazil by North America's 2 and 3. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No, I can assure you I have not. This is unbelievable stuff. It's a great time to be NA pilled. Let me tell you, the best time to buy was yesterday, because NA is on top. What a map coming out from Winthrop University, which once again, this was 9Z's map pick, and they simply could not get anything started at all. Big congrats to Winthrop University. Everyone was looking clean, and honestly, 9Z just did not have a single answer to any of the things that Winthrop were at that point just walking towards them. They could do no wrong, and they were finding the kills.
Yeah, 9Z found their best fights, their best like aim moments when they were mobile, and Winthrop just completely prevented them from being mobile by the end of that map. Another absolute smattering from the side of North America, but 9Z is not cooked just yet. We'll be taking it to sunset after the break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
And I'm ready to go.
exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Aya.
Going to the evening.
Back-to-back 13 O's. First by Envy to get their playoff spot. Next up by Winthrop University. I mean, going into today, I had questions about Winthrop University after seeing them yesterday, right? Were they ready for this stage? Were they ready for this crowd? Yesterday, the answer was no. Today, resounding yes. That was crazy.
Guys, 213-0s is unheard of. I don't think this has ever happened at any event that I've watched or ever in Valorant history. Not at this caliber of play, okay? Maybe this happens in some random tournament that no one's heard of, okay? But not in Ascensions. That is not supposed to be this way.
Ash, I just don't have words. In Abyss of all maps, I don't know. Help me out.
I help you out with what? Like, what do you want me to say to you, Sierra? What are you asking for right now? It is absolutely insane.
Not the clip
Yo, okay, guys,
Yo,
we did not have to
dirty.
start it with that pistol round clip. Like, please.
Production, you are nasty.
That was actually so diabolical. But no, this is what like nobody could have expected for this matchup. You think about the caliber of players on the side of 9Z. They're the #1 seed from the regional finals there as well for LATAM. It is so insane for Winthrop to have such like a dominant showing here on Abyss. I actually don't even know what to say, but you gotta definitely give credit to the side of Winthrop University.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the gunfights that they were winning out on, that macro play, even the micro as well, with how that utility was being thrown to find these advantages. They were constantly weaving around the side of 9Z. You're even seeing it in these clips where Governor is going for those backstabs. They had full control of the map.
And those backstabs that you're talking about, Ash, those were 2 of those rounds were 3v5s, and it felt like Winthrop University were the one with 5 people, right? Like that goes to show the level of control that's being exerted by Winthrop University. Clearly, they're playing the macro extremely well. It felt like almost they had a perfect read into what they wanted to do on the map, and they were abusing it perfectly. And the fact that, you know, their initial strategies were working, the fact that they had a really hot start and just kind of abused and kind of played that into their advantage into the rest of the macro for the rest of that half is madness. Personally, I would have liked to see at least a timeout coming out from 9Z around the 5-0, 6-0, kind of just slow things down, get it a reset, try to, you know, stop the cascade before it gets a little too late, because the way Winthrop University was playing was just too on fire.
It really was. They needed something to slow down Winthrop University, even just a little bit, but it just wasn't there. And the 13-0 to be starting off the series is just absolute madness. And going into this as well, I mean, Winthrop University, we've talked about this compo, we've talked about the step up from the players, and Ash, that's something that we really truly got to see come to light. It kind of seemed that Winthrop University could kind of just do no wrong in this composition. I mean, 9Z just did not have an answer for it.
No, they didn't at all. It was just so comfortable on the side of Winthrop University. We saw they got into every single plant and managed to win out every single post plant there as well. The utility was so good coming out from Ali, whether it was on that stall, Glyph on top of that, and then those constant wrap back arounds on the side of Winthrop. It was really just a perfectly played map in their regard. For the side of 9Z, I feel like there isn't really that much that we can say at times. Like, this is a roster where there's so much expectations on their shoulders, right? And they weren't able to get anything going.
And I think for me, the crazy thing is the First Bloods are not as one-sided as you would think in a 13-0, right? Like, clearly there are signs of, you know, some life for 9Z, at least on some parts of the rounds, but yeah, they just weren't able to capitalize off any of the advantages that they have. I mean, after you lose 2 5v3s, I mean, that's just mental boom at that point, right? Like, those are supposed to be the 85% win rate rounds. So obviously credit to Winthrop University, the fact that a lot of their players were just firing on all cylinders. This is the type of team that we talk a lot about, having, you know, those multiple win conditions, multiple players that can take over matches, and it definitely showed today.
An extra credit to the 2 standouts on Winthrop University, talking about Glyph and Ali. Glyph is someone who we highlighted at the beginning of the day, and their loss yesterday was having still an outstanding performance through and through, and talked about the impact he would have to have in today's match. And Ali, I mean, just crazy on the battle stage here, Ash. We had talked about utility, we had talked about the walls, and he backed it up with just insane fragging capability.
He definitely did. I feel like Ollie's been one of the most impressive players throughout Ascension Americas so far. Like the fact that he's so comfortable flexing onto such a wide variety of agents and being able to perform so consistently as well. Like we shouted out how he said like earlier on socials that he was not ready to go home, and he is absolutely putting out the numbers to prove that here in Abyss. And then you take a look over at Glyph, the IGL on the side of Winthrop University has also just been so consistent on this controller role ever since he joined this roster at the top of the third stage of VCL.
Yeah, he's been absolutely popping off. I mean, he started this game with the 3K clutch as well on the pistol round. You saw how hype he was getting. Obviously, the vibes are up right now. They're coming off a very hot start. I feel like this is the exact recipe that you want if you're Winthrop University as a bounce back from what was a lackluster previous match, right? Like this is, if there is a way to bounce back, a 13-0 is like goldfish memory to all your problems, guys. This thing solves a lot of issues.
It definitely does, guys. You know, I'm thinking about it. Do we think maybe they could actually hear their IGL this game? Like, are we thinking that they could hear them on Abyss? The comms were definitely buzzing there for the side of Winthrop.
They got the comms, they had the energy, they had the vibes, and they got the map one away from closing out a spot in the playoffs. And looking at the next map as well, that 13-0 was on their opponent's map pick. Now we get into Sunset, their own pick. I will say, though, 9Z are familiar with Sunset. We saw a very, very close map up against Envy, who is known for their Sunset. So I don't anticipate, Roy, we're going to get that triple 13-0 back-to-back. But still, definitely the stocks are high for the Winthrop University team right now.
Oh, definitely. They're feeling great. They're going on to Sunset, their own map pick, guys. And I also do want to point out the fact that 9Z's chosen the attack side. That is a little bit scary, right? Especially the composition that Winthrop University is running, despite them, not having insane defensive halves so far in this tournament. They still have an objectively very defensive composition, right? The Sage, the Omen utility, the Fade utility, the Chamber as well to work with. That's a ton of things to have, in your playbook on the defensive side. And especially with how they're feeling right now, it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for 9Z. But if there is a chance, if there is hope, I feel like starting on the attack for 9Z maybe isn't the worst thing ever, right? You get to set the tone, you get to, reestablish a sense of dominance, you kind of get to play things at your own pace. If things could start to go their way early on, or if they can manage to, get some kind of energy flowing, get a couple things going their way, it could change the tide.
It does make sense that they're leaning into the attack as well, on top of the reasons that Roy is stating at the moment. The fact that we look back into their regular season during stage 2, the attack is where they found the most success with the 61% win rate for those rounds. So definitely the side that they probably feel the most comfortable on. Here for 9Z though, no, I know we're making jokes about the 13-0s and everything like that, but this is a team where we are not expecting that to happen again. We don't want to see the repeat as we head into this agent select. I need to remind you guys, the veterancy on the side of 9Z, they're not just players where 4 of them have been on that tier 1 stage. They're players who have reached the international level there, all the way back in 2021 for some of their core players that had played previously on Crew Esports. This is still a dangerous roster despite the results that we saw in Abyss.
And guys, I'm eyeing out the double Sage interactions this game, right? The double controller for 9Z with the Sage, it proved to be very good against Envy, despite them not being able to close out that map. It still looked overall good for the 9Z side. I'm looking to get as many attack rounds. If you're 9Z on this attack, try to get on sites, try to barricade yourselves with the Sage, with the Viper. Just completely destroy any momentum for Winthrop University in these retakes, shut them out of the game. That will be the key to victory here for 9Z on this first half.
Yeah, it definitely will. Both of them very much so understanding these Sage compositions with each other. I do want to say I'm leaning a little bit towards the side of Winthrop University with this comp, though, especially considering the double controller on the side of 9Z. I feel like there is going to be a lot of pressure on that Fade to be able to use those Prowlers to clear out the angles that the Viper is going to be cutting off and being used there for that lurking wall.
So much expectation, so much veterancy on the side of 9Z, but now down 1 in the series. This is for a spot at playoffs. Winthrop University, the craziest bounce back since yesterday's match, a 13-0 to be starting off the day. You know that the vibes are high over there. Can they continue on though and claim that playoff spot? Or can 9Z make the bounce back now? It's time to head into the map and find out. And back over to your casters. It's Marks and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra. One final battle cry for Latin America tries to rain down on Winthrop University's pick after a 13-0 loss. Tough for any team to do, Marks, let alone teams like this, who have players who have been just about everywhere, who have choked just about everything, and want this so bad. But on the other side, Winthrop, that momentum just keeps on coursing through their veins.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those like new kids on the block versus the golden gamers here, as there's so many experienced players on the side of 9Z, but unfortunately they are being dismantled, and yeah, that mental reset needs to come through. We saw so many of those players making very simple mistakes on Abyss that led to that 13-0. So if they want to claim this one back, they got to start to clean things up a bit.
Well, 9Z will start with the gas on, and Moobs will hang out in the back hall. Klaus also with this staunch cutoff from Spawn to slow down the counter, but Governor's ready for it, turns to it, and then refights Suther, and he almost wins that too. Impressive stuff, but still, 9Z keep the personnel advantage heavy. Paranoia in to split the board, but 9Z have more than enough space to work with, and this barrier orb that Nagzit is set up also makes it so much more difficult to pierce through. Ooh. Already looking far better as 9Z are on the board for the first time this match.
Yep, I mean, it kind of sucks that we have to say it like that, but it's 100% true. That is already better than what we saw on
I guess
Abyss.
I didn't have to be that mean, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good here. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight something. The Sage being brought in for both of these teams. I mean, obviously, we're aware of Ali's shenanigans. We know how he likes to play with that Sage. But on the other side, like, I don't know, I feel like we're slowly building towards a Sage back in the meta type of situation, because I'm seeing a lot more Sage in this tournament than I really would have expected.
And I love the use of the barrier this time to actually flip after they take backside. Made it so much harder for what they already knew was going to be a flip from WU to come and pierce through. And Moobs is unfettered, though. He's going to keep on walking until he finds a head. And he's hunted one for the 4. Infiltrator sticking tight. Humble Drone is going to get shot by him, so he'll have to reposition. Barrier Orb is going to make sure that that is fully confirmed. Tough for WU to press back into this. Feels like you're going to play for exits, if nothing else.
Yeah, but they're still looking for those little opportunities where they can try and find kills. And actually looks like they will be going in.
Yeah, give it a go. Some nice damage done with the paint shells by Taco to just kind of make sure that it's completely silenced before it even really comes through. With the pistols, you're kind of allowed to do that even though Infiltrator's moving in. You know the stack is going to be so tight behind it, and the paint shells can get a lot of that damage done in time. Everyone from 9Z sprays and prays and gets their prayers answered. We're up to 2-0 off rip here. Well done by 9Z. A great setup to start. You can tell they're back in it. Their velocity is solid, and they are ready to take this back for Latin America.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, right? Like, Winthrop University as well, after a 13-0, you're coming in. You're feeling yourself a little bit more. You might make a couple more mistakes. Or expect these opportunities. Expect it, because you're like, oh, this one's free. I don't have to try as hard because this is going to be a shoo-in at this point. It's our map pick. Everything is stacked with us. But we need to see them continue to play with that level of discipline if they truly want to stop things here. We're seeing a very far forwards advancement. The Governor with the Odin, not able to find a kill, but big damage on Taco Leo.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and unload that C's, thinking that somebody's sticking around. He's right, it's Taco, and Infiltrator will help him crunch that. WU are just going to get out of this fight as much as they want to, because everyone from 9Z is going for it. You know why? Because the spike is down. Tough crowd crunch. And WU look to keep all 5 of those guns. Oh, he almost tapped the right health pool. Suther, tough break, kiddo. Give it another go. You got 59 seconds to play with. Let's see how creative he gets.
Yeah, no hope of getting that spike. The round was over so quickly just because of that rush through, and then just a little bit of a heads up play from Winthrop University, and they walk away with 4 kills in the middle of all those smokes. We didn't even really confirm the information, but just had an inkling that that was what was going on. Suther going for the swing, but Infiltrator will shut that down. As Winthrop University, they find their first round on the board, and it's in a flawless fashion too.
Yeah, the pendulum swings right back the other way in an instant. And I mean, it's because of that tough mid fight that you go for at the bat, and then you're a little stuck. But it's good for Winthrop University to dare to stick to that rather than kind of hand over the space like they have before.
Yeah.
Because that confidence is still persisting. I think they want to try and, you know, squeeze as much blood out of this stone as they can here on Sunset before 9Z gets their act fully together.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Get enough rounds in your favor. Make it a little bit easier for yourself, Suther. On the other side of Governor's Odin, which has been really annoying to go against if you've seen some of the other games happen. But yeah, Winthrop University, looking at zoning 9Z out, while 9Z, they're still playing scrappy, still looking for those opportunities there, but are honestly just kind of scared with how much pressure Winthrop has been applying upon them.
Odin fire by Governor to let Infiltrator get a quick walk up, as the stack is going to make their way back over to him. Toxic screen up, so he's got to understand the timing, and a one-way will be handed to him. Surely 9Z is prepared for this. But they only have the Paranoia to really flush him out. Or the drone. That'll work too, right? Yeah, he's out of there.
Yeah, able to escape too thanks to the Poison Cloud, so nice easy get out of jail free card. 9Z though, all stacked up and ready to move.
Hurdle number 2, let Infiltrator swing out again, and yet again, 9Z prepped for it. Good, sturdy gameplay from them, and they'll let themselves set up the next checkpoint. Nice recon dart reset to force Governor to play a little scared. Actually, Glyph is gonna decide to move in on it, and they'll work on Elbow. Nice reset of the angle, but it does allow Suther to creep forward on Link, and Nags to get the res from the Elbow, so they've turned this back to a 4v1. Ollie, though, finding the barrier risen, and with 9 seconds to go, 9Z will barely have enough time to get this spike down.
Ollie backing off, trying to see if anyone was trying to flank, but will try and regress this.
This will be a real morale killer if Ali takes it here. Has the healing orb to reset temporarily, too. Couple angles 3 with the barrier orb. He's got to sweep quite a bit, and the smoke makes it so much more difficult, but you can read Suther pretty quickly with the Odin. Duck back into the smoke. No, it's faded, and Delzic's timing is clean. So 9Z will take their third, keep 2 guns standing. It seems like their crunch play is solid, and they're able to slow things down at a moment's notice. Really break check WU.
Yeah, the break check is huge there. It also gives an opportunity for the Resurrection to come online, make it so that it's even more impossible for Winthrop to take that round. I love that kind of like heads-up play that we're seeing from Governor be just so annoying onto the site, but it's honestly the heroics coming in from Suther, walking in, clearing things out, and then just allowing the rest of the team to find the timings that they need. And so 9Z up now 3-1, but Winthrop University, their economy is looking nice and fine. Governor's still able to buy up that Odin. It's only Glyph on the Guardian, but the rest of them have all the weapons they need.
And Nightfall feels like the linchpin for this round, with 9Z not really close to the key ults at the moment after that res was spent.
Poison's off.
And WU are continuing to just intimidate. I think their presence is always going to be understood by 9Z. They've known that for centuries at this point. It's about just out-fragging. Look at where moves, I mean,
Poison orb emitting.
it's just what he does.
Most importantly too, like Infiltrator watching up top can call for that information if the rotation seems like it's coming through. And yeah, oh, moves, walks forwards and gets gunned down.
Yeah, that's a lot already drained from the piggy bank in WU. It's desperation time.
Ooh.
Infiltrator swings in off of the 1. And it's still 9Z carrying the advantage. Delzik clips him. And will also clip the site with that Paranoia. Oh, but his back's been caught. Ali has a tremendous vantage with the help of his barrier. He's able to stay stuck in his pocket until that's burned away. And even that threat can be solidified by WU's presence. Oh, and Cloud's catching him with the backstab. That is a big kill by the IGL. It is counteracted. Can Governor meet this? Oh, they're firing from top. Ali will get the res in the meantime. Just play for the 3v2 retake as Governor plays keep away and will force Suther to play an early checkpoint as Nagzit sits alone on site.
Oh boy, if they completely just walk around Suther here, yeah, that could be really bad news, and the stack is looking like they might do just that.
How often is this check? Suther ready for it, watching Glyph down. And it's gotta just be dry contacted. He can't do it either. Suther locked the hell in. Governor's just gotta jump it. No, he's trying to psych him out. And at this point, the clock is no doubt spent. Nagzit has so many ways to toy with Governor's mind and so many angles to encroach out from. He's already given it away, though. And after the tap on the spike, he must give himself away again. 11 HP, but still kicking, as is 9Z.
Suther The IGL on the side of 9Z, the new blood compared to the rest of the veterans on this squad, and honestly has just been playing crazy this tournament, where we see a lot more of the other individuals have their kind of moments where it feels like they're falling apart. I genuinely think that Suther is being such a reliable anchor, especially later into the rounds, to clean out and finish up the round in their favor. Suther just sharp as ever, shuts down Ali, who on the other end has been just crazy this game. And so it will be calling a timeout on the side of Winthrop University, because after that 13-0 map win, things are not looking how they might have wanted on Sunset thus far.
Got questions about that Nightfall from Governor, wondering how much he was working off of for that, because it only ended up catching one. And he couldn't even really step off of it because he was working on the Odin and he was low-key a little by himself. A little bit of a tough segmentation. Again, 9Z just juking out Winthrop so far with these money moves, and they're going to be able to make it rain. And the next bit of this regulation has such a staunch advantage in every sense. Feels like they have too many backup plans to work with at the moment. Top mid, they've owned it more often than not. B main, they've made WU scared to lurk on it. Move's only steady anchors have been like tiles.
Yeah.
So it feels like 9Z have their pick of the litter with where they can head to, and it seems like they're already trying to ping out the path that Moobs has been pressuring. So 9Z will try to play the confidence game of their own, it seems.
And the confidence is just building at this point. Like, all of the members on 9Z have been having their individual moments where they're just able to catch some of the members of Winthrop University off. We saw Governor kind of pop off a little bit at the start of this map, but since then it's been a little bit quiet coming through from Winthrop University. Back onto a save yet again. 3 sheriffs. Infiltrator does have the ultimate online, but unless they find a couple of kills, I imagine this is not when the overdrive gets activated, as it's a bit more of a crunch coming in from Winthrop, spreading themselves out and playing passively to allow 9Z to explore the map and potentially get caught off guard.
Yeah, this is a decent flower from them. Just enough space where you're still playing for the individuality first, but you have those connections. Ali is going to lead moves on an island, though, after this mild mid presence. Suther's timing with his toxic screen has to be everything. He's already prepped up.
And it's such a patient play from both these teams right now. Infiltrator will be the first one to spot Suther out here, so Snakebite gets gone. It's going to be the paranoia as well to flush them back and buy Winthrop just a bit more time.
Yeah, blood smelled, but I also see the clock.
30
Set up
seconds
a couple
left.
more hurdles. Put 9Z on the back burner on this huge round for them. Infiltrator, I mean, this jump spotting alone has wasted so much time off of him. Hunter's Fury to clear the board. On the A site, Pain Shells for the backline. There's still so much space that WU control, and Infiltrator sees it as the time to let that overdrive unload. We'll get rid of one, and we're still not on site with 10 seconds to go. Nags, the soul of the Force Governor, down, and Suther encroaches. Just enough time to go, and Moobs trying to meet on the spike drop. 3 stay standing, and it's close, but it's still beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic job from 9Z kind of coming out there. And unfortunately, if Governor was able to drop the spike, there might have been an inkling of a chance that they would not have enough time to plant there. Not going to be the case. A nice clean up kill. And yeah, it's the group up, the stack that makes that almost impossible for Winthrop to really dissect their way through. Infiltrator with the overdrive, fortunately can't pump out enough lightning in time to be able to cut down all the members of 9Z. And so they just win true with numbers advantage. It's going to be an operator buy-up for Moobs here, who's been rather quiet in this game so far, but is supported by Governor. So there are a couple of members here ready to watch just when the swing happens.
Yeah, that fade has escorted him forward quite a bit. And Governor trying to play police on the drone, but instead he gets punished by Taco's extension, and Moobs can't land the counter frag. Now WU have to plant their footing, and Moobs luckily can get one shot, but he's so damn close. Dells it instantly, refrag, spray through the smoke. That's traced away. Nags it with the res to gain advantage. Back Klaus is ready for Infiltrator, staying close. 9Z is so keyed in.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Okay. Ali able to scoop at least one up here. Get closer to the resurrect, but yeah, the steamroll right now from 9Z has been more or less getting uncontested. Looked like Infiltrator hit a little bit of option paralysis. The number of bodies that were walking out in front of him.
See what more Ollie can scrape away with this round. He will step into the sun. Such a tough angle, and Klaus wanders it beautifully. 3 for the IGL there, just after he's used his Hunter's Fury. And the cycle is starting to build. The conversation is really starting to shift here, Marks. This attack half is looking quite dangerous. The buildup is starting to form. And I mean, that was a committal buy. Op from moves, set up by Governor. Winthrop is taking wide steps.
Yeah, they really are. And well, we're not going to be necessarily seeing another 13-0 here because Winthrop at least has 1 round. It certainly feels like 9Z are just kind of really in control of this map so far. There really has been no response coming through from Winthrop University. I want to see them set up a couple more interesting ideas, you know, like we're seeing the push out right now from this A side, but the very slow, patient wait for them to push into us has not been working out so far. Ali though with the wall, oh my, is able to escape, but Scouts had a lot of information.
Yeah, once again, very well read, but now WU can make this threat very well met. 2 stack on A main is still kind of committal though. It'll take a long trek back. Oh, but 9Z have perhaps been caged away. If you find this crunch, you can get your mojo back in 1 fell swoop.
Infiltrator.
Yeah, this would be massive after Moobs finds the opening frag on the main line. Infiltrator's found the backstab in the fast lane. Can discombobulate. Now is there an insert? Now is there a top mid watching? Where the hell is Infiltrator? He's right in front of Suther, and Suther's ready. Still holding a 3v4, still the better guns. Still pokes out from Winthrop. Taco now letting the showstopper fly into the strong site, and Moobs presses it. Could this be the round where 9Z falter? Delzik wants to make that an impossibility. Into the shadows and onto the A site. And out of the frying pan and into the fire. Moobs here again. Does he dare dry contact on his lonesome? Yes, he does, and he gets punished. Delzik still on full. Next threat's Glyph. Ollie's still a ways away. Clock is ticking. It has to happen now for WU. Paranoia up. Ollie's got to win the foot race, and he does.
Oh, man.
And Brazil does not enter this match today. It's 2-6.
Yep, 2-6 here. Delzik trying his best, has an understanding of where they go, decides, you know what, yeah, hey, maybe they're playing that style where they like to group up on these post plants. Goes for the paranoia, thinks can take the double swing, but unfortunately not going to be the case. Ali just on the other side, makes that one work, and this time the map control heavily swings in Winthrop University's favor. The fact that they just controlled all of these angles forced the hand of 9Z to play a little bit more fast and aggressive and not as well planned out. It works out perfectly for them. On top of that, they got the showstopper out of Taco Lila, who has just been having a very slow game thus far. We saw in the last map a couple of whiffs come through, but this time around, excuse me, does have the ultimate and gets absolutely nothing for it.
Yeah, the instinctual play is just not hitting the same that it did on the Yoru, unfortunately. WU, once again, ready to meet these threats head on. Now that they've got their guns ready, moves back with this op. Ollie's gonna go ahead and hit the market door as the presence increases for 9Z. Who nags his way up?
And I mean, look at the spread out on the map. The fact that Infiltrator and Moobs are playing so close up front out of B has to be big information to at least give Winthrop the idea that they are pressing either through mid or trying to go onto this A side.
9Z really trying to split apart this buddy system that WU have established. Moves being chauffeured by either Infiltrator or Governor.
Welcome to my world.
Now the Viper's pit set up. Huh. Okay. Yeah, with Ollie here, it's tough to push on this. Oh, and Taco's found Ollie. Okay, so this is how you condense, but Glyph has found both. How has he done that? Governor now holding it down an elbow.
No way.
And it's the individuality that lays waste again. Mojo's back, and Mojo's apparently front, as it's just Nags now. I mean, that was the pit, dude. What?
Oh, man. To see 9Z try to go for that tricky play. Try to just finesse something, and, well, unfortunately, the plan is a little bit too creative, and so they don't really get away with anything there. As, yeah, Nags, Moobs, both of them, just gonna be walking their separate ways. The gentleman's agreement. We both keep our guns, neither here nor there. And, yeah, look at Ali in the back there. doing the big old W, letting them know what's going on here. But yeah, once again, unconventional. Like you said, they had the Viper Spit, but instead they triple swing through mid over towards that A site. And Governor alone is able to just stay alive in the midst of all of it. Works out perfectly for Winthrop.
Just the Viper's Pit into the barrier orb, into the slow, and you don't do anything, like you don't even try to fight on top of it. So was it, did you not read that Ollie still had it, or did you want to just like push the crowd over in the 2 seconds that you put up that pit? I'm so confused on what 9Z were trying to do that round.
Yeah, it honestly just felt like maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Obviously, we made the joke of like, yeah, Winthrop, they have to turn their microphone headphones off, all that type of stuff. Maybe something else is going on 9Z's side as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was a little bit scattered and allowed for so many different openings to kind of happen. And you know what? It's at this point, a lot of that pressure continues to build up. Once again, the winner of this qualifies for playoffs. The loser has to pack their bag home. And NA has just been absolutely dominant. We've heard from so many of these other teams, so many of them just not sure how to play against the NA style, and especially against the Winthrop University, who, one of the big things for me is I love the way that this team plays, just simply because they're so adaptable. They're ready to change things around and ready to just let their individual players shine. And right now, 9Z are having a little bit of issues trying to deal with that, even though they are winning out this map.
Yeah, but they've got to hold on to this lead. WU likely to get explosive on their own attack half. Taco replacing the high ground after the TP out, and it's just so beautifully intercepted. But Delzik has made it behind Link and has gotten away with Governor. Reposition is tough though, and Glyph instantly meets it, yet Delzik, again, choice paralysis there for a moment, seemingly. Moves potentially baited. No, he just pulls out the Headhunter instead. Again, just like no notes out of the blue here for Winthrop University, as they'll try to drain out the last timeout this half with how dominant these rounds are starting to look.
And really, Takulia just there, just cannot get online at all. I love the little play, you know, the teleport through. You expect to see the Rays fly in, but unfortunately the Rays just immediately gets the wings clipped here. Governor's just so ready for it, and sure, you know, Delzic's able to walk away with one, but Winthrop University just so ready to contact off of one another. And, you know, it really feels like the storyline coming together at this point is that NA, the individual talent and the individual willingness to just go out there and fight these battles is sublime coming through from this region. And it feels like the main reason a lot of these teams have won.
Yeah, showing the teams outside of it that can buckle under that pressure, that relentlessness that NA set. It's Governor's turn to play off of himself, and it's Governor's turn to have a life round. He just does this sometimes, man, I'm telling you. 3. Come on. Aww. Well, he did a good chunk, so Nags is going to have to use that heal.
Not ready yet.
Keep in mind, though, Ali does have that resurrect, so ample opportunity, especially as the pressure moves forward here, Glyph on the other side.
And not Shrouded stepping. Good God. Again, the confidence. Everything. Oh, brother. Well, gives him away. Easy last kill. The momentum coursing back for Winthrop, and to make it a 6-6 half before Infiltrator's properly mobilized, I fear this next half.
I'm starting to fear it too. It's looking like really at this point, like Winthrop University are starting to heat up. Governor especially has just been putting on a masterclass. It feels like so long ago that, you know, people were just saying that, oh, Governor on this team, just walking down, inting, not able to find those opportunities. I love the way that Winthrop University have integrated him into the squad and is looking very far from that one time that he blew himself up with his own Tejo ult. So long ago at this point, because Governor has honestly been shining in this Ascension tournament.
Bunch of clips that Governor has farmed this tournament on both sides of the aisle, I would dare to say.
Yeah.
He is he's just one of those personalities you hope never leaves the game. And so you would love to see him back in Tier 1, whether by Winthrop or by the Poach. This is the least silenced 9Z have been in some time, mid-presence, and Moobs looking for the 1v1 on such a touchy swing, but Klaus can't meet it. And the TP's in time. Nice trigger finger set up by Moves to get the stack prepared for the B crunch. And Infiltrator is in, and
oh my
Mobile!
goodness.
And you can't let that happen! 9Z are shot again! Completely handicapped, Ollie. Yeah, give it to him, why not? And we are just sending it in. Get this half over with. Take us to defense, 9Z. You'll need it, because it certainly won't get you any more of a lead here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the spike in such a tough position. All the members alive. Suther going around on the other side, but shooting is going to give away that position.
They're at a mega church right now, looking up to the heavens, waiting for Suther to reveal himself, and instead, they'll fire blindly through to grab their 6th. And a much more even half, and yet the dominance persists by the North American squad. The Eagles are soaring as they head to what should be perceived as their stronger half.
It's just so fun watching Winthrop University go. One of the big things that, you know, honestly garnered a lot of critique from this squad during Challenger Stage 3 was the fact that, like, we see their individual players just kind of running in, individual players getting zoned out. And honestly, they've done a lot of work at cleaning up a lot of that, making sure that they're playing off the utility, making sure that they're setting each other up. But coming to the international stage against LATAM, against Brazil, we're seeing them just kind of lean back into that, like, hey, we know Infiltrator can just kind of fly in there and get multiple kills. We know Moves is going to be good for at least 1. And so while 9Z, they started to heat up on this map, they got to 6 first, Winthrop University are climbing up that ladder 1 step at a time, and they're reverting to that older playstyle that we know the squad for, and they're making it look so darn good as the pressure just continues to condense and mount against 9Z at this point.
Some vintage Winthrop to carry them into their futures. As 9Z, with such a history behind all of their players, look to write their own. Continue pleading for a seat at the table. Really tough to understand the scope of where these 9Z players have been before. Sitting in Champions, sitting right in Monterey last year with Reta. They have been on the precipice both years ago and on this very precipice just last year. Heartbreak is all Latin America knows here at Ascension, and 9Z on the doorstep of it if they cannot lock Winthrop down here and onward.
It's so crazy at this point. Like, going into playoffs, there is a real possibility that we get to see 3 North American teams take those spots. Like, that is just something else. I'm going to be honest with you, like, coming into Challengers, I was excited to see LATAM, excited to see Brazil, but this kind of scrappy, just gung-ho style that, honestly, if I'm being frank, I think the reason is that envy exists in North America, and so all of the teams had to adapt around that.
Yep.
But it's just catching now these other regions completely by surprise. Once again, in all of the interviews with all these other players, reflecting back on their matches against NA, it's always just, we weren't ready for that style. We weren't ready for how North America plays. And it looks like that story might be written yet again, as it is 6-6 in this half. 9Z now on the defense. Winthrop University want to close the series out, while 9Z want to make that 3rd map happen.
25 rounds into this match, and the echoes of envy ring true. For the sake of North America taking their sweep here at Ascension. Aggression from Glyph in the back line to take over the B site instantly. Nagsit can't hold a candle. Klaus, a bit unconventional, but Ali is sticking around. Oh, walk up to it?
Oh boy.
Give him a little kiss. Oh, okay, he's out of there. Next checkpoint. Found him. All right. Let's get the show on the road, 9Z. What do you got? Governor plays first spoiler. Oh, everything's managed. The relay bolt wasn't even used until now?
The knife?
God. If there was a silencer before...
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
Jesus, dude. Yeah, show me that again, please.
It's just pure uncomfortability coming through from 9Z. You see the spike go down, a little bit unconventional on how Winthrop University hold it. They push out, they push into the spawn, they push into market. They've got all of these opportunities, and you know what? Like 9Z, they couldn't even get themselves set up. And okay, I want to see the knife. Surely we see the knife. Oh yeah, here it is.
Yes!
Oh, with the teabag!
Yeah!
Oh no! Edding is so back, my guy.
I love him. I love
Mr.
him to
Worldwide.
death, dude. It was meant to be. Is his home turf, baby. He's here to claim it.
Oh, geez. And now Winthrop University, for the first time on this map, will take the lead. As we see the weapon bot up here, 2 Bulldogs, 2 Guardians, and Moves just hanging with the Headhunter yet again. And let's see how 9Z want to deal with this pressure.
All about when they activate. 9Z just trying to play these jumps to prevent WU from having a proper pin on it. Because if WU, I mean, if their palm can fully hit the button, and 9Z don't have any sort of slowdown, then it's kind of curtains. But Nagzit is so consistently tempted to hit that slow orb when 2 prongs start hitting.
Look at all the space that Moves is actually taking on mid. This is really good information, or at least cutting things off.
Taco turning back to the mainland. And this should be pretty dominant, yeah.
30 seconds left.
No reason not to unload everything onto the site when you can't burn away at the barriers consistently, and Moves has already made his way through mid, but he isn't able to finalize a single frag after getting caught by Suther early on the track. Luckily, though, you still have 4 members of Winthrop with guns, and Moves had the Headhunter, so you give nothing to 9Z here. And not a proper springboard, so this is still going to be 8-6, no doubt.
It's looking like that's going to be the case right now.
Yeah, you have no
Members of
neon,
9Z.
so you can't even get inside to try and fight this out, to try and get rid of guns. You have to play for the exits.
Yep, and at this point, just not give up those ultimate orbs, right? Because we see that Winthrop ball rolling, and it's slowly gaining momentum right now, but that snowball's going to be pretty huge at the end of this hill. And yeah, now it's going to be 8-6 for Winthrop University. A very clean take. Once again, one of the things that I love about this squad is how they dissect that site, how they kind of close off some of the angles, isolate it, whether or not it be because of the barrier orb, be because of the smokes. They almost make it into small digestible chunks and then can walk in and clear those chunks out, securing the victory.
So once again, big fulcrum point here for 9Z to make a statement. Try to get these cutoffs a little more consistent, because again, yeah, it feels like you can punish so cleanly once those tendrils expand. And against the worst guns, surely you feel you've got a chance. Suther, wow, you're like really alone right now, bub.
Ooh. Looking for the pop out here.
Moves?
Will, yeah, potentially be 1v1ing Moves, but look at this rush up on mid here. As yeah, it's going to be zoning out one side of things with the barrier orb.
Oh, pressure out the brain drain, and then the crunch onto Suther.
Oh
That's gorgeous. Now Delzik, pressured equally. Fast lane to try to obfuscate. Governor can at least refrag. Infiltrator's kit is done. Yeah, I don't know how you've managed to mine that much more value out of it than 9Z, but they did it.
That felt like a play right out of the strategy book there. Winthrop University, with the speed that they push up there, immediately set up the barrier orb, pulling all of 9Z away to watch that spawn, and then you just overwhelm B. It's so fast and so well orchestrated. Amazing calling from Winthrop University.
Now you just play to your strengths. Those entries, again, just not nearly as... You have nothing to swing off of. Taco enters by himself. Goodbye.
Enemy remaining.
And Governor has made it with the backstab. God, it's like you have too many answers at this point. Truly, choice paralysis being offered to 9Z. Completely overwhelmed. The bonus is theirs. And Winthrop University have an 8-round streak going.
You're telling me that Winthrop University is doing homework? All I'm saying right now, I think their brains are really dialed in, specifically on this tournament. Because, once again, like, the strategy book there was just so well orchestrated, so well planned out, so well thought out. And once again, like, yeah, it's just so well done. It seems like they're all just firing on all cylinders, and all of the gears in this machine are working to their fullest extent. Winthrop University putting the punishment onto 9Z. 9Z still not having their fingers on the pulse, still not aware of what some of this timing is from the Winthrop University squad as they're back onto a save yet again.
Winthrop already, again, just making that noise, banging those gongs. Trying to cause as many potentials for diversion as possible. And so 9Z just gotta stick to formula, stay stalwart. Another early barrier from Nags to try to get the stack to meet it. But WU have all the time in the world and an insert. Hey, look, guys, Move's got a first blood.
Oh, spotted out the grippers, just goes for the spray through the smoke. Finds Nags, who, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, has been trying to just duplicate the style on Winthrop, but not to the same success.
No trap setting available now. Winthrop own this. Again, that's a solo prowler for 2 seconds there before they crunch, and Delzik doesn't have his gun out. He's paranoiding the crowd. God.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, no tools for 9Z. This is a mental boom of a round.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the spike goes down here, Soother. Yeah, you can see the frustration mounting. It's so difficult right now. Like, I think, not to throw back to this moment, but when Soother walked off the cliff in Abyss, after finding a couple of kills, right away, it felt like the mental was never really just focused on at that point. And honestly, like, we talk about all of these super experienced players on 9Z with all of the experience behind them, all the reps behind them. And while they haven't been able to come online, Soother has not really brought their heads back into the game. Players like Takolia that we expected to have these pop-off performances. I mean, you saw the head-to-head against Infiltrator in stats here. And at this point, like, Takolia has just been absolutely getting decimated by Winthrop University.
Yeah, I mean, he's been searching for solo pieces this like whole time. The mobility is a non-factor at this point. And there is the final timeout called by 9Z. Ash was just hounding us in the green room. Do they still have it? They do, and they will use it now.
I was gonna say, one way to find out, and that's if they call it. So, yeah. Okay, this is the mental reset that they need, because I don't know. You look at these players' faces; they all look dejected. They look like lost puppies at this point. Like,
oh my god,
it's tough, man.
They look depressed.
It's so hard because, like, you know what? You came out with your map pick here in this series. You expect it to go your way. You've got the tape. You lose 13-0, and then things are finally working out for you. Things are starting to click together. And Winthrop University, they take a little bit of time just to recollect themselves. And suddenly they're firing on all cylinders. Like, they're looking like Envy in this game right now, which is like a crazy thing to say, but that's kind of the style that Winthrop are playing with, and it's really working out for them.
3 rounds away from securing North America's 3rd of 4 spots in the playoffs of Ascension Americas. 3 rounds away from dashing the hopes of Latin America. And the Nightfall as the starter pack. Got a big crowd of util set up on the A entry to prod at 9Z, and they will call in the one-way for it. Insert Governor to see if anybody overextends.
Face your fear!
Nice barrier to blockade. Shows up in response, gets nothing! Taco!
There.
Man, that's tough. I've got nothing else to say besides the fact that Taco's just been so unlucky this map.
It hurts, man. That just hurts. And that might be sold. Like, I think you have to turn off of that. No, they see no more opportunities. They have to go for something. They have to. Oh, boy. Pain, man. Here we go. Contact. Recon. Governor. Hold up. One way. Oh, the drop. Klaus catches. Slower on the outskirts. Infiltrator. Almost ace. Just constant discouragers. And Klaus, if you didn't think you could now, buddy, you better before Moobs catches you in the act. Oh, thank goodness. A drip of stamina, of confidence. holding on to 9Z as the streak now reaches 10 for Winthrop.
Man, moves with a big smile on his face. He wouldn't have expected to, you know, especially with how he went down there. But Infiltrator once again running amok. The leash is off. Let Infiltrator go. He was like, no, my ace. Yeah, buddy, I would have wanted you it too. But
yeah, that's what we're all focused on right now, man.
Like, it literally is just, like, they're just letting him play. He's all over the place. This is the Infiltrator style that we've seen that they've had to kind of dial back in because they needed that leash on Infiltrator to play more off the squad. But at this point, I feel like he can do no wrong. Infiltrator is having an Infiltrator game and is single-handedly just kind of stomping some of these rounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's just heartbreak after heartbreak for some of the 9Z team as they do make their way out mid here. And Klaus gets walled off by this barrier orb as Ali's going hunting.
God, just so aggressive, eternally so. And Klaus can cut that short. Glyph has received the gift. And now a paranoia combo, but can't push into it properly until the sandwich is there. Move puts the pressure on and forces Nagzit to turn tail. But WU has taken over every other inch of this, and there's no more gaps. Moves once again, making it rain. You have infinite creds, but Suther may still have some dignity. 1v2 to give 9Z their first in 12, and it's not to be. 6 rounds of match point for Winthrop University.
Man, at this point, like, moves, well, you know what? I guess the Headhunter basically is one of those money guns that shoots out the bills out front, right? Like, every single bullet is worth, like, what, 300 creds? So, man, but, okay, so something I'm noticing from Winthrop University, yeah, their map control is excellent, but you see on the retake how they split off and are almost in their little small duels that are going on outside of the map on both the north end and the south end of the map, right? And I think that is so, like, it just speaks volumes to how the squad plays.
Taco getting the drop after the paranoia, trying to catch one more, but Infiltrator adjusts. Taco tears through his recovery round at the 11th hour. Nay, the 13th. Could it be too late? The Into the Shadows allows WU yet another second opportunity and a 2v4 against shoddy guns.
Oh, I don't want to say this is still doable, but Winthrop University can do no wrong, it feels.
Sticking around so long on those paint shells, but he gets out with a kill, no less. So much on Suther for the backstab.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke cycled. No util available except for Glyph. He shadow steps to maybe get a reposition to step out of the smoke. Glyph finds one. Glyph finds two. Suther gives away the backstab on Ali. Does Glyph do it here? No! Suther! 13 drops of health to keep 9Z steady for another couple seconds.
Oh, man. Once again, I didn't want to say it was over just quite yet, but at the same time, like, Winthrop University, like, they genuinely just cannot do anything wrong. Nagalia probably a little fed up with how things have been going, goes for the fast and flashy play. Build that confidence back up. Like you said, hopefully it's not a little bit too late. Glyph has just been playing insane as well. The duels of the IGL just at the very end, and Suther finds the headshot to close out yet another round. 3 ultimates still on the board for 9Z. They've got that Viper's Pit. They've got the From the Shadows. They've got that Resurrect. But on the other side, Moobs pulls out the Tour de Force. Looking for an easy, nice, clean kill. Ali also needs just one to get the Resurrect online. See how this one shakes out here, as it is 3 Guardians on the side of 9Z.
Still bare bones. Still so much to try to cradle. Into the shadows reactively from 9Z to give more presence, and Suther gets the first blood on an Infiltrator. No spear tip, nothing doing on site. Suther polices, and Delzik is here in time. Moves, shreds though! And it's a 2v3 with space to call their own.
Moves so low HP though.
Where's he gonna go?
Single bullet will be more than enough. Even if it's a wallbang, that should be good.
Yeah, they can just pre-fire it if they know the angle. But again, they don't have intel, they only have direct contact, and a barrel's been spotted. Moves, gets away with one on the way down. But Nags can res. We're stuck in this slow zone, so you gotta give it a couple seconds before Glyph is set to activate. Let's see if he does it this time. Nope! Ooh, Nagzet is far faster to it this time. The streak has been stopped and now jammed back up again by 9Z. It's 8-12.
I really just have to give a shout out to Suther. Suther alone has kept this team alive in so many of these rounds. It's getting a little bit silly. It's getting a little bit rambunctious from this side of Winthrop University, but Suther alone, able to find 2 kills, makes it totally doable for the rest of his team. And yeah, I mean, the rest of the team can follow through and make it work there. Man, if that was a collapse for moves, this could have been a completely different story. Yeah. The Resurrect's still online, and look at this. Winthrop University will now burn their second TAC time out. They've got 5 rounds, I believe, to try and close this out, while 9Z are starting to heat up a little bit again. They're starting to get comfortable, and so this requires discipline that we know Winthrop University are good for.
Yeah, calling this here now before the table fully gets burned, making sure that Winthrop have one solid cry at this before they have to kind of relent and hands 9Z the steering wheel until they can crack 13. So just trying to maintain control before the streak is fully up and running, and just trying to get rid of this threat here and now. Get yourselves to playoffs. Get yourselves that day of rest.
Yeah. Oh boy. Wouldn't have expected this scoreline here, coming in from LATAM #1 up against Winthrop University, which is North America #3, but I don't know, man. Like, they talked about it on the desk, never sleep on Winthrop University, and they've just been impressing me time and again. It just feels like they can't be stopped at this point.
Yep. Does it still feel inevitable for Winthrop University? How aggressive is 9Z going to continue to be? Taco could get active, could start fragging. He needs to start fragging.
Viper's Pit right off the rip here.
Yeah. And another one that doesn't give a lot of space to you on it. You're thinking that 9Z are trying to maybe bait more of the stack, but yeah, WU are just not going to touch it again. And Moob's playing cutoff man again.
Oh wow, look at this. Like,
hey,
okay, a huge kill on a glyph here, but they have to use the owl drone just to scout out mid again.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of space now that Moobs can just kind of take as Nagzet in a tricky angle here finds a kill.
Wow. Stayed on the barrier for #2 as well. Impressive stuff. So that res didn't do a damn thing. And it's a crucial kill too. Now your Nightfall is not available this round.
So all onto Moobs yet again. So deep into the... Oh, the timing. Takalea just looks away, and Moobs walks away with one.
And now it's going to be walked down onto Taco, who just continues to have to step back into what threat could be lurking. It's Infiltrator, now taking the reins on the front line. Taco with the showstopper to stop it, and he does! Now the Blast Pack to try to differentiate the angles now that the spike has been dropped, and Taco will run it down! Moobs puts the heal in, but it's a 2v3, and Moobs is on a crumb of health. Has to take the spike back, and Suther has the corner! Glyph, another 1v3 for him. Another impossible one at that. 14 seconds, and Nagzet has the peak. 3 in a row now for 9Z.
Oh man, there we go. A little bit of life in their eyes again. It was looking a little bit dire, I'm not gonna lie to you, earlier, but now the frags are starting to come forwards. Nagzet playing tricky. We need to see, like, throw that textbook, strap book out the window. We need to see something more creative, and finally we're starting to see that from 9Z. Takalea is starting to heat up. Takalea gets a kill with the showstopper this time. Huge momentum boost, which seems kind of silly to say, but now Takalea is starting to really climb up in the kills as well. 3 more opportunities for Winthrop to close this out. Otherwise, 9Z look like they might be able to force OT at this point.
Going for the force with Infiltrator's overdrive in place of the rifle, so everyone is kitted, despite the lackluster buy. 3 ultimates on the table. None now for 9Z after that pit and showstopper was expended. WU trying to see if anybody gets antsy again. Nagzet once again on his own barrier with the operator now.
I was gonna say, there's no chance.
Never a dull moment, eh? Yeah. Get out of there, bud.
Remember how I was saying earlier? It seems like they're trying to play like Ali's Sage with just like the walls, the tricks and stuff. I think they're starting to lean into that a bit more.
See if anybody gives themselves away. Infiltrator. Oh, he's legged! The jump keeps him stable. Good God. that might be what crunches this round as WU confidently make their way onto B. Barrier orb across the steps so that WU can just worry about this vantage onto Bova as the smoke will fade. As will that Nightfall's effectivity. And still moves on top mid, ready to play the cutoff. Crept into and moves, grabs both!
Here.
9Z down to their one battlefront. One of their many last chances that they have been given. Can they acquiesce again? Klaus deals with Infiltrator on the slow creep. The smokes must be danced around, and Klaus does a magnificent job now tapping the smoke. But Glyph reinvents. Forces it to a 1v1 against Governor, but Nags with this operator makes it so hard to fight him. Governor, though, misses the first spray. Nags makes the close quarters, and Governor mows him down. The hopes of Brazil and Latin America dashed in one day as it's a sweep for North America into the playoffs. A collegiate squad has made it to the top 4 of Ascension Americas.
Once again, what does this mean for challengers? What does this mean for collegiate? Big congratulations as we see the big old Canadian moves pick up little Infiltrator there on the stage. But unbelievable stuff coming through from Winthrop University. They looked so clean. It started out a little bit strange, but you know what? They've turned up the volume in their headsets. They're hearing Glyph's calls, and everything was turning up Winthrop University. It really felt like there were those moments that 9Z were starting to come online. We were starting to see a lot more of that aggression that we expected to see from 9Z, except it just came online a little bit too late. Like you said, the string of rounds all pulled together were just simply too much for 9Z to deal with. And as a result, sadly, they are eliminated. So many talented players, so many experienced players with Suther as the IGL doing so well, but they cannot stop Winthrop University.
That talent, that expertise, that experience, the torch will get passed to Winthrop University. A 13-round streak in round 1, a 12-round streak in map 2. Undeniable showing from the Eagles as they will make their way out of survival and grant themselves a spot in the Final Four. The stage has been set, Marks, and it's mostly North American here in Sao Paulo. Team Solid being the only representatives outside of our beloved region. Oh man, it's going to be such an exciting playoff, but what a match that was from Winthrop. Truly impressive on all fronts.
No, and like I said, like it felt like a lot of the work that they have done has gone together to put together so many of these different strategies. And if you are watching this, because you know that Winthrop University have now made it into playoffs, there is a lot to look at because it feels like their playbook does run even deeper. And you know what, to the end there, I wouldn't even say they were really going through their playbook that much. They were just kind of sending it in, relying on pure instinct and cooperation. This team knows how to play together, and it was looking immaculate.
Yeah, truly the backbone of what makes Ascension Americas and its top teams special. If all goes well, you ain't seen nothing yet from these guys. Let's head to the desk to powwow one more time about tonight and then call it a night.
Congratulations to Winthrop University, the final team to be qualifying for the playoffs here for VCT Ascension Americas. Going into this as well, I mean, Roy, after the performance yesterday where it was Team Solid to take them down and claim their own playoff spot, I was a little bit worried for the collegiate kids over here. How are they going to bounce back? How are they going to perform on the stage? Everything else. But I guess those worries didn't need to have them because they looked fantastic on the day. The vibes were high. The energy was there. And congratulations, they made it.
I mean, listen, Sierra, the analyst that's doubting Winthrop University, maybe, but you have been a believer all year long, and now your faith in them is waning. Baby. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. But I mean, wow. I really don't even know what to say. The flip, the switch flip for them is insane. To go from what we saw yesterday to what we saw today, the 13-0 into this complete domination after losing the first 6 rounds of Sunset by Winthrop University. I mean, we got to see almost every form of this team, guys. We got to see their highs, their lows, all in one series, it feels like. And I almost don't know what to say.
It's pretty insane, I think, the performance that we saw from Winthrop University today, cementing themselves also as the fact that there are 3 NA teams in a 4-team playoff bracket here for the final portion of America's Ascension. But when it came down to how they were playing on Sunset, I think it's just so wild that we saw them win 11 rounds in a row. They finally got an understanding of how they wanted to look to counter 9Z in that first half. And then once we got onto the attacking side, I think we really saw the strengths of Winthrop University and the comfort that they have playing this Sage composition. Ollie continues to innovate and continues to be so impressive on that stage. He wasn't necessarily fragging out in the same way that we saw him do on Abyss, but those walls created so much value. Like, it takes me back to that bonus round that we saw out of Winthrop University, where you get that quick wall towards top mid to cut off the rotation from the A players on the side of 9Z, and then it turns into that very fast market crunch, and that really is what set the tone for the second half.
And how fitting it is also for Governor and Moves to have had an insane bounce back from yesterday, right? We saw Moves having one of the most, the biggest underperformance possibly of his entire career to what we saw today on this map as well. He did a phenomenal job with the chamber. He was an absolute menace with the operator. And I feel like Governor was also so impactful in this second map specifically. Obviously, throughout every series, he has his impact. But today, to this second map, he played so well for his team. And of course, the fact that, you know, everyone on Winthrop University kind of got to chime in for this win as well. We saw Ali pop off on the first map. We saw Glyph continue a bit of his own dominance. And of course, Infiltrator returning to form at the perfect time. Winthrop University, I mean, they did it. They've extended their lifeline. They're now in the double elimination playoff bracket, guys. This is insane. History continues to be made by this collegiate team.
It absolutely does. Taking down such a storied roster on the side of 9Z, a heartbreaking loss for them to be out of Ascensions in this series. They definitely got to give themselves kudos for the performance that they did have in that first half, starting things off very strong, 6-1 on the attacking side. But Winthrop University, once they managed to get that momentum flowing, 9Z were really struggling to figure out how they wanted to deal with things on the defense. I think that it was talked about a little bit on the cast. We were talking about it in the green room as well. There are a lot of like passive moments coming out from 9Z, but then we saw them getting a little bit more proactive, started getting a couple of those rounds, but it was just a little too late with how Winthrop were able to get that match point so early on. I feel like for the side of 9Z roster, I really got to give credit to Soother. This IGL for 9Z, he has been so consistently performing throughout the entirety of Ascension's Americas. He was absolutely doing the most that he could as the anchor on the side of 9Z, but unfortunately, the rest of the team just wasn't quite able to step up, and Winthrop definitely had the better playbook today.
And I mean, for this Winthrop University squad, it's been really nice to see from the beginning of the year, they were the dark horse, right? Into then one of the teams that we started getting more and more expectations on, but then coming back into Ascension as that dark horse again is a team that had to go through the play-ins and, I mean, take that extra step that the other teams didn't quite have to do, right? So they've pushed on through, they make their way into the playoffs, and again, congratulations to them. Now, for a special interview, we have none other than Ali on the line to chat a little bit more about all that playoff spot, all of the good stuff. Congratulations, a deserved win. You are in the playoffs of Ascension. How are you feeling?
I feel great. That means we get to stay in Brazil for at least another 3 days, and hopefully I could hit Radiant in that time. I'm 2 games off.
Eyes on the prize always. I mean, you had tweeted out this morning that you weren't ready to go home, but I want to talk about then yesterday's game going into today, because yesterday it seemed a little bit more rough for the team. So how do you then overnight fix that mental, fix any issues in the game to have such a strong performance today?
Yeah, yesterday's game, I think we all agree that like that's just not like how we ever play. No one was like, I guess, on, and yesterday like there was nothing to get over. It was just like, okay, that was just not us, so whatever, we'll just go tomorrow. And we show up today, and today's how we should be looking like. So yeah, we're happy.
And now it is not 1, not 2, but 3 North American teams now in the playoffs. 2 teams that you've been familiar facing off against without the year. So I want to know your take on that as well, of 3 of the 4 playoff teams being from North America.
It was expected, in my opinion. I think Envy are like the only ones that look a little shaky. It seems like they might have a little land nerves, which makes sense. I think Ion and Kane are like both 16, so they still have a little bit of a hurdle to get over. But yeah, it was expected. 3 NA teams, 1 Brazil team. That seems about right.
Now, last but not least, I want to hear your thoughts on TSM, because a little birdie is telling me that that's who you're going to be facing off against next in the playoffs, which of course TSM have definitely been ramping up going into this tour.
I'm happy to play against TSM, mainly because I used to be teammates with Timotino, so it'll be fun to face off against him. I want to see if he'll try his best against me, and we'll see what he could do.
So wholesome out here. I wasn't expecting that for all the trash y'all seem to be kind of talking on the stage, Ali. This was so deserved. Congratulations to you and the team. I'll let you go so you can hit Radiant, but thank you so much for the interview and have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk. Big smiles on the face over here. I mean, Ash deserved 2 maps. I talked about the confidence. They get to stay in Brazil longer. What is there not to smile about?
Definitely. I think that's the most we've ever seen Ollie smile during one of the interviews that we've had with him. Genuinely, like, that guy, he was mad cheesing on the stage there, and rightfully so. He had a great performance on Abyss, so much impact on Sunset too. But I think I was really impressed with the fact that he was talking a little bit about the mentality of the team, right? And how they were trying to bounce back from that last matchup. And I think it's really impressive to have that mindset as this squad who has really reached this height of tier 2 and now trying to reach up to tier 1, to have that mindset of like, okay, you know, we just brush it off. We know ourselves, we have that confidence, and that real self-assuredness, I think, takes you so far in a competition like this, where you do have to have faith in your skills that you've been displaying throughout the entire season.
Especially when others might count you out, but to just know at the core that, like, yeah, they're capable and they could win it is great stuff coming on through. Taking a look back at Swiss, as that was our final match for the day. It has definitely been a very interesting Swiss stage, but as said, 2 wins gets the spot into playoffs. So Roy, looking at this, it was hard fought for all the teams, some really heartbreaking goodbyes, but I'm excited to see what our qualifying teams will have to offer going on forward.
I mean, if they play the way they've been playing, I think we're all in for quite a big treat here in this double elimination playoff bracket, guys. It's going to be insane. The lifeline is reset. The pressure is fully reset. There's footage now on a lot of the maps. People know the strengths and weaknesses of every team, of every player, right? It's all about execution now. It's all about game planning now. It's all about being prepared, not getting blindsided by anything. I think the level of VALORANT that we're going to see in this playoff bracket is probably going to be some of the highest we've seen in any Ascensions tournament so far. I genuinely believe that. I feel like TSS is also a great representative for Brazil. The way they've been playing, the confidence, their swagger, it's been inspiring. I love to see it. And yeah, it's 3 NA teams, 1 Brazil team. It's kind of fitting for a Sao Paulo event. I'm here for it.
I think that looking at the teams that we have too, and hearing from Ollie as well, that was his expectation, to have these 3 NA teams and that 1 Brazilian team. I don't think our production team is necessarily going to be vibing with that sentiment here. But as we take a look into this playoffs bracket as well, TSM versus Winthrop and Envy versus Team Solid, like, no matter what, like, no matter how this bracket ends up playing out, you're in for bangers the entire time. And I think what we learned in the Swiss stage too, it was really that litmus test, really that showing of how each region was going to be facing up against each other, what those differences were going to look like, and how the competition stacked up.
I feel like every one of these matches could be the grand finals. Like, even the matches in the lowers could be the grand finals. You know what I mean? Like, the level of competition right now is crazy. TSM, peak form. Winthrop University bouncing back beautifully. Been playing well all year. Team Solid, same thing. DJ's in hitting crazy strides. The whole team is feeling great right now. Envy, you know, finding their form, finding their confidence on land. They've looked great all year long. This is going to be an insane playoff bracket, guys. I'm like very excited for it. I think the level of VALORANT we're going to see is going to be an absolute treat for all of us.
And a level that has been rising. Of course, this is all for a spot in VCT Americas, and teams really making sure at the end they can show us all that they're capable of. That is unfortunately it for the Swiss stage of the competition, though. Thank you all so much for tuning in. A day off tomorrow, so Ali can reach Radiant. Okay, we got priorities over here. But after that, be tuning in for the playoffs, because with these 4 teams, you do not want to miss a single match. Thank you all again. We'll see you on Thursday.
Far, but still Inspire with the double star is going to be able to at least stop the early entry from Zanatsu, but Inspire is tracked after he trails the shots, and SW can also counter Poppin as well. This Astra just continuing to put up these numbers. And now, walking tandem with Disora on the front line, popping that Cosmic Divide with 2 kills he's got in the pocket. And Envy has to course it back. It's got to be their own hero moments that make this work, and Kane Zero reveals his back early on with the flash and still lets him get the opening frag before getting traded away. SW on for 4! Stellai might already be as well. Inspire. Saturate doesn't hit him till he gets 2. And Envy can once again get in front of the problem, inch ever closer, and start shooting in their faces. Yeah, have fun with it, Kane.
Oh my goodness.
Right, that's the haul. Let Poppin take the long road up the elbow, and SW doing the rest of the manual clearing, giving away the noise. Is it just Poppin? No. Misses that head top, and SW is quick to eye on first. Could they get on the board here? Poppin waiting, wondering, leaving him to guess. SW will stick to half without taking a bit of damage, and he's just gonna use his head swing to Flash met by Governor, and again, Nags runs away from the issue to try and gain more space. And Ollie's been sent to the stack, so 9Z can potentially set this trap. Nags caught by Clip early, and WU can make the crunch happen. So it's just that site presence that 9Z have to carry themselves with, and Taco's going to extend. Edges Clip off guard. He'll back out for now. Now the extension from Delsic, and he's caught. Trying to go for the punish game, and WU keeps staying ahead. Governor catching Klaus, and Taco is all that 9Z have left. Chances that they have been given. Can they acquiesce again? Klaus deals with Infiltrator on the slow creep. The smokes must be danced around, and Klaus does a magnificent job now tapping the smoke. But Glyph reinvents. Forces it to a 1v1 against Governor, but Nags with this operator makes it so hard to fight him. Governor, though, misses the first spray. Nags bits the close